Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us?
Okay. We got that out of the way.
We won Worlds.
We won Worlds. It happened. We won the world title. We're back here. We are the best region in the world once again. Right where we belong, isn't it, Chronicler? And this is where
Don't gloat, Valdez.
we belong as well. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We are back here with the LCK, and it has been quite a while, right? It's been, I guess, about 4 or 5 months-ish since the LCK summer did end, and we did have all of those playoffs and stuff like that. So it's so great to be back. We have this awesome new set. How are you feeling about all this, Chronicler?
Amazing. Really, Worlds and the offseason had everything that it wanted. We got Challenger call-ups. We won Worlds. We have a lot of new rosters being set up, so a lot of changes. Some of the teams that wanted to stay together, like T1, actually stay together. So overall, I think incredible start to the 2023 season. And we're immediately starting off with some amazing games today as well. So what's not to love?
It's just really awesome to be back. I feel like so comfortable right in this spot. It's not quite the carpet space, it's the no carpet space now. And we have a lot of nice changes, of course, with 2023, not only in the game, but also at the LCK, including some of these awesome changes. First thing we're gonna go over here is the double elimination format for the playoffs.
Regular split, nothing has changed, same as it was before, best of 3, double round robin. But we have now added a double elimination segment. Of course, you do need to still advance to the second round of playoffs. So it's basically very similar to what we see in some other regions that have had double elimination in the past, where the first round, you're not safe yet, but if you lose from the second round onwards, you get another opportunity to try and make your way towards the finals. So might mean that we get to see some crazy storylines, might mean that we get to see some rematches between two teams that we would love to see face off more than once against one another.
Yes, total prize pool is $400 million. No, it's won. Still a ton of money, and they're going to be fighting not only for that, but for pride in terms of getting titles here in Korea, but also abroad, a chance to fight there. You'll note the participating teams, there are a couple of changes, Chronicler.
Most notably, Damwon is no more, now D plus Kia, and Freded Brion previously is now just Brion. So,
or Brian.
Or Brian, yeah, depending on who you ask.
And we do have some changes to the start times. This is only on the weekends, so the weekdays, Wednesday through Friday, same as always, 5 p.m. in Korea. But the second match starts earlier, so you'll note that we have a smaller break in between the matches, but also the weekends, most importantly, 2 hours earlier than the weekdays. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. We also do have the integration of both Challengers rosters and LCK, so anybody can be moved up and down without having to do like call up or send down or any of that stuff. So they just can play anywhere basically they want, or the team decides they should.
Obviously, makes me very excited, but in case you missed it, there is now also an official Challengers broadcast, and really, we see so many of these players have been called up to the LCK this split as well. Also important is we use match of the week. Now we have Saturday Showdown. We've been assured that there will still be amazing videos made by the one and only G-Sun to hype up those matchups, as if she wasn't working enough. But still get that extra impact, you know, the fact that we have GenG T1, we open with that, and it's not even the Saturday show that I think says a lot about what we can expect and the exciting gameplay that is going to come through throughout the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun starting with today. Guys, there will be some other changes. We have some new talents joining us here for 2023. Already, Huni has been announced, and the other two we
caught him already. We haven't caught the other two yet. We're still
like who's that Pokemon, but except who's that talent?
We don't know.
You know, who's that caster?
We have no idea.
We don't know.
No, couldn't possibly.
We also have no idea. We have some huge changes for the patch. You guys will not believe this. Let's take a look.
Haha, she's back.
It's Zeri. And some items.
Yeah, there's some new items that are actually getting
also
built.
Some old items.
Also a lot of old items, yeah. You might see that right item and go like, what is that? That's Rod of Ages. It's back, and it's pretty busted after getting a number of buffs. Jack Show, not necessarily as strong now as it was throughout the preseason, but one of the items that maybe there's a chance of being built. as also we have jungle paths,
Yes.
which in terms of how the jungle actually plays out, don't really change that much. Obviously, there are some junglers that have come up as a result, but you can still expect champions like Wukong to be high in priority. We've seen Maokai be still very, very prevalent. Sejuani is another one. So if you were expecting a complete revamp of the jungle, not going to be the case.
Not really. It did feel like there was a little bit more in terms of the
they're cute.
announcements. The pets are very cute. They give you nice buffs. Your smite does more damage now.
It feels really nice when you're being flamed by your entire team to have a small pet that supports you no matter what.
Yeah, at least
Great.
you've got that. There's one thing on your side. Jax got changed. Seems like he's pretty strong, although we haven't seen it too much in challengers. It has been played a bunch over in the LPL. Rammus also, he's there.
Yeah, Rammus had some issues after some of his recursive workings with items, and his armor passive didn't really go. He was like 41% wear rate. It was really, really bad, so he got buffed up. All of this, not really relevant. I like the buffs. Champions like Jason TF, I think, always really cool to see, as long as they're not permanently in the meta. Even this, these nerfs have at least been partially successful. Mundo, generally not a pro champion in general, but was kind of terrorizing solo queue, really strong with some of the new tank items. Aatrox and Fiora, both are still definitely very viable picks, but they're not Cassandre, so they won't be blinded.
Yeah.
And these nerfs, they don't matter. They don't matter, Velda.
Yeah, I like how we kind of grouped the first 3 nerfs, and then we have these 3 nerfs, which existed, but they didn't really do anything. I mean, Zeri is, as we were talking about
Zeri
this,
is the most balanced out of these
yeah,
three.
she feels the most balanced. I mean, but Cassandre is kind of ridiculous in my mind. Yumi,
I agree.
still extremely strong. Got a slight nerf to her Q. Didn't really matter, but yeah, you were talking about how Zeri is at least a little bit less frustrating in terms of killing you from a mile away, but still very strong as we're looking at it right now.
And Zeref's way stronger now. One of the big reasons why, in addition to Rod of Ages being buffed a lot, as we can also see on this patch, Ryze and Kassadin both are absolute menaces right now. Kassadin is a little bit more situational because, of course, you can't pick him blind, but Ryze has been extremely high either on the pick or on the ban list for that specific reason. Those 2 items turn him into a nightmare to deal with. It's like tank Ryze, but he builds AP now. That's not fun to play against, as one might suspect. Jaxo, as mentioned, was, I think, one of the scourges of the preseason. Champions like Lilia really utilized the drain tank element of it extremely well, and with the repeated nerfs the item has gotten, I do think it is still somewhat of a viable option, but we're actually seeing the Radiant Virtue come up more and more. Vi likes this a lot. We've even seen some Karma use it in mid lane as well.
Yeah, it's cool to see some of the new items getting some play time. Definitely some fun stuff to look at. And we did have some other changes to Axiom Arc, Horizon Focus, and Winter's Approach, Fimbulwinter, but those items don't exist. So, anyway, let's take a look at Legend Tenacity. Did also get a slight change. Any
I do actually.
behind this?
As far as the legend runes go, I think Tenacity, and this always happens with these runes, is one is the best, and then only that one gets picked, and then they nerf it, and then they move on to one of the other ones. I think Precision in particular, and a lot of the minor runes have kind of suffered from this. I think it's fine that Legend Tenacity was nerfed, because especially when combined with some of the other runes that were available, Unflinching is another example that had to get nerfed. Just those 2 runes meant that even if you didn't get merc threats, you were basically, especially if you were a character that was a bit tankier, impossible to take down. And we didn't want that, so got nerfed as a result.
Yeah, some little nerfs here and there. You guys can take a look at this is the LPL point pick, so we haven't started yet. Don't worry, we haven't missed anything here at the LCK, but the LPL did get started first. They've played 23 games on this patch, and the Ryze and Lucian makes sense to me. Anything that stands out to you? Maybe Cassandre not winning as much as...
Yeah, win rates, I think, on a small sample size, especially in the LPL that has such an incredibly wide range of teams, doesn't really tell you anything. What should be more important is how highly prioritized the champions are. As we can see, all those champions are also getting nerfed on 13.2, so that's good at least. I'm not sure if Syndra's on the list, but most of those that you just saw definitely going to be the case. But we also took a look at the first matches that have already been played, that we all together casted, of course, for CL. And there we see a lot of similar trends. I think the Karma and the Ashe being a lot higher prioritized makes complete sense for the LCK, Karma in particular. If there's ever an excuse to pick Karma, Korea will get on it. We really, really like our Karma.
You're going to see it in mid lane, you're going to see it in
doesn't matter.
Maybe even top lane, who knows, she's back. And she's not going anywhere. Let's take a look at the LCK offseason update and see some of the changes that we have seen happen to these teams in the league.
Most notably, it is the same core. Canyon Showmaker, Canyon is stuck around as well, but World Champion Deft, can't believe I can say that, amazing, has joined the roster. And one of the more surprising pickups, I think, is Kana, who of course had an incredibly rough split last year on Nongshim, and now trying to look for some redemption with Noguri retiring from competitive play, has now joined this roster. When we really, because last year you can't really judge, saw Kana, he was a player that had some flaws, so wondering to see how he'll do in this new D+ team.
Yeah, come home in glory. Super Dive, Hama Life Esports burns up the hot stove. Will they be the ultimate super team? Well, I really would struggle to call this a super team. They do also have a world champion, a couple of them actually.
Yeah.
In terms of Becca and Viper.
But
they're
really
not a super team.
Well, that's really interesting, right? Because as you point out, even Life and Clid, of course, made semifinals on GenG, then lost to Viper and EDG in what was in 2021.
Well.
Exactly. Yeah. On the other end in 2022.
Yeah.
So overall, Hama Life, I think, has a lot of players that have had success. But I'm very, very curious to see whether this team will actually mesh together. Because I do think that with super teams, you can sometimes run the risk of teams not really having a voice or an identity. And for Hama Life, that's something that I'd be a little bit worried about.
Yeah.
But they should still be at least middle, top of the pack team just based on individual strength.
Yeah, not sure who's going to lead that team, but maybe time will tell. In terms of leading teams, though, of course, in the chaotic hot stove, again, T1 manages to maintain their winning roster. And this isn't a surprise. I mean, this team made World Finals. They definitely could have won. I mean, they have the roster to do it.
They made every final that they could have made in 2020.
But also the World Final.
Well, but between Spring, MSI, and the run that they had there, even though they didn't win, and then being by far the second best team in summer, making it to the World Finals, losing down to a single game. No surprise that they stuck together. As I want to talk about my man Bulldog, because that is the name that I think a lot of people might not know. This is a player that I have been incredibly excited about. Him and Ilma were really the core of what made Kwangdong and Challengers a really good team. And I'm also extremely happy that June is back. He was, to me, the heart of what made DRX and Challengers a really good team. And if you add to that Dudu, who individually I think was by far the best player on Hama Life over the course of last year, had a couple of really highlight moments. A roster that can definitely surprise people.
Absolutely. We're also taking a look here at KT Rolster. The 1999-born trio takes over KT's top side. Definitely three pretty huge names in the Korean League of Legends scene for quite a while now. Like individually, all of these guys have had huge years and have had insanely high highs. Can they make it work as a team, though?
Yeah, because those years are a little bit, for some of them, are a while behind, right? And that's something that you're always going to be worried about. As DRX, if you thought they were coin flippy last year, they didn't really get much better because they Pioshik, of course, has gone to an A, but they got Kroko. And I love Kroko, but he is definitely, together with Beryl, a player that has his ups and downs.
Yeah.
And this is something we haven't got to talk about yet, but Pace. Another player, I would love to talk about Nongshim, but we need to talk about Pace. Nongshim will get the attention they deserve. This is the roster that won Challengers through a miracle run last summer. Pace, to me, is the most exciting bot lane prospect since Gumayushi. And he might not deliver on it immediately, might take some time, but I think we should all be really excited. In terms of Challengers, like
about Peter.
8 out of 10 players that you'd want to see have made it as
Rip Carpet Space 2022 to 2022.
Yeah. Look at the set, though.
We're even rolling up the carpet. I mean, this is actually kind of sad.
Yeah. No, I think it's fine. You know, sometimes the carpet has to make place for better things. And it did a wonderful job. I'm very thankful. We appreciate you, Carpet.
Now it gets a nice cushion.
Now
seat. He's got like a little
know.
back, an armrest.
I can
wow.
lounge. I'm going to.
Amazing.
I can.
I don't get to. I
You
don't
don't
have an
really get
armrest,
to
but I don't need to. I'm play-by-play. I look only forward.
Sharp.
Guys, let's take a look at the week
Focus.
1 schedule. It is right here, and it is starting off with Wednesday. D+ Kia up against DRX. A massive, huge match, only to be followed up then by GenG versus T1.
You really cannot have a better opening day. It's absurd, frankly, especially because D+ Kia and DRX, so many members from one team or another taking each other on. As taken a look at some of our votes, there is a Brion believer over there.
Right. Yeah.
You know what's up, Elders. And then we have
Yes.
some differences regarding Nongshim and Brion. There's some Challengers believers, and there's some GigaChat believers. And that, to me, I think is the most contentious match. Any other win, I think, should be considered an upset. Even, you know, a GenG that I think will be an incredibly strong roster. If they actually win today against T1, a T1 that, of course, had such an incredible 2022,
Yeah.
that would still be, to me, somewhat surprising. And I think our predictions generally show that in the first week, might be a lot of matches, but it's also so hard to gauge the strength of teams coming in.
Well, the only way to figure out strength of teams is to play some video games. And turns out that the pre-show is now over. Thank you for joining us. Hope you guys do enjoy our wonderful new space. It's very comfortable for us. The carpet space has been evolved. G-Sun used a moonstone, and here we are. But that's going to be it for us guys on the pre-show. Let's jump into the action right now.
LCK에 있어 2022년은 잊을 수 없는 한 해였습니다. 사상 첫 플레이오프에 진출한 브리온이 큰 감동을 선사했고 10년 역사를 관통하는 전설들이 우리와 함께해 주었습니다. 그 멋진 무대에서 전승 우승으로 V10 달성의 영광을 아는 T1.
전승 우승으로 V10을 완성시킨
그리고 시작된 서머. 시원한 여름 향기와 낭만으로 가득 차올랐는데요.
디테일이 좋은데요?
열정 넘쳤던 강릉 앞바다. 뜨거운 여름의 끝자락에서 우리는 룰러의 환희의 눈물을 볼 수 있었습니다.
7시즌 8년 만에 우승 쟁취입니다.
그리고 이 모든 것을 넘어서 DRX가 LCK를 다시 한번 황부 리그의 자리로 이끌어냈습니다.
DRX가 이 말도 안 되는 스토리를 대부분 팀의 우승으로 완성시킵니다. DRX 우승!
꺾이지 않는 마음으로 말이죠.
이렇게 찬란했던 우리의 LCK 20주년은 아니죠. 10주년은 우리 가슴속에 아름답게 남아 있습니다. 자, 이제 우리 모두는 새로운 시작을 앞두고 있습니다. 자, 그러면 2023 LCK 스프링 스플릿 그 영광의 무대에 나설 10개 팀을 여러분께 소개해드립니다. 먼저 벌써부터 많은 팀들이 경기하고 있는 화려한 라인업. 올해는 진짜 다르다. 슈퍼 다이브 한화생명. 최우범 사단 그리고 총사령관 엄티의 담대한 도전은 계속됩니다. 플레이오프를 넘어서 더 큰 물에서 제발 한번 놀아보자. 비 볼드 브리온. 아직은 신인이지만 매운맛 제대로 한번 보여줘야겠죠. 잠들었던 레드포스의 본능을 깨보라. Awake your pulse. 농심 레드포스. 반짝반짝 빛나는 원석들이 모였습니다. 시맥 감독의 육성은 이미 시작되었죠. 다불어 제끼야 파이팅 광동 프렉스. 월드 우승 트로피의 무게감을 안고 또다시 달려나갑니다. 새로운 길을 개척하라. 페이브 더 웨이 DRX. 클래식, 거장, 베테랑 이런 수식어가 전혀 어색하지 않습니다. 노련함으로 언제나 승리하리. KT 윈! KT! 쇼메, 캐니언, 그리고 2022 월드 챔피언 데프트의 존재는 가히 든든합니다. 꺾이지 않는 마음으로 한 몸처럼 We Connected D 플러스 기아. 지난 여름 거대한 돌풍을 우리는 제대로 맛봤습니다. 젊은 피의 패기는 계속된다. 쿨키즈 네버 패닉 리브 샌드박스. 말이 필요 없는 다섯 전사. 전승 우승 그 멤버 그대로 그 영광을 다시 한번 이어가겠다. Will to win T1. 길고 기다린 그 오랜 시간 끝에 결국 우승 트로피를 거머쥔 이들. 이번에도 결코 놓치지 않겠다. 디펜딩 챔피언 타이거네이션 젠지. 저 휘날리는 휘장의 별들처럼 10개 팀의 가장 높은 곳을 향한 질주는 이제 시작됐습니다. 여러분 오래 기다리셨습니다. 또다시 봄 함께 신나게 거칠게 화끈하게 한번 달려보시죠. 자, 그러면 오리진 어게인 2023 LCK 스프링 스플릿 여러분과 함께 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
Can't help the rising and falling like a moth to a flame we are summoned. Now we
Huge thank you to Caster Jun for that incredible intro. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and man, we've got so much to unpack. After that extraordinary intro, we need to talk to people about why Fred at Brion have some stars on their flag, you know, Hanwha Life Esports also having some stars on their flag, but also that incredible intro and the new video. Oh my, there's just too much to go over.
I mean, that was our first time seeing it, so I'm kind of overwhelmed. I think
me too.
By far the best opening we've had since I joined the LCK.
Yeah.
It is the 11th year of LCK, and that is the theme of spring season here is after 10 years of LCK. We had our 10-year anniversary last year. We had that amazing setup with all the legends across the decade. It's now time to start a new decade of the LCK. We have banners, and those stars you see above the team logos, those are world titles. We have so many from our region, but the titles below honoring the history of every team who's ever won an LCK title. And we're going to find out who's going to take that next part on the banner this season.
And who's going to be picking it up for each team as well. Let's get into some of the rosters here and some of the changes that have taken place. Deft has joined D+Kia. Of course, formerly Damwon Kia. We're probably going to say Damwon Kia about 1 million times throughout the season. You'll have to bear with us. It's just one of those things. They've got a new logo as well. That's pretty cool. Acorn and Gorilla have both come over as well. I think this is the first time that Acorn has been a head coach. Of course, worked with DRX, worked with KT, has done a whole lot of stuff. Of course, was previously on Samsung on that top side of the map. Was in the LPL, was all over the place. But very exciting to see him now as a head coach as well, with Def joining this roster alongside Kana.
Kana being Nuggery's replacement. We'll talk about that a little bit more, as this is the defending champion team, DRX, but not the defending championship roster. As Krako steps in for Pyoshik, Rascal takes Kingan's place, Fate will move in as the mid laner, and Duckdom will swap with Def. So that's a really cool story we have going into tonight, is Duckdom faces off against Kellen, as Barrel will face off against former teammate Def. So very exciting opening matchup we have here for tonight. Yeah,
down the line, it is just super interesting, especially with the fact that the test for Kana coming in his first match. I think the biggest question mark for a lot of D+Kia fans is against Rascal, who once again just got all of the solo kills in the universe last season. Like, it's crazy the amount of depth there is and the things that we can talk about, and we will. We've got plenty of time after this. Showmaker, skirmishing will be the key this year, and I think that if you've been watching League of Legends so far, it is. It was last year, and ultimately not a whole lot has changed, but I think as the year goes on, it will remain true.
And Krako and Fate reunited on this roster, of course, for Live Sandbox, and I think that is such a really cool storyline as well. We'll get into later on this week. But jersey swap, this is what we were talking about moments ago, is this is one of the biggest storylines of the offseason. Def didn't stay with DRX, he didn't retire, he moved to D+Kia, and Duckdom went straight to his old team. What a sick story this is going to be for tonight's best of 3.
And we need to go into it more, but let's hear from the players first.
이번 시즌에 새롭게 담원기아에 오게 됐는데 재밌는 시즌이 될 것 같아요.
DRX에 입단하면서 느낀 건 작년 우승팀이라 그런지 뭔가 좀 더 멋있었던 것 같아요. 외적으로나 내적으로나. 이렇게 데프트 선수랑 팀이 바뀌게 됐는데
서로가 왜 이 팀에 오게 됐는지 잘 보여줘야 될 것 같아요. 베릴 선수는 게임을 되게 크게 보고 켈린 선수 같은 경우에는 정말로 저만 보고 있다는 느낌을 많이 받아서 켈린 선수가 원딜 입장에서는 더 편한 것 같아요.
저는 잘 봐주는 것 같은데 형이라서 더 안 봐주는 것 같은데요?
건이가 워낙 성격이 인게임 안에서는 조금 있거든요. 그래서 잘 안 맞았으면 좋겠네요.
첫 상대로 이제 강팀을 만나는 게 저는 생각보다 괜찮다고 생각하기 때문에 작년에 같이 했던 선수들한테만큼은 지고 싶지 않아서 반드시 이기도록 하겠습니다.
월지 우승이라는 걸 뛰어넘으려면은 스프링부터 월지까지 다 우승을 해야 성취감이 느껴질 것 같아서 그걸 목표로 최대한 열심히 해볼 생각이에요. 새로운 동료들과 가장 높은 곳까지 가는 걸 지켜봐 주시면 좋겠습니다.
And let's welcome D+ Kia under their new name for the first time to the stage here at Lowell Park. World champion of this year, or of last year, sorry, Deft, joining a couple of world champions that are already on the team. And you heard it from him already. New teammates, new dreams, and he needs to come from the top to go back to the top, is kind of how it goes.
I think the one thing people will really focus on for D+ Kia is how well Kana lives up to the legacies of the top laners before him, right?
Yeah.
Khan, another player besides Nuguri who did so well for this roster, right? And Kana feels like an odd man out in that regard, was extremely dominant during his time on T1, but it's been so long since then because we watched him for a year struggling on that Nongshim roster that really just kind of fell flat last year. But it's a new name, it's a new jersey, it's a new year, and the identity of this team has always been the two unchanging parts, Canyon and Showmaker. Maybe Deft can solidify himself as the third part of this triangle, a trio of world champions.
Exactly right. And now it is time to welcome the defending world champions, DRX, to the stage. And yes, there are a couple of familiar names here as far as players that have worn or are still wearing the DRX jersey, but it is largely a very different team. Just Beryl there from that World Championship roster. Rascal back with his former colors, and then we've got some sandbox flavor thrown in there. It's going to be a very, very interesting first look at this new team.
You know, this roster really reminds me a lot of Live Sandbox in 2022.
Right,
Where you're
yeah.
like, okay, this roster has a ton of potential, right? You have the Fate, Croco, reunited Live Sandbox players on this DRX roster. You have the ability, I think, in this team to do great things. You know this team is absolutely should be a playoff team, right? But how does it happen when we hit the rift? That's the questions that are going to be answered over the next few weeks. Rascal joining this team, I think, is so amazing because he's got a strong jungler in Croco, a very aggressive jungler. He likes to play aggressive top champions. It's that kind of meta. So maybe an angle of attack here for DRX against Kana. We don't know his form right now, but if Rascal gets the lead there in that top matchup, which is our most contested, as you can see in terms of match record here, might be how DRX gets a lead in this series.
No, you're exactly right. Let's have a look at the match record here, of course. Canyon and Showmaker versus Croco and Fate does go back to the sandbox days. Of course, a little bit of Kwandong Freaks thrown in there as well. Two teams that have struggled against what was Damwon Kia in the past. So you can understand why those numbers are not looking super great. Kana versus Rascal, though, that is a really fun one. You can see neck and neck between the two.
Two great strong side top laners throughout those metas where we did see Camille dominate, where we did see Jace dominate, right?
Yeah.
And when playing strong side was the way to win, Kana looked amazing. And, you know, Rascal found himself to be a more multifaceted player, but we saw him even play things like Lee Sin top to counter Gnar last season.
And he was super good at it, too.
He was really good at #1 solo kill player, breaking records. And I think their playstyles are very similar. It's pretty awesome that that is the matchup where they look the closest in terms of overall record. Man, I mean, I don't think you could get more hyped for LCK after we won Worlds. We had that amazing opening ceremony. This is the matchup we start with.
Yeah.
It's like Christmas.
It is. It seriously is. And I'm really glad that Kastajun did help us through a bit of that recap as well before introducing us to the teams, because last year was just such a momentous year for the LCK just in general. Like, T1 wins their 10th title on the 10th anniversary and completes the undefeated split. Absolutely ridiculous. Then GenG finally wins their domestic title for the first time since they were Samsung Blue like a million years ago. And by a million, I mean 9 years ago. It's just nuts. And then, of course, the Miracle Run to Worlds at the very end for DRX. Just so much. And there's so much to live up to this year. And I think already we're on the right path.
Yeah, win streaks were broken. It was a monumental year for the top of the LCK, but also for the middle and bottom. Our 6th place team lifted the World's trophy.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't get you hyped for watching the depth of this region, I don't know what will. But I will continue to search for it because we want you guys to watch this region. It's time, Atlas!
Let's do it! Let's hop into pick and ban for game number 1. D+ Kia taking on DRX, not Damwon Kia anymore. D+ Kia, got to make sure I drill it into my brain. I think I made the mistake once already so far this broadcast. Not entirely sure. but I'm just kind of guessing that I probably have. DRX will be on the red side this time around. Ash going to be the first ban. 100% presence, only was played 3 times, I believe, in Challenger over the last couple of days.
And I think a 3-0 record as well.
Yes.
The LCK Challengers division and how scrims are going, from what I've heard through the grapevine, is it's just been all about getting that bottom prio. The bottom 2v2 so important. Getting control there opens up the mid lane, which is much stronger, much more viable as a carry position so far in the early parts of patch 13. So you are going to see the Varus bans, the Caitlyn bans, right? Because this opens up Zeri Sivir, and we will see, I think, a lot of handshakes, much to the chagrin of people who watched Summer in 2022, but a lot of handshakes on scaling AD carries when these strong pushers are removed. The Ashe Varus lane, the Caitlyn is gone. Lucian still available at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see Gorilla standing behind D+ here. I feel like this is such a wombo combo coaching combination. Acorn and Gorilla, there's something about it that just works so well in my brain. Not entirely sure, but Twitch is going to be banned away here.
I've been seeing a lot of these
I think
players.
this is Zeri first pick. It's what it's kind of looking like.
Seen a ton of Twitch support, AP Twitch, and also just straight up AD carry Twitch. Of all these AD carries in solo queue right now, it's very popular on the Korean server. Jace will be banned, so this means that instead of banning Lucian, you're saying, okay, you can take that Zeri first pick, Yumi's still open, but...
Oh, or you handshake.
You handshake even deeper.
I love it. And this is Showmaker's Rise as well. And remember, the Rise priority that we've seen around the world has been ludicrously high. So a dangerous prospect to leave up things like this, which is the Yumi that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. But you do get something very powerful in response, and it's wielded by Showmaker. Probably one of the best mobile mid laners that we have. A man that just knows when he can leave lane. Things like this. And
absolutely.
With Rise, like, oh man, that's a dangerous combo. Plus,
especially when you have a Lucian lane with the Rise for the prio, for Realm Warp control. And the question becomes now, will Fate pick his namesake champion, Twisted Fate, to match those roams? Because we've seen Twisted Fate got buffed a little bit, but I think it's more about how popular Rise is right now in the meta as to why we're seeing Twisted Fate. We are seeing Twisted Fate build Rod of Ages right now too, getting those ultimates, the cooldown, and improving his ultimate as quickly as possible with that Rod of Ages, getting that extra level. If you're going to pick the Twisted Fate, you have to pick it here, but you've got to get Zeri. So I don't know if Fate actually gets to play the Twisted Fate this time around, maybe banned in the second phase, because you're already priced into the Yumi Zeri comp. You've got to lock it in here.
They have to. And maybe, D+ Kia see other things that they want to remove. There there's Rascal on the other side of the rift, and he is always someone that you do need to really try and keep down.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Fiora. We haven't talked about Cassante.
Yeah, right. I mean, Cassante, it seems to me like he's not allowed to be banned. He hasn't necessarily been winning everywhere. I think in the LPL he has a decently low win rate, actually, in the games that he does get through. But of course, they play a lot of games. There's, skill disparities and stuff like that. From what we've seen, Cassante is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
So looking forward to seeing where the ban priority is going to lie. DRX taking their time, though, thinking about this first one.
Yeah, will be the Sylas. And that's really interesting. Sylas jungle is something that Canyon has played a ton in solo queue. Look up his solo queue stats right now. You see he's spamming it. So that might be something that DRX are thinking about here. But also very good into Twisted Fate if they were to pick that. Fate Syndra, another great pick for him historically, is removed first. And it seems less and less likely with the scaling aspect of this comp for DRX that they will pick the Twisted Fate. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sylas is indicating that DRX are sort of are expecting to be able to pick up Twisted Fate here. Of course, they'll have to ban something else before they get an idea of whether or not it's going to be banned. Vi taken away here, of course. Very popular pick into Zeri, so that you can reliably lock her down.
We have seen within the D+ Kia organization that they like to, with bot prio, even run the Elise jungle. So something that is less likely here, I think, in the LCK Pro League. But something that could happen is it will be Rascal's Renekton that's removed here. So both Fiora and Cassante still up. But the real question is, what is Fate going to play in this composition? They could save that 5th pick for counter for Rascal. But is it going to be Talia, another roaming mid?
Certainly is something that can also match Rise, has a decent matchup into him as well. I think a little bit better than that of the Twisted Fate, especially in the early stages of the game. So that will be locked away. Of course, picking Talia away from D+ Kia is also a good idea, right? This means that Canyon can't play it now. Canyon, of course, fantastic at the champion, but he'll just pop the Elise in. And of course, Lucid on his sister team, played this in probably one of the best games I've seen in a really long time.
One of the shortest games
Oh,
of all
God,
time as well.
It was just a masterclass. And I'm talking about D+ Kia's challenger team as well. And yes, you know, competition wasn't super high. It was their first match of the year. But still, it was pretty amazing to watch. And
Greedy Gnar pick here, though, because I think the expectation is going to be Cassante for Rascal, right? And Gnar has been one of the soft counters where you can beat him in the lane ranged here. But you can pick something more aggressive and just all in the Gnar repeatedly.
He's
and
got
just
to
play
start.
topside.
He's got to start getting solo kills, Wolf. That's what we need to see. And of course, picking the Tryndamere means that you're either going to get solo kills or you're going to solo kill. Okay, here we go. The new and improved Jax. The Jax where you press your R button and stuff actually happens.
Yes.
Oh, it's incredible.
He's got a lantern and he's going to use it. He can also fish a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of fishing.
Might pick up a gold or two right before the laning phase. I think this Gnar pick could have the alternative to the Gnar here for D+ Kia. I almost did it.
Yeah.
Was
catch.
to go for a strong side laning champion so that you have a really amazing 1-3-1 with that bot prio that you're going to have, where Elise is diving Zeri repeatedly, setting up those cocoons. But they're going to look for a little bit stronger of a team fight here, and I think we're hoping that this Gnar pick was going to protect them against the Cassante, almost as if it's a third banning phase in a lot of ways. And Rascal going to look to try to control the top side is going to be Zeri scaling versus that Rise, right, in the later parts of the game. But surviving the early game as the bottom duo here for DRX is going to be the toughest part against this Elise comp.
The thing that's really scary as well is that Lucian and Nami are no slouches in the late game, right? You guys were talking about this yesterday on your broadcast, and we've been seeing it over and over again. I think it was, you know, right at the beginning of their popularity and, of course, at the beginning of their iteration of that combo, it was Lucian Nami so good in the mid game, super powerful, but I mean, it just got to the point where it's just good, man. It's just good all the time. And probably not with the same high highs that you get with the Zeri composition, but no slouch either, especially when wielded by someone like Deft. So this is a very scary composition put together by D+ Kia, but DRX have a lot of spiciness to throw at it.
It's also very, you know, it doesn't feel very Kana that he plays the Gnar in this particular case, right? He's going to be playing against this Jax. He's going to have to play a little bit more passively, and we'll have to always be on the watchful eye for when Fate's going to go ahead and Weaver's wall up. Kroko can come over there and ult him from a long way away. Hop is not always going to be enough against that Maokai ultimate.
Exactly right. Let's hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right, fans still warming up, you know, trying to, you know, get their ears in to remember how it all goes with the fan chants that are now well and truly re-enabled here at LoL Park. And game number 1, the very first game of 2023 LCK League of Legends. I'm just so happy that we're back doing this, Wolf. It's been way too long,
right? It really
right?
has. It really, really has. You know, we've been commentating challengers. Valdez and I did the Faker versus Deft, but sitting in these chairs, casting League of Legends, it's been a very, very long time since we've commentated LCK, and to cast players like Fate, you know, didn't actually get to play at the World Championship.
Yeah, right.
It's going to be very fun. Fate played a lot of Talia during his time in Kwangdong. Was one of the early adopters in one of the longer Talia players when everyone else was kind of moving away from it. So kind of comfort for him as Rascal.
Ooh, hop first. Nice. Going to be able to make sure that he just gets a little bit of extra space. Of course, nothing really happening there.
Yeah, just making sure he locks that one in so he doesn't have to deal with Boomerang harass in the lane.
Ooh, that ebb and flow value was obscene from Kellen. Got to make sure that's how you know that the Nami player is legit, whether they get the 3 bounces. And I think that was an instant 3 bounce.
Ooh, Beryl taking a lot of damage here. At least Beryl is playing Yuumi, right? And so we've seen a lot of these Zeri lanes where you're playing the Lulu Zeri against the Lucian Nami, and it works out way less because the Lulu can die, can't attach, can't become immortal, and the sustain just isn't as good. So the Yuumi is going to at least stave off the pressure here in this lane for a while, and will force the Elise pressure we were talking about. That level 3 we see from Elise oftentimes, where she comes over to the blue buff. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for here as D+.
Yep. You saw Fate getting zoned out of experience there by Showmaker, who's playing very aggressively. Canyon hit level 3, so now it's time to head
Here's that
towards
level
his
3
bottom
Elise.
side. Dokdam and Beryl not going to find him there. Of course, Canyon hadn't actually wrapped around just yet. He's now biding his time. They have moved up pretty far. In comes Canyon now. Let's see whether this first gank is going to work out. The Ardent Blaze thrown out. A little dishy dash is going to be enough to mitigate the problem.
Yep. Prowling projectile traded back here. Dokdam knows just how far he could push the issue here, as Canyon will not just let this blue buff go. He's going to make something out of this.
Oh, nicely secured there by Croco, but still, Canyon looking for a little bit more. Managing to get the Wolves to body block for him? See, he's a tree. He's one with the forest. Dokdam down towards this bottom side, trying to stave them off. Canyon will still be able to steal all of Croco's stuff if he wants to.
Yeah, I was waiting for this graphic to come up, by the way, because this is my first time commentating at least one of my favorite champions to watch over the years, whether she was a jungler or a solo laner back in the day, or
God,
support.
I can't believe it's almost been 1,000 days.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a few times over the last few years. It's been banned a few times, but it's never actually made it onto the Rift. Very excited that Elise is relevant again.
Yeah, I actually feel like jungle metas are way more fun when it's possible to pick Elise. I don't know why. Just feels like it is.
I
When
agree.
early ganking junglers are relevant, feels like the game can be a lot more exciting. But let's see whether it's going to continue to do so. Showmaker teleports back to lane. Canyon still yet to find a successful gank in this early stage. Of course, Canyon known as a bit of a herbivore over his time, despite the fact that he's often likened to a polar bear.
Yeah.
Very carnivorous animal.
We'll go ahead and grab double scuttle here for that quick roam top, or rather quick movement top here, as he paths that way after looking for the level 3 gank. Doesn't find anything there. Summoner's down here for Dokdam and Beryl, but still, you know, they're holding off the pressure pretty well thus far, and we've seen a lot of Zeri Yuumi lanes fall apart to Lucian Nami when that Elise level 3 comes through. Not to be the case for veterans Dokdam and Beryl.
Yep, nice little flick there from Fate. But Rune Prison going to add to a little bit of damage here. Lands the Q as well to Showmaker, and he's still zoning Fate. Look at this. Level 5 to level 4. I think it's going to be a while before Fate gets there. There's a lot of minions that he's just barely in range of. I think he actually is slightly in range of experience, but when you're talking about mid lane being in range of experience, you know that something's going pretty horribly wrong. We'll see whether Croco can help it out here as he's going to rotate over. There's a Twisted Advance. Showmaker, he may have overextended here. No more Twisted Advance going to be available, and there it is. Sapling that he prepared earlier.
Croco shakes his head too. You're not going to get away with this. And you can see there was a moment there where Showmaker backed off. He's like, okay, I think I'm getting the idea that Croco is here. Fate used his combo, and then Showmaker steps back up. Okay, you already used your shove. I can come up here and look for the kill, put some more pressure on, and that's exactly when Croco strikes. Really nicely baited there from Fate. Croco's ready. Doesn't have to flash for this or anything. Going to pick up an early kill for this Maokai.
Very clean stuff. Of course, Showmaker will retain the CS advantage, but this has really helped stem the bleeding for Fate there in that mid lane. Goes back, has that extra assist, so a bit of extra money to help out as well. So, DRX, I guess, slight advantage tempo-wise, but we'll see whether Canyon can help mitigate it. Here down towards the bottom side, Control Ward will be taken down, but that does mean that the gank is not going to be successful, at least for now. Rascal going in. Could this be his first solo kill? And the answer is no, at least not for now. Does still have Flash available. Canner also still wielding his, as Dokdam and Beryl
Realm Warp's up for Showmaker.
Yeah.
Hits level 6, so always needs to be respected here. Dokdam only level 4, will be hitting 5 momentarily, but you know, this is a very scary time to be a Zeri.
Certainly is. Def dashing on forward. Bop and block going to help mitigate a lot of that damage quite nicely there from Beryl. As Canyon down here once again. Beryl's like, dude, we just want a 2v2 down here. It's not fair.
Fate taking a lot of damage once again here in this lane. Showmaker's playing it so well despite the death. Canyon really wants this bait to work out. Has the wards cleared, but I think this is just too transparent.
Yeah.
And Dokdam and Beryl still lose a little bit of farm here, still lose control of this lane. So regardless of them surviving here, it is going to be so much more control over this first Chemtech break.
I'm going to really struggle not to say Dokdam and Kellen.
Yeah, me too.
I'm so used to saying it. It's crazy. It's now Showmaker, doesn't have Flash, so Fate doesn't need to be too scared, but he doesn't have very much health. It's only, you know, a few spells, and he will just be taken down, so needs to be a bit careful. Canyon will be able to take the first Chemtech Drake, not Jeff, not in this league. That's the other league that he's called
true
Jeff.
fans know, the hardcore fans know.
Yeah, true fans do know that it is indeed Jeff, but Jeff is now cosplaying as the Chemtech Drake. As let's check this one out one more time. Croco with the beautiful timing on the game.
So Fate just used his shove right before this replay, so Showmaker steps back up. So he's baited Showmaker. Showmaker's like, oh, they're not going to go for a gank if he doesn't have shove. I'm going to go in, he has no health. And then Croco's just having so much fun. You could see it on his player cam before, but
yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, it's just fantastic because it's now Croco and Beryl on the one team. And I think that was the most exciting thing to me when I saw this roster, is to see two kinds of crazy meet together on this squad, because it felt like Beryl was the one sort of insane guy on DRX last time around, and they were world champions. And now they've introduced, they're like, well, that worked, let's bring in another one. And Croco's now joined the team. There could just be a lot of really crazy plays for this team, and I think that benefits a player like Rascal, who just got so many solo kills, plays very aggressively in lane. If his entire team are just playing like madmen, it's going to really help the synergy, at least. If things are going right. Could mean that there'll be a massively all-or-nothing team, and you never really know what's going to happen. But so far, working out quite nicely. 1-0 is the kill score. They have about a 100 gold lead. As there are a couple of saplings sitting in that brush. Blasting wand also there for Croco.
Yeah, this is going to make those hit a little bit harder if anyone walks through those. Here we go.
Yep, Shove not going to quite find the mark here, as now Fate has a cat with him. That's going to be a steal, though, from Canyon. He can just walk it out if he wants to, but he doesn't have to. There's the flash. Now Rascal is going to be picked up for D+ Kia's first kill. And they'll be able to walk this one off as well, just stealing DRX's lunch money.
Yeah, despite the positioning of the saplings there, Dam1 Kia could, or rather, D+ Kia. It's going to take a while, guys.
I'm glad you caught it, though. I mean, I think I haven't even been catching mine. I'm just saying it.
So they are able to break through the choke point regardless, and DRX, I think, we're so reliant on, okay, we have to zone out here, we win the war of attrition, but you don't at this stage in the game, unfortunately, and the Narbar is ready for Kana. They get the yoink onto Rascal there after Canyon's steal. This is just beautifully played. Canyon just comes over here, cocoons, does so much damage to Rascal, gets the steal. Pretty early smite from Croco, great reaction from Canyon. Maokai ultimate here, poor angle to actually protect the Jax, unfortunately. Kana has his Narbar. And great start here for Dam1 Kia on objectives, getting the first Drake, grabbing that Herald. It will be Showmaker, however, who picks up the eye.
I'm going to give that a A+ Kia for that one.
There you go.
Definitely a fantastic play there from Canyon. Make sure that they steal it away and also grab themselves a kill. Now finds the cocoon as well. Final chapter comes down, but it can't go in every direction. And Docdom is dead. Beryl is just going to be left to the wolves, or the spiders, or the people, or the mermaids, all the things down there towards that bottom side. D+ Kia well and truly on the board now, Wolf.
And, I mean, this is what you could do with the Elise plus Nami. There's a lot of pushing lanes, right? The Ashe Varus works well with Elise too, but with Nami, you get that bubble as, oh no, Fate.
Okay, max range cocoon. This is what we remember from the Elise gaming. However, they're not going to be able to secure the kill onto Fate. He will have to go home. Flash is now burnt as well.
Canyon's like, do I flash for this? I guess not. And they will get the charge here. Showmaker gets to give his jungler the plate gold this time around. It's usually the reverse. And down go those plates. A lot of money now going into Dam1 Kia's pockets. Great start for DRX with that bait kill onto Showmaker, but ever since then it has just been all blue on the map.
It really is, and I think a lot of it stems from how the laning has just been going in general, right? You've seen the bottom lane, the 2v2 was entirely D+ Kia. In the mid lane, Showmaker was zoning the entire time, and yes, he died, but he still had a huge CS advantage. The pressure lead was well and truly there for him, and that's what we remember about ganking junglers, right? If you have mid pressure, it becomes so much easier to play them out. Let's check this out again.
This is all about this control ward. They don't know Canyon this year. They're pushing the envelope. They know they have ult, so they think they can get away from a 2v2, but unfortunately, Elise is here. You get Cocoon. Follow-up is super easy with the bubble coming through from Kellen. He's got his ultimate. You're just chain CC'd to death. Nothing Yuumi could do for you there.
Yeah.
And it's no cleanse or anything like that on Duckdom. He went for barrier. Pretty doomed in every sense of it when that happens.
Yeah, certainly not working out. Boomerang's being thrown into this brush here by Canna, not wanting to face check, of course. Jack's pretty good in melee range, as it turns out. Canyon taking away his Raptor camp. Still behind a little bit when it comes to the jungle camps, but he's got a couple of kills. Everything definitely working out for him. Demonic Embrace done here for Croco. More of that Bruiser AP style of Maokai build that I think a lot of us have enjoyed a lot more than the First Strike variant that we saw not necessarily work out.
I like this one a lot more. Definitely gives you a lot of extra power with your saplings too. As you're gonna see Duckdom get chunked out a little bit here. He's got Croco down to defend, but this means once again this 3v3 is so frustrating to play out for Duckdom and Barrel. So much farm is being lost here as they try to manage this wave. And the Drake is up.
Yeah. Oh, there's the culling.
Just pushing them off of more minions.
Out. Not a lot of summoner spells left remaining here for the DRX bottom lane. Canyon smells it in the water, but immediately is going to be found out. Rascal, oh my goodness, that boomerang very, very close. Probably wouldn't have been enough to kill, but still, Canna. Fantastic work here towards this top side still. Yet to put together his Trinity Force, but getting pretty close. Is now Croco in a bit of trouble. Cocoon's going to miss, but there's the bubble. Final chapter coming on. Here, the double tap's enough, and Deft picks up the kill on Duckdom. Fight not quite over just yet, especially here towards the top side as Rascal is going to get solo kill. No, oh, so close, but Canna reigns supreme.
Akana just out of range of the turret, just barely out of range of the turret. If he's under turret aggro there, he dies, but he doesn't. Bottom side, I cannot believe Kellen connects that bubble onto Zariyumi, hits it again, and this is a disaster for DRX. D+ Kia really pulling ahead now. That's going to be 2 Drakes in their favor. A second kill for Kana up here on the top side. And this is a Gnar into Jax matchup. He is just absolutely managing so well, poking with range, forcing Rascal into these awkward all-ins, gets another kill, and Canyon has such a massive lead.
Yeah.
And Croco is tussling over here, and this is when Duckdom's on the wall. And that's the easiest bubble to hit because you can only juke really in 2 different directions. One of those is towards the enemy bot duo. You cannot 2v2. Great zoning from Canyon. And then Kana just decides he's going to all in here. Narbar comes through, and Rascal wants to play this out, but notice that Kana makes sure gets out of turret range here before the stun. Yeah. So close, so close.
Poor Rascal, but if we remember back, it was just a couple of years that it was Canna and Rascal, the 2 that were fighting for solo killer of the split.
Yeah, 2021.
And those days have really felt like they've been over, right? Of course, Canna had a really rough time last year. Nothing really working out for them over on Nongshim. But now, really, you get off on the right foot, especially for a player that really struggled a year ago. Like, oh, that's going to feel so, so good here for D+ Kia's new top laner.
All of these really critical spikes are being hit now for Damwon Kia as well. Because of those 3 assists, Kellen has his early mandate. You've got Gale Force, Rod's up early-ish for Showmaker here.
Yep.
And Night Harvester means Canyon is more lethal in all of these ganks. The news doesn't get better for DRX for a long time.
Certainly doesn't. And the time when the news does get good is when Duckdom gets 3 items. That's basically when it happens. Rascal going to utilize his Counter-Strike just to make sure that he clears out the minions. No worries there at all, but not going to be finding any kills or anything like that. So much extra plate gold. 0 plates picked up by DRX, and that really just shows you the laning prowess of these players and what has really caused DRX to have a rough time in this game.
You've drafted 2 lanes that kind of lose by default with picking the Talia and obviously the Zariyumi with the Lucian available. But then you've also gotten outplayed in the top lane, so you're losing all 3 lanes. You've lost all 3 objectives. I mean, just look at this damage coming through. Def 2 levels up alone to just start to put that hurt onto the bot duo. And they're going to save the turret. One small consolation prize is Duckdom's just trying to pick up every minion he can. Because like you said, 3 items is going to be the ticket for at least 15 minutes away from starting to talk about how close is he to his 3rd item. Right now, he's got his 1st.
Yeah. So a long way away, I think, is the update that we're going to give right now. Of course, Deft sitting pretty close to grabbing his 2nd, especially after he collects the money for this turret as well, as the extra movement speed also of the Aqua Prison. Some Aqua Freedom there for Deft as he runs away from the turret. Probably going to put some items together in a few moments, but might grab an extra wave there. 5,000 gold. The lead here for D+ Kia, and of course, we're talking about expectations of this series, right? Like, we were expecting D+ Kia to be the team to beat. Like, they have the Showmaker Canyon combo that has just been so potent for so many years. It's so easy to sort of put different players around that, especially when, you know, Nogari was such a loose cannon anyway. It's like plug and play with top lanes. I think Khan was a little bit of a different story because he was so crucial to how they played the game that, that season. But with these two, it does become sort of a little bit like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Just putting Deft in, Kellen joining him there as well.
It's so cool how Kana is very different to Khan, and they both have very similar names.
Yep.
But Khan was the player who was super aggressive, right, in his Longzhu days, the Jace God, right? And Kana had a very similar play style, right? But I think Khan proved that his weak side was also amazing, and I think that his last year of play on Damwon Kia, when it was called that, was a little bit more multifaceted. And Kana now has to prove he can do that. And so far, so good, at least in this first game. He's dominating the Jax matchup here, has a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, doing well so far. Of course, Jax can, you know, scale into that split pushing threat in the later stages of the game. Of course, something we're going to be talking about a lot when we see Nongshim play tomorrow. But also could be relevant here today. Cocoon's not going to find the mark, but man, that culling damage is ridiculous. Beryl not quite able to bop and or block enough there. But just a little bit of a flex. Not really too much more going to come from it.
The builds here, you know, too, like the Taliyah burst damage and what she can offer doesn't synergize extremely well with Zeri because Zeri wants the longer fight, right? So you somehow need to both punish the Gnar, but also make sure Duck Dom is safe. So Fate's going to have a very unique job here on this Taliyah to try to cut team fights in half. Speaking of...
Yeah, Canyon going to get over this wall, as we can see. Final chapter is going to come through. Oh, a little bit late on the removal of the Weaver's wall, or maybe it was impossible to take it down that quickly, and so therefore Canyon gets out, but does have to use his flash. DRX now trying to deny Soul Point here from D plus Kia, and it is going to be secured. Cannon now does have a full Nava, gets everyone into the wall, dives on top. I thought he was just dead, but instead they're going to be able to take down DRX. Rascal is chasing after Showmaker. Prowling projectile there. He had a barrel alongside him, and so they're not going to be able to get out scot-free, but still.
The Rift Herald's still walking. I mean, besides that death onto Showmaker and the loss of his flash there, they got everything and then more. I mean, they both were able to drop that Herald down, set up a perfect team fight. Canyon escaped the initial exchange with his flash, comes back in flashless to try to contest because he trusts that Kana's there, has a Narbar, and can set up and engage. And this is super opportunistic for D plus Kia, but it's non-committal. If there's no great Gnar engage, if Kana can't find the angle, they can just walk away and take that W in the mid lane with the Rift Herald, but they actually get to win on both fronts here because of this amazing Gnar engage. Flash is in, it's a 4-man, it's out of control.
And we get the instant replay of the replay as well. That's what we want to see. Look at this. I mean, Flash Gnar destroy everyone.
Technically a 5-man, I mean, if you consider that Yumi's attached.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. The flash from Showmaker gets him out as well. Rascal just barely finishes him off on And yeah, no words needed to explain this one. Gorilla in the coaching booth there with Acorn, and
yeah, a lot of nices and absolutely well deserved. So really well played there, but still, the Drake was denied, right? So that slows that stacking just a little bit. DRX have the opportunity to get a 4-stack Ocean. 4-stack Ocean Drake Zeri sounds like something you just don't want to think about, especially with a Yumi. So that is, you know, that's a prospect. That's a thing that could potentially happen. Although, likelihood feeling a little bit low right now.
I mean, there are really scary aspects. Like you mentioned the Jax side laning, right? We have the Zeri scaling, but the problems are really time-based here because Damwon Kia is hitting all the spikes so quickly that DRX aren't going to be able to buy space for that second, third item for the Zeri very easily here. Very difficult for Duck Dom to farm. So yeah, Damwon Kia, they lose a Drake here, which does stifle some of the tempo advantage they had. But because of all the kill gold they picked up, I think they're happy with how it turned out regardless. Some bounty gold did go over to DRX with that smite, but that's about it.
And also, it's Cannon with that big play. But speaking of big plays, in comes Fate. Weaver's wall now out. Ooh, doesn't get the flick. Deft able to get out of the way of that one. Still has his flash as well as Fate's just dead. He turns it immediately. Beryl takes a lot of damage, but he's going to be able to get out now. Rascal trying to fight this one. Canyon goes too deep. Deft now having to dash away. Gets over the wall with the relentless pursuit. And DRX looking for a little bit more, but unable to find it. 1 for 1 in the end.
It looks like the argument for that push forward from Canyon is that Showmaker's sitting on Realm Warp. He has that cross angle. He's just below Baron. And he's going over to look for a side lane. And it looks like there might have been a little bit of miscommunication because Showmaker could have Realm Warped in there with Canyon to try to actually continue that fight. But he wasn't there. He didn't commit the Realm Warp. So it does end up being a slight overextension. And this fight really tells the story of this game. Fate has a Weaver's Wall engaged, but they're just out of reach. Once again, with the Yuumi ultimate, he gets blown up. Canyon's like, I want more. Realm Warp's available. Look at where Showmaker is on the map. He's so far away in the top lane that he can't quite get there, and I think that's where communication broke down just a little bit in terms of why he pushed forward there.
Yeah. Not to mention, Canna had 0 Narbar and was in the bottom lane as well. So just sometimes Canyon, he starts feeling himself and he goes a little bit too deep. He was like a 3-0-3 Elise at that point in time, so feeling a little bit invincible. And you can't really blame him all too much. 7,000 gold is still the lead, right? Even after that slight blunder, which turned out to be a 1 for 1 in the end anyway. And look at all this money, like 2.5K the lead for Deft. Really saying that, yep, I'm an upgrade. I'm sorry. That's what he's trying to say.
And when we were casting Deft in playoffs for summer, remember at this time, no one had even considered the possibility that DRX would go to the worlds in general. Mind you, the finals and lifting the trophy. We were like, well, Deft's late game on his Lucian, though, is like what's really keeping this team together despite the losses in playoffs. And once again, just proving that he'll take a lead and he'll use it extremely well. His cullings have been great. He's threatening Duck Dom all the time, Fade as well. And with Realm Warp available at all these turns, it's so difficult for DRX to even get into a side lane because you will be collapsed on. Now, DRX looking for an angle here on this Baron, but
Fate shows himself. Oh, dear. So now Teleport immediately comes through. Are they going to be fast enough is the question. Here's the turn. All right, Nature's Graph to come out. There is the Weaver's Wall as well. Deft gets out of the way of the roots, though, and now D+K are able to get themselves into position. Showmaker wanting to come over. The culling is just deadly from this Lucian. Tidal Wave to come through. Rascal gets knocked up. Fate as well in a bit of trouble. Aqua Prison's fantastic, but no one to follow up on it. Canna has so close to a Mega Gnar, and there it is, straight into the wall. But he may still have overextended, but no. There is just too much healing available. The Nami catches up in time, and they lock down Fate. DRX now on the wrong side of the rift. Jax goes down first. Now 3 left remaining. A tree, a Zeri, and a cat on a book. And I don't think they have anywhere to go, Wolf. Here's the flash twisted advance. Croco wanting to take matters into his own hands, but he has none available anymore. They're in the death chamber along with the rest of him. And now...
Showmaker's just like, try it, I dare you. He just looks at their turn. I mean, that's the best you can hope for as DRX. Like, maybe we can catch Showmaker. Good luck. This was a bridge too far here, unfortunately, for DRX. The turn angle is a little bit off, right? And D+Kia kite back to the right side here, and now DRX on the wrong side of the map with no Maokai ult to peel. Tidal Wave is perfect, Bubble is good, and Kana's just building an R-bar. Meanwhile,
there is going to be yet another kill. This was Rascal coming in for what he thought could have been potentially a Miracle Steal or something like that, I guess. Teleported to try and pick up some stragglers, but didn't quite work out for him. That's filling in some blanks as we were in a replay. I think that's what happened.
I feel like the Kana doubters, those who were worried about this choice, because
I mean, I was one of them, Wolf. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I did think that Kana was a question mark for this team, but it's been answered. It was a very quick one. You know, it might have been like an AI program that answered the question, but I got the answer very quickly. It was in this game, and I think it was a pretty good choice. That's what I'm seeing.
Because at the beginning, I was thinking, man, this is Canyon's game. It's all about him, and the early parts of it, sure, the win conditions we knew were there. Like, okay, Elise can dive, and she's going to be really good at it, yeah. But it's been Kana who's really just absolutely solidified the lead and has turned these fights into stomps.
Yeah.
It's crazy what he's done with the Snar pick in this game. He's got his Cleaver online, now building a little bit tankier here with the Bramble.
The thing that I really like about what I'm seeing from Kana as well is that he's playing actual weak side as well. Remember, it was T1 having to play around Kana so much in order to make sure that he worked out for the team when that team was very strong, actually, with him towards the top side. That was sort of the peak Kana that I remember. But this was Kana playing very defensively in lane, then found a little opportunity around a Herald pit, and from that point on was able to assert his
Here's a
dominance.
trap.
Speaking of which, they're going to go for it. Here he gets flung back. Caster Curse immediately comes out from Atlas, but the answer is there from D+ Kia. Croco going to be the sacrifice. Showmaker taking his Baron buff back to the mid lane.
Showmaker just got so much AP, he's ripping this turret apart. We'll try to realm warp.
Yeah, he does get shoved back, so he's not going to be realm warping anywhere, but oh my goodness, Doctor might just die. What is that shield, Showmaker? That is absurd! The Zeri goes down, Rascal to follow! And yeah, that's why Ryze's 100% presence, I guess that was illegal.
Yep, and he's got his Seraphs, he's got a lot of healing. He's very ahead, you know, he's sitting at level 17 right now, and he just will not die. And yes, Kana's sacrifice does feel bad for his KDA, but it absolutely allows Damwon, or rather D+ Kia once again, caster Flub here, to make quick work of these turrets now. And Kana's back with teleport. He's just sitting in the fountain. He's like, it's coming up in like 5 seconds. I can come here if we want to end. Do you want me to save it? Do we want to group? Where are we going? He has all the options. Picks up a stopwatch along with Canyon here. And I think we don't get to have that conversation about Zeri's third item being halfway done at 30 minutes anymore.
And I don't even know whether it's relevant if like Showmaker can stand in amongst 4 people and just straight up not care. This was, you know, Kana being Caster Curse. That's entirely on me, so don't blame Kana for that one. And this is Showmaker. Like, let's just admire.
He's like, oh, I wanted to realm warp out, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to just turn around and be Machine Gun Ryze. This is not Tank Ryze. It's just regular Ryze. It's level 17.
I think it was also a lot Kellen just, you know, coming in with some of the heals there as well, but I don't think that Nami heals that like enough to warrant that being an okay situation.
No, it's the Rod Seraphs, man. It's broken on a lot of champions, but when you're this ahead, it's really broken.
Yeah, I tried to dub this, but right now I think that because Showmaker has 4 rods, technically it's kind of like a table.
Yeah.
Like his build's kind of a table right now.
Kana wants another solo.
Yeah, Kana's looking for it. Does find the Nana into the wall, gets the stun, avoids the stun of the counter-strike there as well. Another rock is going to land. He just keeps picking up these houses and throwing them at the Jax. But he's going to be able to make it out.
Yeah, Rascal will get out here, but the rest of the map is in shambles. He's got so much control mid-bot. Pushing those, you know, obviously super minions now that the inhibitor is down in the mid.
All right, in goes Depp. A little bit aggressive, but they're able to get over walls. Doctor, so he's going to be able to do that. Now just a full culling.
There's the
He's going to be thrown in. Fate is well and truly dead, but can they get more from this? And by more, I mean, are they just going to tidy up the Nexus? I think the answer might be yes, as Canner's here towards the top side, just needs an auto or two. There's the flash out, nicely done. Cannon now just going to be fighting against the turret. Not sure what's going to happen there or whether it even matters, because we're fighting players with a naked Nexus. And D+ Kia are going to be able to finish game 1. What a statement here, straight out the gate.
30-minute game, but it certainly did not feel that long. D+ Kia from start to finish in complete control, and even when there was that really cool bait from Fate and Croco, and they got that kill into Showmaker, the tempo of the game didn't change even slightly. Showmaker just heads straight back to lane, and you could forget about that even happened in the first place, because Kana is popping off in every single fight, whether it's a solo kill in the top lane, whether it's a 4-man Gnar on the Dragon, or the turns he had in his own jungle. I am impressed so far, and the Gnar pick was the one that I was the most skeptical of in the draft. I knew it could be good, but risky, obviously, against the Jax. If the Maokai gets an advantage up there, the split-pushing win condition becomes so much stronger for DRX, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, no, I agree. I also think that as well, like a lot of the question marks we had for Damwon last year, and now D+, it feels like it's gone, that draft as well was extraordinarily clean. And I know it's 1 game sample size and things like this, right? But what I want to pay attention to is how much of those drafting habits that we've seen from what was Damwon Kia and now is D+ Kia, how much of that is going to remain because it's part of what the players wanted to do, and how much is it going to change because now it's Acorn and Gorilla, 2 very different minds behind this team. So many questions that we still have to have answered here from this squad, but so far the defending world champions not having the greatest time in this particular game, but I think back to the drawing board, put Beryl on something a bit more crazy and see what happens then. Yeah,
I felt like in one hand, it looked like Fate and Croco's synergy with the Talia Weaver's Walls and those Maokai ultimates wasn't there in terms of trapping D+ Kia, but I think D+ Kia's positioning was actually really the true thing to focus on. They were always just barely out of range, so they couldn't get trapped by that ult combo. They always just kept sneaking away, just barely out of Yuumi ult range, just barely skating away is Deft. He doesn't die, he turns around and pops Fate instantly. Let's take a look at his damage this game. 34.5k on the Lucian.
Oh my goodness. I hope you gave POG to Canna anyway.
I
You
did,
right?
I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, but Def did a lot of the boom boom, as our friend Valdez would say. Plenty of boom boom damage. Of course, that's how Lucian works in this composition. We've seen this throughout the last couple of weeks as League of Legends gets started again across the world. But Def just having a fantastic game. I think there's a lot of arguments for Kellen as well. His Aqua Prisoners were phenomenal. Just a great game from D+ Kia, but it is a best of 3. That is the quintessential point of this entire league, is that we have best of 3. So we'll be going to a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
미카 없어요? 미카 2초.
그냥 공 덮을게. 예, 잡자.
공 써줄게. 미카 4초.
나 제리 오면 풀스코 볼게.
타워 쳐볼래?
끝날 듯.
나 새끼검 있어,
새끼검
해봐.
제리 풀 볼게 오면. 제리 볼게.
오케이.
제리 높을.
마오. 대리공.
제리 속박.
타워 치면 끝날 것 같아.
나이스. 제리 높을.
나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the No Carpet Space. Wonderful new place we've got here, Chronicler, of course. Very happy to be back for 2023. That was a game of League of Legends where one team really took out the big red hammer and just kind of cartoon bopped the other team on the head. And there were a lot of things that went into it, but certainly when I had a lot of issues with this draft. A lot of issues, but also a lot of good things for D plus Kia as well. What did you think, Chronicler?
Yeah, want to get into it very quickly because what we see here is a couple of decisions made by DRX that I think were never going to work out, and then some really good adaptations from D plus Kia that really worked out in basically the best way possible. So first and foremost, I think Ryze is an amazing pick, and to me, I know Kana is a good Jace, but I think you 100% ban that Ryze over a Jace. Like, that's just to start with. Because Ryze right now doesn't really have a counter. And as we see later in the draft, DRX tries to still have a little bit of pressure for their bot lane by getting Taliyah, because Taliyah has the ability to roam globally. That never happened because, again, you're playing against Ryze. So Ryze already locks out any counter that we see or that they were able to find. Then secondly, Yuumi is amazing if Lucianami is banned. That's like a lesson that we learned at Worlds as well. If the enemy team is good and they get Lucianami, you're not going to play the game. And that's even disregarding the Elise, which we'll get into in a little bit, because how many times have we seen a team just get run over in the first 10 minutes of the game? And I got to say, Zeri in particular, I think she's still strong, but she's not the point where she was earlier, where you can just pick her into anything face up.
I mean, there just were not enough things to be banned, right? There are too many things to ban now if you really want to play the Zeri Yuumi. They banned away Varus and Caitlyn, and if they were going to ban Ryze, then again, you know, the Lucian is just face up. So it's kind of hard to just go ahead and pick Zeri Yuumi when you know what they're going to play. And also, they picked the Zeri after the Lucianami was picked.
And then the nail in the coffin, and this is something that D plus Kia's challenger team also used. Lucid, if you don't know him, incredible jungler. The only reason we haven't seen him yet is because he's playing behind Canyon. And Canyon is very, very good. But this Elise, in this current iteration, especially with the Gnar pickup alongside it, means Gnar is going to be on an island, which is something that we really questioned whether Kana was capable of. And first game, we'll go into it a little bit more later, but looking good. But the Elise basically just set bot, because you're going to have a prio, Yuumi Zeri is going to have to give everything up, and Canyon bullied Croco out of his own jungle, and then didn't even have to actually do anything but just hover around that area, and there was no match because mid lane prio was always there.
You know, it was pretty rough because, you know, there were a lot of places where Damwon won in the draft, but they also played it out especially well. Canyon, as you mentioned, he didn't have to really go top because they trusted in Kana to survive with blind pick Gnar, and that led to a lot of this action.
Well, this is 2 replays in a row as well, where look what is happening in mid. Showmaker is already in the river, right? Like, there is no possible way for DRX to salvage the play, so they got punished extremely hard in draft. And they need to make some major adjustments. And then we haven't even talked about the fact that the blind Gnar, which I think is hard to like really punish, the Jax experiment was unsuccessful, and we should abandon it and try something else, because that was a waste of a counter pick.
Yeah, and you could say like, oh, well, it was really close in that first kill under the turret, but like the fact that Kana got him into that position to potentially even go for that kill in the 1v1 means that he was already pretty much handling the lane at least a little bit better than neutrally. So it was looking pretty good for him up there.
And he also doesn't have to. If he has the space, that's fine. But the biggest thing for me, and I really want to give Kana credits to this, is that we have in the past, I think justifiably so, criticized him for taking resources and then still not really performing. So for him to both perform, but without the resources, is really, really impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely a really good look for Damwon Kia, as Atlas was saying. You know, it's just one game, but you know, it was a pretty one-sided one game, starting with the draft. Yeah. The Ryze looks incredibly strong, especially in the hands of a guy like Showmaker. Like, I don't think you can give him, like, he got ganked. There was even focus from Croco into the mid lane. They're like, okay, we're going to shut him down early. We're going to get feet ahead, so maybe he can roam, help out the bottom side a little bit. It didn't matter, because Showmaker just went back mid and continued dominating, because Ryze doesn't have a weak point in the game, I guess. Guys, the POG is ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up. This one could be close, and it will be Canyon who does pick it up in the end.
So to me, there were two obvious choices here. It was Kana or it was Canyon. Canyon, to me, was the one that, surprise, surprise, was able to make sure that bot lane was won so hard that there wasn't really a lot of playmaking potential for anyone on DRX. And as a result, Croco couldn't really influence any lanes. Bot lane, which is already a rough lane for the Zeri and the Yumi, was completely unplayable. And
it doesn't help when you're playing this lane, but also there's the enemy jungler in your lane the entire game. Like, you're already putting yourself into a bad spot against Lucian for Deft. And then, you know, you've got Elise there the entire game.
Yeah, I think the split here makes a lot of sense. I like the Showmaker vote, actually, as I pointed out. I think that he actually did have a much more subtle, but a very big impact on the game as well. But
Deft.
Canyon, also no-brainer.
Deft got one as well. It did the boom boom damage.
Sure.
So you could ask of him.
Yeah.
I mean, why did you even give him Lucian in game one? I don't understand. He just won Worlds with that pick alongside of others. But guys, we are done here on the no carpet space for now. Let's go back to the casters for game two.
Thank you so much. No Carpet Astronauts. Absolutely phenomenal breakdown, and Canna was 100% robbed, in my personal opinion. Mainly because I think that no one was expecting that level of play out of him, and I think it was mainly amazement that led me to think that he was a no-brainer choice in that department. But Canyon hit some amazing cocoons, especially came online in that mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough POG vote because there's such a range of kind of chicken and egg in this game, right? Because yes, Canyon gets the bot lane ahead, which allows them to fight the way they did, and then overextend so that Kana could save them.
Yeah.
And you know, I respect all the votes. The Deft vote's the one that you got to raise your eyebrow at a little bit, but he did his job, right? And
Yep.
when you're sitting at 30k plus damage, you know, some people like to vote for that, and he did a lot of damage, and he did not mess up. He did not miss position. His positioning was amazing all game long. There were many times where he was somewhat vulnerable, but just on the edge of that Talia engage, just on the edge of the Maokai,
Yeah.
and doesn't get caught.
DRX, no surprise for the current meta situation, are going to choose red side once again. We saw a pretty beautiful blue side draft to come through, but as Chronicle pointed out, Ryze should never be allowed. And then you should probably respond with Lucian Nami or Lucian X, right? To make sure that you do have a more powerful bottom lane there. Let's see how DRX adapt to this one now that they're up against D+ Gear for the second time around. Will we get the 3-game series that we're all waiting for? No one wants that full hour break.
Nope.
Too long.
It's too long. There's the Ryze ban. Adaptation right out of the gates. Not going to be letting Showmaker play that one. Lucian also banned, so might see a very different development here in terms of the bot duos. But
Yeah.
careful, Varus is still open, you know, if you think as DRXer you could just lock in red side Yumi for free. There's a lot of ways that can go wrong very quickly.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because DRX have quite a few different options that they can go for now as far as this final ban. They could double down on trying to get that Yumi pickup, and the Heimerdinger ban is going to come through, and that might indicate something, as of course, I think that Beryl's Heimerdinger is much more scary than his Yumi.
Yeah,
it
now,
always was.
If DRX ban Varus here, we could even see a first pick Yumi, like, or Caitlyn. You know, now you're looking really good if you want to pick Yumi. There's a lot of good ways this goes, and as I say it's hovered instantly because you could play Yumi with a plethora of champions, but you can also play Yumi Zeri. You've weakened the enemy Zeri pick if they do go for it, if you lock in this Yumi here. And I think that Damwon Kia have played their card so perfectly here. The only thing that's left for DRX to do to try to punish this now with Lucian and Caitlyn ban is Varus. Duckdom's Varus in the past, middling I'd say, but it looks like they're going to try to trade the Yumi and the Zeri here across.
Yeah.
And this is somewhat concerning here for DRX.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Zeri Lulu handshake into the Sivir Yumi that should be coming out from D+ Kia. Of course, Sivir, one of Deft's most famous champions. Of course, I still have Pastry Time ringing in my ear saying, Deft, what the heck? From 2015 when he was playing for EDG. Maokai going to be the lock away once again. Nothing wrong with Croco's Maokai outside of some of his Nature's Grasp timings.
Yeah, a little bit off sometimes.
But otherwise, you know, that first gank, absolutely fantastic stuff, and stood up against an Elise in the jungle, which is difficult to do for many junglers.
There's the Sivir handshake, as you say. I think Maokai really empowers a lot of strong split-pushing top laners too, so Rascal might have more agency this time around to actually get that split-pushing done, and then Kroko can kind of be his bodyguard in the jungle, can ult anyone who comes to try to chase down and punish whatever Rascal is playing, but only time will tell what they'll lock in here. And for Damwon Kia, you can play a completely different style of jungle now. You don't need to play aggressively, you don't need to play around the bottom 2v2, you can play around mid instead. And this is a very early Gnar, if you're going to blind it, this part of the draft. Keeping that mid pick very hidden, it opens up all sorts of possibilities. You've got to think about the Kassadin now. A bold choice for D plus Kia here, but it worked out last time.
Yeah, I actually think it's kind of fine. Because then you save the Showmaker Canyon picks. At least one of them will have that counter pick opportunity in their role. Of course, Maokai is already shown, so that is likely just going to be heading into the jungle, so Canyon not going to need to worry about that. But if the mid pick is going to be locked away here, then there's a possibility that Showmaker can try and answer with something of his choice.
This
so
is
we'll see what happens.
Very tricky second ban phase here for DRX, because with the early Gnar and the Sivir, Zeri handshake, you're trying to think, will Showmaker just go full scaling? Are they going to play a scaling war with us? Is it the Azir we should be worried about? Is it the Victor we should be worried about? Or are they going to try to play around the mid-jungle 2v2 and play something more aggressive, like a Sylas, right? Or even Renekton, is a possibility. So you're as DRX, you're trying to kind of game theory the best way to limit D plus Kia's options. We'll see the Tryndamere band away from Rascal. We saw that hover last time, very strong side laning champion. Does very well against Gnar.
Something that Rascal was also very, very good at in the past.
There's
as well.
a Kassadin.
I respect it. It is sort of tipping the hat to the fact that DRX are looking at a mid lane pickup and then still saving Rascal's pick to counter, even though they can already see the Gnar is up and on the table. So curious to me, because I had imagined that getting Fate counterpick does make a lot of sense, but still could mean that Twisted Fate is finally going to come through for Fate, of course, the champion that he named himself after. There is the Renekton to be banned away from Rascal, just to make Kanna's life a little bit easier. And do you do it? Do you just pick up Twisted Fate here?
You could definitely try to play around mid that way. You could also play a Camille comp here. Jax seems to be the go-to again, and we haven't been the biggest fans of Jax here overall in Korea compared to China in the LPL, but he's going to lock it in here into the Gnar. Didn't go very well for him in the isolated island top lane last time around, so I think that doubling down on this on one hand, you could say it was a bad game, it was a rough start, things should have looked different, but we do have to question a little bit as Syndra looks to be the go-to here for Showmaker. A lot of long-range engage potential with Syndra and Gnar. Feels very 2021.
Yeah, I like it. I also like the fact that with the extra movement speed on Syndra, you can get into position for some of these pretty ridiculous scatters as well, especially the ult scatter that you can use pretty reliably to stun up a whole bunch of people. And that repositioning certainly is a very potent mix, on top of the fact that you have Uni there stunning everyone up.
Gorilla is happy about this, and I was feeling the Lee Sin. We know when Gorilla's smiling and Canyon's got that blank face, and we got a few meta junglers left that are in the 80 category, which can really put some aggressive plays onto the Zeri regardless of the bot 2v2 and the wave clear that Sivir has. You're like, it does feel like it's going to be a Canyon Lee Sin game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And I just, every time I think of Lee Sin and Canyon, I just think of that play from last year in the top side of the map where he pressed so many buttons in exactly the right order at exactly the right time. Like, there have been Lee Sin plays all over the place for many, many years. And that is, like, by a country mile, the most impressive that I've ever seen.
If that play had happened in a finals, I feel like it would be in the top 5 plays of League of Legends of all time, potentially. Everyone would know. But it happened in a non-critical game, so no one remembers it. But
yeah.
Anyway, we got the Victor here. That's Fate's lock-in here. Very basic control mage matchup here, Syndra versus Victor. It's a scaling game this time around, and this is what happens with the Sivir Zeri handshake that we do have, and we will see a lot. So settle in for the next 2 weeks before we hit 13.2, because there's going to be a lot of this. Because as was mentioned on the no longer carpet space earlier, when you have drafts where you can leave that Lucian open and see what happens, sometimes you see what happens, and this time they don't do that. We're going to go to the more boring scaling aspects of these drafts here. The fun draft to me of these two is the Syndra Gnar draft, because the complexity of how you set up team fights for the Sivir has good synergy, but I think it also showcases D+ Kia's skill ceiling extremely well, and if played perfectly, I like their draft better.
Yeah, I also, I just really like Sivir in compositions where you can utilize that movement speed effectively. They need those go buttons. I think Gnar works extraordinarily well with hitting your Gnar bar timing and then using on the hunt in order to be able to brute force that style of play at the time that you want to. So this is going to be the composition that we're talking about. Canyon can also set up a lot of those plays for them as well. So a lot of rundown potential here for this squad. Plus, Yuumi Lee Sin is another combination in the mid game that can be very, very dangerous to deal with.
Very annoying for sure. I think Krako's got a very difficult job ahead of him this game to manage both lanes.
Exactly right. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, I like it. We've got Rascal going back, choosing a different skin. He now has a real weapon. That is an upgrade. Jax is well and truly upgraded. Ready to do some battle with his pike.
My
or
favorite.
polearm, I think.
Yeah, I think it's
Pike.
a polearm.
I think it's a. Is it?
Let me get a closer look. Hold on, stop doing that, Rascal.
Yeah, can we just check it out for a second? This is why we need Keystone in our ear, so that we can talk to him. Of course, fantastic observer, or Jonah Strong, of course, whoever is doing the work today.
It's my favorite Victor skin also. It's the one I use, that Fate's using. I don't know what it's called. I never know the skin names, but it's my favorite.
I like the one that Showmaker uses that makes him look like he's wearing insect scales.
Yeah, that one's cool too.
Mainly because I'm an old school Victor guy, and I believe that was the release skin that was slightly cheaper. I think, no, it wasn't. It was the expensive one. It was the 975 one.
Expensive ones are usually the good ones, you know.
Yeah, that is how they get you. That's how they get you. As Canyon going to be starting on his Raptor camp, and we'll see how this laning phase is going to go. Whether Showmaker can once again have the level of power in lane as he did last time around. Of course, a little bit more difficult to do in this particular matchup because Victor can kind of hold his own against the Syndra.
Yeah, you can, of course, with the new jungle pets, clear those Raptors very quickly. The pet will AoE, so much nicer start here for Canyon than you would normally have, so we can clear those, go into the Krugs, which are also kind of nerfed in terms of how long it takes to clear them. Just gonna have a nice start here. And Showmaker's Syndra, this is 2021 Showmaker here. 19-8 was the good first pick, blue side, like blind pick. Everyone was picking Syndra for so long in 2021 spring. It was kind of boring there for a while, but then she disappeared for a while, and we're glad she's back. At least I am.
Yeah, I'm glad she's back as well. Slight update as well with how she works. No longer just upgrading when you get spells to max rank. It's all about getting them splinters working. We'll see how that one is going to go. As Fate not going to get stunned, but still has to use the flash. So Canyon, successful gank straight out the gate here, 2.5 minutes.
Yep, no commitment from Showmaker or Canyon and Summoners. Just the scatter attempt alone forces him to flash. He dies 100% if he gets caught by that, then gets queued by Canyon.
Oh, Deft able to spell shield a bit of the incoming danger. As Beryl, with his life just a little bit. Heal is going to be thrown out here. Flash forward from Beryl. Man, they are playing some aggressive League of Legends here towards the bottom side, but it's going to bite him in the backside. Beryl goes down. First blood goes to Kellen.
It's such a Beryl move right there. You can see the blood in the water. He's like, I can pull this off. We have the Ignite.
Oh, Canyon.
Oh, this is
Canyon.
rough.
He read him like a book. And Kroger's like, okay, never mind, I'm getting out. The cat is going to dive after them, and that's going to mean the escape route has been put in place. But man, does Canyon just have like
He's
black
got map
sheep wall?
hacks,
Black
like,
sheep wall? Is that what's happening here?
He's got map hacks. He knows what's going on. He's just got such a great game sense. And when you're trying to play around top side like this, after you make a bottom side play like that, where Beryl dies, you've got to get something cross map. You're trying to set up things on both sides of the rift, but it's pretty easy for Canyon to figure out there's a high possibility of this. He's there to punish, forces the gank to fail, and still a significant CS lead for Rascal this time around, having a much better time in this lane than he did in the previous game. And remember, he forced Hop at level 1 last game.
Yep.
So very different game here, but he's having a much better job, or having a much better time this time around. But let's go back to this bottom gank, where Beryl is super low. And they heal to engage to put him into flash range here, but it just doesn't matter. Sivir's damage is too high at level 2.
In the meantime, bit of a battle here as Fate's going to go down. That's the resonating strike. We knew that he was going to fall, but Croco not able to get anything in response. And this game, last time around, DRX were able to get that first blood, start off on a decent footing. This time around, it's all D plus Kia.
All I can think about is that, you know, barrel gank there, bottom side, the flash forward ignite, and I think this really, like, this is a matchup that normally goes pretty back and forth. You know, it's a slow, boring matchup where one player doesn't have insane prio, or one duo doesn't have insane prio. You don't actually have a massive amount of control, but because of that play, they actually do get a huge edge. As let's watch how this one started off. The scatter is dodged, but it forces Fate to kite left, where Canyon actually catches him, can connect the Q there, and just jump past Croco for the kill.
Yep. Croco is going to now start his work on the Hextech Drake. So at least first Drake likely going over to DRX here, and of course, no one really in the... Oh, never mind. There is a control ward down, but it's just Kellen. So you can't actually you and me to a ward, and therefore he's not going to be able to get in there and try and steal it away or anything like that. Canyon nowhere near the vicinity. So, bit of good news here for DRX as they take down the Dragon. But that is, I mean, we're clutching at straws when it comes to DRX. Good news here in game number 2.
Yeah, it has been, I think, really just about Rascal, and we haven't panned up to the top lane too much, but as 6 is hit for Kana, this lane can change quite significantly. You could see it on the minimap how it has changed, or where the position of the wave is, but at least Rascal has taken a pretty nice edge up there in the top side, and that's one of your big win conditions later on with this Victor comp, where you have the scaling with Zeri Victor, but you also have the ability to threaten team fights on your terms despite the good engages, if that Jax can side lane and put the threat on those inner turrets and inhibitors when we get to the late game. Got a lot of win conditions, but so far it's been pretty smooth sailing here for Dom1, or rather D+.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get fired.
Yeah, Nara is going to get avoided. It's all right. I'll be in your corner trying to defend if indeed that does come to pass, Wolf, because I've been struggling with it as well.
Like, I was feeling really good about it at the beginning. I'm like, wow, I really haven't made any mistakes. And then it was like just a chain of them.
Yeah.
Once you get confident, that's when you slip.
Yeah. But what I was feeling really self-conscious about it, and then Valdez just like straight deadpan just makes the mistake and doesn't even notice on the no carpet space, and so it made me feel a little bit better about the situation. But I think I've been doing the same thing the entire time, because I don't remember making a mistake, but I think I just say it wrong now because I'm so used to it.
That's the scary part.
Yeah, I think it's a play-by-play problem, because we don't have a lot of filter between our brain and our mouth, so we don't do a lot of thinking before we say stuff.
You don't have a lot of time, you got to talk really fast.
Yeah, that's
hard.
kind of it. Anyway, excuses. We are going to do better in the future.
Yeah.
What does see the back here as Showmaker goes home.
G-Sun's going to have to impose a Chun-On fine. Like, we have to pay 1,000 won every time we mess it up.
Yep. That's exactly how
we'll start stacking it up. Rascal's going to respect the Gnar this time. Didn't take a very bad trade before. Like, Kana's not able to chunk him down. So remember last time around this time of the game, Kana was able to get a solo kill with this wave. Won't be the case this time, but he's going to look for the Demolish proc on the turret. Yep. Rascal says no.
Yeah, the hop to answer the Counter-Strike, and that means that there is a decent sort of way of playing around Jax in what can be a very difficult time against this guy. Well, you can see, things not going quite as badly in the lanes for DRX. I feel like everything else has gone wrong this time around, outside of just laning phase becoming a huge issue. We'll see whether they can leverage that in order to make things better for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Duckdom has a significant, it's not massive, but significant CS lead. So, you know, despite dying, or Barrel dying, despite losing the support here, the lane is still going just fine, and Zeri is still at the normal place you'd want to be. Gotta be careful about doing this again, though.
Yep, there's the heal. Ghost is being popped as well from Deft. So, doesn't land the Boomerang Blade. There's now Canyon coming on in, looking to start Shelly off one more time, but back down here towards the bottom side. Gotta see whether any more action is going to come through. Prowling Projectile mitigated by the shield.
Yeah, this is just locking down the 2v2 so they can try to hold this Herald as much as possible. Kana has Prio topside, pushing Rascal back. Croco comes over here, but they have mid Prio too. This is risky from Croco, just wants to go for the smite. Kicked away.
There's the kick. Smite does come through, but it's a little bit early. The smite comes in. Oh, Canyon. Not able to poke her in the eye, unfortunately. So that is going to be Croco returning the favor from game 1.
Yeah, I think that's what he was thinking, is just I'm going to smite poke. Okay, Barrel.
Oh, yeah, there it is. But Doctom's here with the answer, trying to get aggressive. Kellen has to use the exhaust here, and things are getting real dangerous, and this is where the real danger comes in. Showmaker coming down towards his bottom side. Gets the flash out of Doctom.
You see that orb, and you flash.
Oh, yeah.
Might not have seen the Syndra before that. I think they probably did with that control ward, but when you see that orb, you flash, no questions asked. Doctom gets out of dodge. But that's huge, actually, that Krako steals away the Rift Herald here. That's a lot of gold they can pick up here. Could change the way this top lane is going to go potentially here, or actually drop it mid. It's got a lot of options here, but either way, just a missed eye poke there from Canyon with the early smite, and Krako steals it away.
Yeah, I actually think it could be really impactful, because a lot of the reason why things went wrong for DRX was that, oh, okay, getting rid of a minion wave as best we can. Krako's going to come on over, and this may actually help delay some sort of Rift Herald placement.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to allow this one to go over for free, and obviously Canyon knows Krako doesn't have ult for a little bit longer here, so they can make this play pretty safely. As still Def losing a little bit of CS bottom side here.
Yeah, it's actually really good play from Doctom as far as making sure he keeps those CS numbers up despite the early death for Barrel. Things otherwise in the lane definitely going well. Teleports come through back towards his top side. Rascal comes on in. Doesn't quite finish off his Divine Thunder just yet.
He does not want Kana to get these demolishes. He does not want him to get that plate. He's going to get it anyways, I think. Well, I guess we'll never know. So let's watch this. So this is early game, right? So Smite down to 300. I think he was hoping he was going to get the eye, and Shirley turns.
Yeah, Shelly just turned around,
turns.
man. Sometimes she just does that to you.
Because you know, as Canyon in this case, you should get the eye poke because Krako's so far away. But he just, unfortunately, isn't able to get it. It's going to be mid-plates here for Fate.
Yeah, if her eye had been opened in the right direction, it would have been just smite, eye poke, and she would have died. So, sad stuff, but still, great work there from Krako to make sure that he capitalizes effectively. DRX now moving in, try and get some stealing done. Canyon over here does have his cat available, as Deft avoids the extendo beam.
And Doctom and Barrel have done such a great job of controlling this bottom 2v2, and Krako hasn't been needed so much that he's been able to stack up a lot of extra farm. They have a lot of ward control here that Fate's been maintaining. 2 control wards now, in fact, in the river. So they feel pretty good with Krako's ult coming back up here, Smite coming back up, to start this Drake up and look for a great turn with Maokai.
Sonic Wave doesn't quite find the mark. Deft here as well on the hunt at the ready. Collapse is coming through. Rascal, no teleport available, but isn't showing on the map. He could theoretically be walking down. Nature's Grasp comes in, but once again, it's a little bit early. Deft has the spell shield, but it is going to make sure that they guarantee the Drake. Can they survive the fight, though, as Doctom throws through the ultimate? He's going down so incredibly low, though. The flash comes in from Deft, and the exhaust is there to confirm the kill. Now Krako is fighting against Canyon, flashes the wall very, very nicely to keep himself alive. Release for now. Showmaker not going to be able to quite find it. And D plus Kia able to find themselves yet another fight win.
Another fight win. The objective goes DRX's way, and they were spreading a lot of, or very little butter over a lot of bread there, DRX, and trying to hold this down, using the Maokai ultimate, then using the gravity field from Fate to try to lock down anyone from D plus Kia who chases through the choke point. Unfortunately, just a little bit too mobile there. They do end up getting through and grab that kill onto Doctom. But the angle here for the root for Maokai also not amazing. Canyon slips through, and that's part of why he gets this taxi through. Decides to go for Barrel here, has to flash out, and Doctom just left all on his lonesome. Cool idea here in terms of the heist for DRX. Ult with Maokai, put that gravity field down. Meanwhile,
all right, Counter-Strike does manage to get the stun here as the wallop comes in. Kana has to throw through the ultimate just for defense, and Canyon comes on in a little bit late. Does secure the cannon, however, so no -1s in the chat. That's a +1 right there.
+1 indeed. This is a very close game. I mean,
Yeah.
in a lot of ways. DRX down 1,000 gold, but having that objective lead going into Mountain Soul for their Zeri that's already so difficult to kill with so much peel here in this comp. It's a scary prospect, and D plus Gear are going to need to start winning some team fights soon.
Yeah, it's about how
or
these how these compositions also function in the later stages of the game. I do feel like there is a lot of power for DRX once they do get to that point. We're already seeing that Doctom has found a couple of these angles, but just doesn't quite have the damage just yet to really capitalize on it. We know kind of what's going to happen when eventually that critical mass is hit and that Zeri moment gets certified.
Yeah, because both of the real team fight wins here for D plus Kia were kind of very even here. And also we have this new graphic that shows you exactly where the gold went. LCK upgrading this year.
I know.
But both of the fight wins for D plus Kia were kind of punishes rather than I'm in control, I've set this up, we're going to take this objective, we're going to control it. So I'd like to see D plus Kia try to get a little bit more setup on these objectives. Look at the vision around Drake right now. Bottom side of the map is completely covered. There's a ward where Canyon is as well. So a lot of the movements here for D plus Kia are seen by DRX, which allows them to react appropriately. Rascal just going to sit this Narbar out.
Yep. And even on farm now, as Wallop does come through, Crush going to get him out of the way there. As the house has a decent hitbox on it, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
As Canyon's going to try this one yet again. This time he brings his cat with him, which I think is just a great thing to do. Just if in doubt, bring your cat with you. It'll make you feel better.
Duckdom pushing this turret bottom side all the while, so DRX want to slow this down while Zeri gets some extra gold. And Deft is just hitting, of course, the Herald itself, so not getting the same amount of CS, so Duckdom getting a lot of value out of this. I don't think he'll quite get the entirety of the turret, but he got it very low.
He did indeed. No plates to worry about.
He's going to get it.
Yeah, it's just being able to get down here, take down this turret. That is going to be their first of the game, and in fact, first Brick going over to the Zeri. That is really big.
I think the DRX making some great macro calls in this game.
Yeah. Nice Counter-Strike just to make sure that no shenanigans come through from the Gnar. Deft at a pretty good point when it comes to being able to hoover up these waves, as Sivir loves to do, as the game goes on longer and longer. Just with Kraken Slayer for now, but looking to grab that next item as soon as he possibly can.
And even with a small lead here for D plus Kia, without a 2 Drake advantage right now, even if they take this next one, there's no way to kind of lock the door on this area and say, all right, I'm going to shut you down right here. This is where we're going to start to take control of the map. They can win a very strong team fight here and a decisive one that'll give them a huge edge across the map, but need to make sure that setup is there. Kraken Slayer is up, obviously, for Sivir. She spikes a little bit earlier when we get to these 3rd Drake fights where it's just that Kraken Slayer versus the Immortal Shield Bow, but it's all about the setup, right? Because if Zeri can shoot a lot for a long time, she will get more value, right?
Yeah.
The longer fight is hers, especially when you have a Victor versus the Syndra that's a little bit more engage-based.
Yeah. Although, Sivir no slouch in the DPS department either, so eyes are going to be on both of these critical AD carries in these scenarios. I think that, Zeri has certainly been a little bit more of an issue in more recent games, but still, not going to sleep on the Sivir factor. Orbs being thrown through, because I like the butterflies in the orbs on this skin. Bit of a fan, not going to lie.
Yeah.
But DRX getting pushed away. Boomerang Blade not going to get quite as much value as it looked like it was going to there onto Fate. Still absolutely no worries. Rascal going to have to leap strike, get himself out of the way. They wanted a control ward in there, but it is going to be immediately removed. As we're fighting towards the very first Mountain Drake of the game.
Okay, Fate's coming down. His positioning is really good here. No one's threatening him at the moment. Gotta be careful about Scatter.
Yeah, decent stun. And you can see what happens once one of those CCs does connect. Growling Projectile comes down. Possibly the final chapter is going to be used. The go button could be pressed there by Deft as well. As the Rift Herald does come through. That is going to buy a lot of space here. I really like it from D plus Kia. They are forcing DRX through the Do-Si-Do on their terms. They're going to be able to get the charge. That is going to guarantee vision control of this river as well, because this mid lane is now very long for DRX.
Fate going to back here and TP back in if they're going to actually commit to the Dragon. And I think they will. This is a really tense moment because they're not set up anymore for a great Maokai ult. In fact, I think they're just going to let this one go. Fate TP's bottom side, though, and they're trying to push this bot wave out. They're not trying to position for the Drake on the actual river itself, but instead around the map, trying to pull D plus Kia down to answer that wave. And as a result, have wrestled back control. Croco's now in a position where he can use that Maokai ult for zoning.
Yeah. Croco got the evolution to Blaziken there, I believe, as well. Definitely very, very good. Might have been Charizard, but it felt 3rd generation to me.
Yeah.
As, okay. D plus Kia, can they get themselves the steal? They want to do so to avoid the soul point that will be available here. Could potentially just go for a fight instead, as now Croco Getting a bunch of this help back. There's the Nature's Grasp. Now he's just looking for Deft. Dives towards him. That's going to be the secure of the Dragon for D+ here, and it's a disaster in its entirety for DRX. Oh my goodness, it couldn't have gone more wrong as the Q does miss there from Canyon, but he's got a safeguard. The skate over the wall. Is the Q going to connect? No. But Docdom is on the wrong side of the planet. Now, Deft is going to come on in. I guess no one really wants to try and tango with this Zeri, who's now underneath the turret. Deft does eventually take it down.
And this
that
time,
was not it for DRX.
This time, D+ Key are going to have their cake and eat it. Is trying to dive through here and actually force this fight so deep into the backline onto Deft with the knock up there from Lulu is so aggressive that everybody is trapped here. You're dealing with Syndra, you're dealing with Meganar, and you've just walked right into all the CC. You need to carefully position around because you've decided now's the time we're going to dive the AD carry, and the result is disastrous. D+ Kia walk away with Dragon and a massive team fight win. So much money for Deft. 4 kills now in his pocket, and this game was close until this moment. Now D+ Kia have really pulled ahead.
Yeah, and I was focusing a lot on the Drake in that last fight, but Canna getting over that wall, narring everyone in, really just put a big stopper on what DRX wanted to do. So once again, Canna's Gnar is just really good. And you can understand why they're putting so much priority on it. Of course, Canna has been a real mastery player. We used to, I think we began talking about mastery players when the likes of Crown was still playing here in the LCK back in years like 2017 with his Malzahar and stuff like that. But he's the type of player that really latches on and plays extraordinarily well on a few picks at any one time. But those picks are really, really good. It used to be like Lucian and Graves and stuff like that. But this Gnar has always been sort of in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But it's looking like it is starting to move up to #1 here after today, and it certainly is based on the stats that we have for 2023.
And okay, well,
I've got
he's not alone.
Canna twice,
Yeah.
unless
Cat and Elise are coming down.
just barely breezed past him there. As the final chapter comes in, they know that he cannot move, gets kicked back, and there's the Gnar into the wall. A very dead Jax that was just trying to split push, and then a blind dude with a cat came into his lane.
The grasping at straws for DRX in the series is very, very strong. As TP is going to be committed to, they can't actually cross-map this. Showmaker can buy unlimited time, clears the wave.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, as DRX, you've lost control of the bottom side lane. I mean, Sivir is just going to go over there and lap up the turret gold. And like when you look at how this comp functions as DRX, it is basically a long-term, longer fight Victor Zeri comp. But when you try to force dive, like we saw onto Deft, it can backfire because there's so much peel. When you try to force side lane engages, we talked about how great Jax is in the side lane. Okay, try to kill the Gnar, try to get on top of him, but he kites you, gets his speed up, and then you take so long that Canyon has enough time with the speed boost from Yumi to come in here and take out. Narbar's done, easy peasy cleanup. And this is just, unfortunately, desperation and a small macro mistake from Rascal, thinking he had enough space to pull this off, but in the 1v1 was going to struggle, but in a 1v3, no chance.
Absolutely. And I even think that Rascal might have been able to make something happen in the 1v1 if it was just them left alone and kind of didn't want to leave. Like, maybe there's a chance there, but even the cross map afterwards doesn't work. And oftentimes when you're playing these 1-3-1 style of compositions, even if the top laner dies in the split, you then are able to leverage that to get something cross map. But that also just did not happen because Canna still had the teleport available, could get up there to defend not only the top outer turret, but Showmaker as well.
And Syndra's wave clear, you know, is just so easy to wipe those minions off the map and say, you can't dive this anymore. There's no minions here. It's not going to happen. And kind of gives his teleport kind of in response, like, yeah, you saved me, I'll save you in a lot of ways. Like, my team saved me, and I'm going to make sure that Syndra's okay topside, Showmaker's fine, and now he's just back in the bot lane, pushing again, that turret's down. And this suddenly feels like a game where Damwon-Kia is in complete control. Instead of punishing DRX's setups, now DRX can't even set up on these objectives.
Not a chance. So now, D+ Kia on a bit of a push in the mid lane. Canna splitting on the bottom side. Showmaker doing the same top side of the map. Shadow Flame is done here. Feels like a lot of these item spikes are coming in a little bit too late for DRX. Showmaker now holding down the fort, was presenting a bit of a target for himself as DRX just desperate to try and find a team fight that's going to work out. Deft maybe out of position, Chaos Storm comes in, feeling like maybe that was the option, but now Canyon lands that Q and thinks about going for his own battle. Rascal's going to teleport into the mid lane. That is going to spell the end of the aggression. Decent amount of damage onto Beryl there with the Force of Will.
Yeah, it's a support still going to eat so much just from Force of Will alone. Showmaker level 14, but he is going to hit hard.
And I don't even think he needs the true damage portion of the upgrade of that ability to do true damage to Beryl right now, as Rascal thinks like he's found Canna. Now in the back of this pit, a bit of the Thunderdome there happening, and Canna wants out. He's just going to bounce over that wall quite nicely.
Remember, have we learned DRX? We're going to have to play this one slower. Do not heavily commit to the back line, or you will be crushed by all the CC this comp has to offer, especially when Narbar is up. Got to play this one slow.
Yeah, bit of a Rascal flank to come through here as well. Does have the ulti available if they want to go for something. Decent poke damage onto Showmaker there, as now we've got Meganar. D+ Kia, it's time to go for a bit of a battle, and once again, it's kind of just looking for that angle, looking for that approach.
Should just let this time out, play it slow, pull the Drake back. Rascal tracks it, knows where the Narbar is, maybe look for a turn here.
Yeah. Now they can dive onto him, but Canyon's just going to dive over. There is the final chapter. It's a fair bit invested as they just boop him into the Dragon Pit. Nature's Grasp going to come through. Canna is out of this fight completely, but that teleport is just about to be back up yet again. And he can start recharging that Narbar one more time. He's going to go home, get that health back. DRX is going to desperately try and secure this dragon in the meantime. Fate going a little bit too far forward there, but does a lot of work onto Showmaker in that backline. Rascal now takes control of the Drake, but here comes Canna. He doesn't have any Narbar, but does he even need it? Fate is going to be taken down first. That's another kill for the Sivir. Canyon grabs another, and the Dragon is just going to be forgotten because D+ Kia just want to kill all of DRX's members. It is finally going to be taken down here, but now it's hide and seek as DRX attempts to escape.
It looked like the fight that would never end, but Kana surviving is massive. Comes in there, hops over the wall. He's not done yet either. He's got a Yumi on his back, and he wants to make sure this is a full wipe. Rascal also out of luck, and this may be the beginning of the end of this game.
Oh, there's the counter-strike. There he goes. 1,000 gold for the Jack. So that is definitely good news, but the good news is going to stop there for a moment because now Croco is circling the drain. There he goes. But still, Rascal, last man standing, is going to be able to pick up a bunch of extra money.
Yeah, he picks up 1,000 gold, be able to, easily escape and go home here. I think he wanted to stick around for those extra minions, but Beryl said, nope, you're going home. I'm going to hold this wave. But this fight lasts forever, right? And DRX really got split and had to come around the back of this pit. And once again, it's this Rascal engage. He uses his cooldowns, and then Kana's like, you can't peel through your backline anymore. Jax can do nothing. Look at where Rascal is in this fight, and Kana's like, I'm back here, I'm full health, I got hop, I'm going over the wall. And DRX are trapped between a rock and a hard place. I know that's our favorite thing here to say on the LCK.
Hey, first time of the year, though.
Yeah, first series of the year, first time.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we would go to the end of this, and it's just really sad. But I think that Damwon Kia are just so patient, even against the Victor comp, where there's so much long-term damage, the Victor can keep chipping away.
Managed to get that kill as well, okay.
Rascal is at like 0 health. Let's see how this happens. Oh, Deft just walks forward and that's, wow. Okay.
Deft was just like, but I can just hit him with one ability, it's fine. What is Jax
What does Counter-Strike do? I can still shoot him while he's doing that, right? It happens to all of us. You know?
It does. Happens to the best of us. Quite literally, it just did right then. We saw that.
You have 1 health in League of Legends, you still do the same damage as if you have all of your health.
Yeah.
And if you can't die, you will do it if you can close that gap.
Well, it's now 3-item Sivir, so as much as that was great for Rascal to grab the 1,000 gold from getting that kill, he is 100% of his team's kills right now. And that isn't a good thing. Sometimes that's a good thing, you know, because it's like, I've had such a great early game. Look at all these kills. Not so this time around, as D+ Kia just moving towards this mid-inhibitor turret. The Baron is actually still alive, but they're still just going to try and break things open. Turret going to fall down towards the top side of the map. Good wall up there as Canna avoids the counter-strike stun. And the rest of D+ Kia are on their way towards this top side. Canyon not wasting any time. Glitterlance is going to go wide. That actually might spell the death. No, it doesn't. Because Canyon went for a bit more of the greedy Sonic Wave, aiming for Beryl. Scout of the week, not going to find Croco there.
But this is going to be the end of this turret, and so much control around the Baron pit. DRX have one controller left in the pit, but it'll be cleared very quickly. And this becomes another jockey for position around an objective here. Canyon will likely go over there and clear that one out. I guess not.
Yeah.
Just not going to clear that one. But look, DRX's win conditions here are, once again, longer team fights around objectives. And at the beginning of the game, they were doing a great job of starting that poke war off with Fate and getting into position to chip away at the front line. Wait for Kana's Narbar, play it out slowly. The way they played that second major Drake fight was way better than the last time where they tried to dive in and kill Def, which failed miserably. But it still wasn't enough in the end because they chased so far towards Kana, and he escapes, that they're on the wrong side of the pit. Damwon, or rather D plus Kia, actually get back control. And with the amount of control they have on the map, they can just, after resetting, group up here on Baron. We will hopefully see that ward cleared this time around. They just aren't going to check the pit.
Yeah.
But that's okay, it happens. And I mean, now as DRX are like, okay, we're looking for that third item there. Got that point now, let's check that box.
Yep.
But need a real team fight where she actually gets to pop off and Kana doesn't actually control the entirety of the team fight. It feels like this has just been Kana's Gnar day.
It certainly is. And he's been playing around his Narbar very well. I thought that at the beginning of that last battle, right, when Kana went down extraordinarily low, had to back, that was a possibility for DRX to get in there. They played around the Narbar very well. They saw it go off, and then they waited and waited and waited, and then went for the battle then. That's precisely what you want to aim to do, but the way that D plus Gear just respect it, they back away as well. They make sure that they don't give away any dragons in the meantime, but it is all about playing around exactly when he can be powerful, because without that big Gnar to be that front line and to also threaten with that AoE CC, then D plus Kia don't really have as much of a dangerous CC force in this composition, right? It's just, you know, like a Yuumi ult or an amazing
Syndra.
kick from Canyon or these scatters, but it's less the sort of big circle of death that you can have. It's Twisted Advance to get Croco in there, but immediately he wants to get out. The kick flash going to come through there, and Def handed yet another kill. And without the jungler, I think it might be Baron time, Wolf. I'm not entirely sure.
I think you could be sure of that. A pretty bizarre call from Croco here to go in when his team is still managing that mid wave. At least they could trade it for Soul Point, but it's Soul Point's not even Soul. Feel really bad about this one as a DRX fan as Croco goes in alone. The rest of the team isn't there for a follow-up. There's just no vision, really, for what he's trying to accomplish there. He goes to the stun and the follow-up ult, and then you see Fate come through. Duck Dom's really close by. You can burst a lot of those health bars down, and even if Croco dies, you're like, okay, did all the health bars of damage, though, we can win the longer fight. Now, you've lost control of the game, and with these empowered minions, D+ are going to at least take out this inhibitor, maybe more.
Yep, and the back is going to be stopped here onto Duck Dom. He gets to skate over the wall, but that's so much of the damage taken away from the defense of the base. The inner turret is going to be taken here on the bottom side of the map as Canyon comes down. There is going to be a Jax to help defend for Duck Dom, but I think D+ Kia might be equipped with a little bit more destructive power onto this base as Fate has to flash. I don't think it's going to be enough to save him here as Def gets yet another kill. He is on such a rampage right now, even though it isn't necessarily literally a rampage, and he's also just going to get taken down. The Jax turning up in the nick of time, and it feels like Def's one weakness is Jax.
Yeah, it's been Jax getting into melee range of a Sivir. Somehow, it's happened twice, and 2 times Deft has died, as this time Rascal commits the flash to take him out, and very successful play there, shuts down the end of the game. These DRX can hang on, and they do have Soul Point, but can they get Kana? I don't think so.
Not this time. Showmaker going to return the favor from earlier, teleport in to this turret to see what they can do. Zumi's going to come down, and the boomerang connects onto Croco. Hop to buy some space. Nice sidestep, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save Croco's life, who just gets electrocuted. My goodness.
Croco, such a great aggressive player throughout his career. You know, we commentated him at the Kespa Cup, you and I. It was kind of one of the first looks of him. We saw him over the next 2 years of the LCK. There's just going to be a replay of Fate getting taken out. You can see Def get flashed on when Jax appears. But, you know, beyond beyond some of the consistency we've seen from him in early games especially, you know, you compare him to a player like Dread, very good at the early game, super strong at snowballing games. You get to the late game, sometimes it feels like some of these engages are a little bit forced, and he's been punished so many times on this Maokai. 4 deaths now to his name, and D+, they're 7,000 gold ahead, and they're looking to end this game as quickly as possible. We're in a low state in terms of objectives here, but they still have 30 seconds left of Baron buff, and they're getting everything they can with it. One mistake from DRX, and this is a 2-0 finish.
Yeah, the problem is that, yeah, it's Fate and Croco that just aren't really offering too much to this game right now. And Beryl also hasn't necessarily found too many of his big wild growth angles that he has found in the past. This base 100% in tatters right now as Deft is looking for even more. Extendo Beam just going to get eaten by a spell shield. Deft not showing too much fear so far, as we saw from his bouts with Rascal. And this Nexus turret not long for the world. Can D+ here actually do it right here and confirm and solidify their first 2-0 win of the season? Final chapter comes in, going to be answered by a stopwatch being broken by Rascal, gets himself out of the way. The Unleashed Power comes in from Showmaker, so that's a button that isn't going to be available. However, it is going to spell the end of this Nexus turret as well. So Naked Nexus now for D+ to try and take down. Kana charging up his Naba, but Knockdown actually does a fair bit of damage at this stage of the game.
He has GA, so he can just engage and sacrifice his first health bar.
Yeah, that's true. Just going to be that body into that front line. The wallop is going to be fantastic. Counter-Strike doesn't last forever, even though he wishes it could. As, oh no! Not quite enough to be able to take down the Jax there, as Croco is going to fall. Canyon gets it as he's getting Bramble smashed away. D+ Kia just trying to get as many of the extra kills as they can.
Just like, check those inhibitor timers. I've been here before.
All right, I can tell you, we still got like 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes, Wolf. I think we're going to be fine. Although they haven't done very much damage to this Nexus right now. As, oh, Sonic Wave going to miss, but the Scat of the Week is pretty good, Rascal. The one dangerous thing in Deft's mind right now as Boomerang Blade comes in, but Showmaker this time the Unleashed Power is going to come back up again and isn't going to be mitigated by the Jax. And finally, the Nexus will go down. D+ Kia, 2-0 victory in the first match of the LCK for Spring 2023.
Really clean stuff from D+ Kia. And with Kana slotting in so well, sure, it was a very one champ look we saw from him both games in R into the Jax. One champion, one matchup. But he played all aspects of the game so cleanly. It's really refreshing, I think, for D+ Kia fans coming to today's matchup. Perhaps worried about how long it's going to take for Croco, or rather for Kana to slot into this team after we've had a revolving door of top laners. After Nuguri went to FPX, then you had Khan, then you had Birdall, then you had Nuguri back again, and now you have Kana. And it feels like, are we ever going to have that solid Nuguri-esque top lane again that's going to be a multi-year plan potentially for D+ Kia? It's one best of 3, it's 2 games, 1 champion, 1 matchup. But you're walking away from tonight feeling like you're much less worried than you were before.
I absolutely am. I think that that Kana displayed, I mean, yeah, you can talk about the fact that it's just Gnar, and it's a champion that he's played very well in the past as well, and shallow champion pool, yada, yada, yada. But the way he plays around resources looks like it's changed. And I think that is the biggest takeaway for me as far as how this team is working together. And speaking of working together, that was our largest criticism throughout almost the entirety of 2022. It got until the World Championship for them to finally click. And then all of a sudden, you know, 2 members leave the team and get replaced by new ones. And we were wondering, is it going to be okay? Are we going to be able to find the voice and things like this? And I'm not too worried at this point in time. And I think the longer this team gels together and works with, you know, the incredible talent of former players like Acorn and Gorilla as well, who are standing behind them, it's going to be a team to look out for at the top of the standings. Yeah. I have to say.
The plus in the rebranding of Damwon Kia to D+ Kia is basically the idea of how far can we go? Like, what is the limit of this team? And this team is trying to build a dynasty, and they've spent the cash to keep their 2 mainstay players. They picked up Def, they got Kana, right? And this roster has a ton of potential. And I think for long-standing Damwon fans watching this rebrand and this new roster, you're feeling like it's a great start. A tough matchup against this new DRX roster. Not the toughest you'll have, obviously, on opening day, but still, it's a top half team, right? And I think people are walking away from this feeling like it just feels like everything works as it should. Deft is still in peak form. You can feel it. You've got Canyon and Showmaker. It's like there was no off-season. It's like they didn't lose in Worlds. And I don't know. I'm just happy to be back in the LCK. Things are not the same, but in some ways feel the same.
Yep. And, you know, the last that we saw from what was Damwon Kia at the World Championship was one of the best series that we've seen almost ever. Absolutely a joy to watch, and I'm hoping that this roster, this D+ Kia, can give us some of that flavor, because of course that was led by Showmaker and Canyon. This is looking like it's once again being led by Showmaker and Canyon, largely in this series. Canyon, not gonna lie. Lee Sin and Elise, definitely some fantastic champions to look out for if he's gonna continue playing those as well as far as excitement is concerned. But this is what we wanted from this squad, and they 100% delivered. DRX, on the other hand, a little bit more gelling that needs to happen, right? And of course, they had a lot more moving parts coming into this season as well. So I wouldn't rule them out just yet, but it was always going to be a little bit more growing pains, and I'm sure Deft really feels sad that we're showing that one once again.
Game 1 was extremely one-sided. I think it was more of a draft issue than Game 2, where the draft was a lot more even. Game 2 felt like DRX had a plan. They had a exact way they wanted to set up on these dragons, and it worked really well for them most of the time, but small mistakes, small edges for D+ Kia to punish.
Yeah. Let's have a listen as they eventually decide to kill the Nexus.
Gotta get him, gotta get him. Talking about the cooldowns as well.
The got barrel is my favorite part from that one. Of course, you can remember Deft talking about Beryl staying up all night to try and take down his former team. Well, now Deft is on that former team, and so is probably pretty keen to make sure that he can stand his ground against the guy that has been the downfall of what was Damwon Kia last year.
I think we've seen the early stages of a strong DRX team. I don't think any fan of either of these teams is going to walk away from tonight disappointed.
I agree, especially if you're a D+ Kia fan. But, ladies and gentlemen, No Carpet Carpet Space is ready. Let's let them break down that game.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. It is us. We are here at the carpet space that does not have a carpet anymore. Me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and yeah, D+ Kia looked great. I mean, that was a really nice showing from them. Pretty quick 2-0, very dominant, and a couple of really clean drafts as well. Things just looking like they're really prepared coming into this LCK season.
And in terms of drafts, I like, again, the iteration that we saw from D+ Kia a little bit more, but I did think it was not nearly as lopsided as in the previous game. There's picks like the Lulu and the Maokai, Victor as well, that you don't really get excited for, but I did think it was the type of draft where if you're able to play some of the mid-game fights a little bit better, they could have had a fair shot. Still, overall, picking up the Yumi when there isn't, you know, a Lucian, Nami counter available is going to feel a lot better. The Gnar, again, being really, really valuable, and Showmaker gets to play Syndra, right? Like, he's always going to be happy doing that. Canyon, we already can talk about his champion pool for a really long time.
And Deft as well. Like, it feels like a big problem now going up against D+ Kia in this meta specifically, because not only does Showmaker get to play all of his favorite champs, but Deft is aging like a fine wine. He's getting better and better, and he gets to play all of his great champs. Like, we'll eventually see the Caitlyn, no doubt. And then you have Canyon and everybody else. Like, they're also playing great. So let's take a look at replay number 1 and kind of break down how this first match did go.
Because, as I mentioned previously, I do think that here the game state is not that bad. Sure, you're behind as DRX, but you actually do have certain Drakes, you have great scaling, you have a lot of range, you have a 1-4 split push pressure with Rascal, and this is, to me, a split call. Croco going in this deep doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Also, credit to Kellen. I think his ultimate had a really big part in making sure that the rest of the team couldn't actually commit, and then, unfortunately, from this point onwards, it's a slow and steady collapse. 2 members already down. Dogdom eventually goes down as well, doesn't really have anywhere to go. And from this point onwards, the game is not fully over, but it is like 70% of the way there, right? You're losing a key Drake, you're giving over the extra resistances of that Mountain Drake, and from that point onward, I think it gets harder and harder for DRX to play out clean, and you can afford less mistakes, which unfortunately they keep making.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first match for D plus Kia in spring, and they're already looking extremely clean.
yeah.
Like Kana jumping over the wall, amazing ult from him. Let's take a look at replay number 2 and check out what happened here on the next Dragon fight.
Because here, it starts off okay. This is a teleport coming here from Kana that doesn't even need the tankiness of Maganar, just uses the DPS. Health bar is already low. Because we talked about the range that's available for DRX. Well, it's the same for Damwon Kia. And the interesting thing to me about this game and why I wouldn't be completely worried if you're a DRX fan, even though I think this is a pretty lackluster showing, particularly in terms of draft and their meta read. This game was closer than the scoreboard looks. The problem was that all the flips didn't go their way, right? Like full rascal that you get like, what is it, like almost 2k gold here, like 1.7k in terms of shutdowns. That's great, but overall, in many key moments, they just get outskirmished by T plus Kia. And I want to reiterate that the prediction of the major part of the LCK was not that T1 would win the Spring Split, but that it would be this team. So with DRX, I don't really know. I think their read wasn't great. I think there was still a lot of miscommunication and a lack of cohesion. The only thing I do feel confident to say, D+, looking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really too much else to say. Like, we got a great first taste from them. I think they showed a lot of what they have to offer. As I was saying, I think the meta really helps all of their great carry players that they have in the lineup. And then if the other guys, like Kellen, like Kana, can just kind of carry their weight, and even as we saw today, do even better than that and like go above and beyond, these guys are going to be unstoppable. I mean, they're going to be near the best in almost every single role.
And that, to me, was one of the big questions coming into the split for D plus Kia is, we know, we've seen him at Worlds, right? Kellen actually showing slow but steady growth over the entire year, was really good at Worlds, I think. But for Kana, we didn't really know, because Onongshim couldn't really rate him. And Deft was obviously really, really good throughout the last year, but he wasn't always very flashy. And even on DRX, ironically enough, I think he was one of the more, I'm in the back, you know, I'm making sure that this machine works. He was the heart of the team, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if you go to another team, that you do really well as well. But this was a great game. A little bit of help from Barrel on that early kill that he just generously donated to his former teammate. That was very, I really appreciate it. That was very nice of him.
Just barrel things, you know,
Classic
barrel tax, you got to pay it sometimes when you do have this guy in your team. He provides so much more in other facets.
But sometimes
hoping that he can control Krako a little bit, perhaps later on in the split. But first off, guys, let's take a look at the POG of Game 2. And it will be Deft who does pick it up. A big game on the Sivir. I feel like his positioning was really great. You know, he didn't have like flashy super plays on Sivir, but he was really getting everything that he had to do done.
Yeah, the one play that to me stands out as, again, I'm glad, well, no, not that one. That one doesn't count. Is the flash over the wall here. Showcases both the confidence that he has in the rest of his team and a certain bloodlust that I think is a really good sign. This is the type of confidence you want to see from an AD carry that's playing on one of the best teams within the league, right? And
I like his flash, actually.
Yeah.
In the face of like 3 enemies, he's got Kana right there. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go.
He's ready. Yeah, he sees the space, utilizes it very well, senses that DRX is on the retreat. And we got a very split vote, which I think makes complete sense. I personally went for Showmaker. I think that he had a really nice impact around the map, just a really clean Syndra game overall. But the cool thing is, you can realistically go for everyone here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you even see 3 votes for Kana. Like, he had some game-changing moments in this one. A great teleport that one time. The amazing flank over the Dragon Wall. Like, he was another guy to look at. But, guys, we do have the interview ready with our POGs, so let's throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the very first POG interview translation for the opening match of the LCK 2023 Spring Split. We're here joined by Deft and Canyon from D plus Kia. How do you feel, Canyon? Yeah, I mean, this was our first match, and I'm so relieved that we won, and it feels great. Yeah, same. I'm happy that we won, and also it's not about like one player stood out. All 5 of us were playing so well, so I'm really happy for that. Congratulations on winning the first match and also winning the POGs. Were you expecting this much of a stomp? I think the draft went as we planned, so it was smooth sailing. Speaking of the draft, I have a question about your comp. So you won your very first PUG of the split on Elise, a very popular pick in solo queue as well. However, it took longer than 900 days for Elise to make a comeback in the LCK. I prepared this pick for the season, and I was pretty confident in Elise. You know, I was always ready to pull her off. I also heard Elise was picked from the D plus Kia CL matches as well. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about which pick they prefer, but I think right now Elise is a very strong pick in the jungle role. And let's move on, or go back to game number 1. Looking back at game number 1, I think the Gnar ult was the most decisive play in that game. I mean, even in scrims, whenever Kana plays Gnar, he just makes that play, you know, multi-man Gnar into the wall, so it was really comfortable playing with his Gnar. But Deft, you as well performed so well. And D plus Kia is already flexing a great teamwork in the very first day of the new season. How were you able to build up so much of a, you know, chemistry so fast? We kind of started, you know, screaming very early, and we were pretty confident in all of our 5 players' performance. And also in the interview we watched earlier, I think every 5 players are pretty content with the roster alongside of the D plus Kia. Yeah, I mean, you know, Kellen, Canyon, Showmaker, they were already on D plus Kia, and they were really helping us to gel in and, you know, create a great atmosphere within each other. So yeah, I'm enjoying my time here in D plus Kia. And Kenya, yeah, we had a jersey swap, you know. Deft joined D plus Kia, and Deokdam actually went to DRX. How was playing against Deokdam on the other side of the map? Well, like, to be honest, as the game started, you know, I was not paying attention to the fact that I'm now playing against my former teammate Deokdam. I just focused on my own plays. What about you, Deft? How was playing against Beryl? Yeah, I mean, like, I was thinking about that before the game started, but as the game started, he was only Lulu or Yumi on the Rift. I was not, you know, very well aware of the fact that I was playing against Beryl as the game got started. Kenyon, today I think you played around the bottom lane in both 2 games. Do you think bot lane is the most kind of influential role right now in the current meta? Yeah, right now this meta is all about the impact of the bottom lane has. And also, but sometimes it will come down to the comp and what kind of concept we've got with our draft. And I think this is a great start to your Spring Split. What is your goal, Deft, for the Spring Split? I think you guys also saw in the interview VCR, and in order for me to feel some sort of accomplishment and feel proud of myself, I think it's all about, you know, winning the entire year. So I want to win spring, summer, and, you know, up until Worlds. What about you, Kenyon? One thing I miss is winning MSI, so I hope I can make it happen this year. I really want to win MSI this year. Lastly, Kenyon, any message for all the fans? Thank you so much for your support, as always. And we will keep doing our best. Thank you. This will be the end of the interview from Kenyon, Deft from D plus Kia, and back to the No Carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. We are here on the carpet space that doesn't have a carpet. And yeah, adorable as always. This time it's not only Canyon, but he's got Deft next to him. What more could you ask for from this team?
As far as cute interview energy goes, like, both of them are, I think, doing a great job. They're just standing there very meekly answering the questions nicely. No trash talk, no thank you for the free kill barrel. Just Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah,
Played Lulu and
we'll do our best.
Yeah,
you
we'll
know.
try.
We're feeling pretty good, but
Where's Showmaker? Where's my
see.
spice?
that's the thing. They have both, so we'll definitely see that in the future. But speaking about the future, guys, the next matchup is going to be GenG up against T1. A huge hype match you do not want to miss. We'll be back after about 25 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
LCK 탑라이너 훈이입니다.
명문팀 SKT 출신이라면서요? 딱 맞는 스펙 아니야?
저 이제 새로운 도전을 하고 싶습니다.
여권 있죠? 가서 북미를 제패하고 오세요.
하지만 나의 LCS 만료는 고난의 연속이었다. 내가 알고 있는 LCK 최고의 쓰레기 해설, 바로 그 크량철 회장. 그렇다. 난 LCK 해설자가 되었다. 이건 기회야.
아버지, 저 중국 출장 갔다가 돌아왔습니다. 88라인 잊지 않으셨죠?
CS가 몇 기고?
아, 평균 분당 CS는 뭐...
그래서 몇 개?
그게...
스프링 분당 CS 1등 9만원씩이다. 10.2개? 니 이것도 모르나?
아버지! 이제 저도 봐주세요. 저도 체코에서 갈고 닦았다고요. 제가 뭐가 부족해요?
시계! 니 해설 얼굴로 하나? 얼굴이 뭐가 중요하노? 내 봐라. 내 얼굴 대신 3개가 있다 카대. 여기 비상! 여기 다운! 요 아래 지림.
아버지!
동훈이 네가 보기에 누가 이길 것 같나?
브리온이 사용 한타를 이기고 플레이오프에 갈 겁니다. 그리고 어차피 우승은 T1 아닌가요?
사용 끝났고요.
그리고 라인은
좀에 갔다 오고요.
저기요.
좀에 나갔다. 차.
플레이오프에요.
터지는 거야 갑니다. 니네 간다. 기어로 기어강대 공부인텐 달성. 전승 우승 달성입니다. 위텐 T1.
니 혹시 미래를 알고 있는 거 아이가? 브리온이 플레이오프 갈 것도 T1이 전승 우승할 것도 다 알고 있었다. 맞나? 대답해봐라!
여긴 LCK니까요.
싱글렉스 깨면서 LCK 썸머 우승 젠지입니다.
지난 1년간 육각 덕분인지 수빈 아나운서의 분석 데스크 지분율이 꽤 늘었습니다만 강키님이 빠지면서 지분율을 지키기가 어려울 것으로 보입니다.
강키형의 풀세트 지분 제가 샀습니다. 분석 데스크 최대 주주도 제가 될 겁니다.
뭐? 어디서 사부리가 나부랭이가? 너네랑 우리는 노는 물이 달라. 내가 분석 데스크고 분석 데스크가 나야. 분석 데스크의 최대 주주는 바로 나 육수빈이라고.
이대로 육수빈을 최대 주주가 되게 둘 순 없습니다. Give me your answer, 대표님.
홍보청년, 지금 분석 데스크는 추주 전국 시대야. 왜 힘든 싸움에 끼려고 하지? 나 LCK 전문가야. 이럴 줄 알았으면 안 왔지. 해설? 예스. 분석 데스크? 노!
분석 데스크도 중요합니다, 대표님. 저랑 함께 가시죠.
에이. 어떠해?
오늘 저 어때요? 분석 데스크에서 제대로 보여주려고요.
당신 참 재밌는 사람이야. 분석 데스크를 거쳐간 사람이 몇 명이나 되는지 알아?
뭐라고요?
아니, 우리 풀세트 가도 초심 변치 말자고. 들어가기 전에 룰은 알려줘야 될 것 같아서.
방송 시작하겠습니다.
페어플레이 합시다, 우리.
왔어? 분석 데스크 잘하고 싶은데 내가 한참 부족한가 봐. 너 생각도 그래?
잘할 거야.
잘하는 아나운서가 한둘이야?
넌 앞으로 꽤 좋은 아나운서가 될 거야. 꽤 괜찮은 LCK 아나운서.
그래서 이번 월준승 누가?
아무래도 T1 아니겠습니까? 제가 많이 당해봤잖아요.
저도요, 할아버지.
당연히 서머 우승팀 젠지죠, 아버지.
오빠들은 예측을 하면 안 되겠다. 당연히 DK가 우승이죠, 아버지.
할아버지, 저라면 DRX 우승에 걸겠어요. 중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 마음이니까요.
DRX!
도훈이 YG 결승 봤나? 이 기량차리가 두 눈으로 똑똑히 봤다. LCK가 1부 리그다, 1부 리그. 지릿다.
아버지, 장자 승계 원칙 잊으셨어요?
나만 맨날 이렇게 해. 왜 들러리예요, 왜?
할아버지, LCK 제가 돈으로 사겠습니다.
제가 항상 옆에 있었잖아요, 아버지.
내가 제일 사랑하는 자식이 누군지 네 모르나? 내 후계잖아.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. New music and new everything here at the LCK. Very, very excited to begin another amazing 10-year legacy, Wolf, because that's what this season's all about.
Yep, we had so many hype matchups between T1 and GenG last year. Multiple finals, obviously 4 regular season games, and it's time to start the year with one more T1 versus GenG matchup. It's the beginning of a spring season. T1's playing on opening day. The stadium is packed. There's a huge mass of people outside as well. It's going to be a good night here. If you're a T1 fan or a GenG fan, we've got a great best of 3 for you.
We absolutely do. Let's get into the roster changes here as GenG. Bit of a change-up, and I know there's going to be a lot of sad people at home, of course, who would have witnessed Ruler's debut in the LPL, picking up a pentakill, just doing all sorts of great stuff over there, looking like he's thriving, making us all back at home really sad, Wolf. But now Paze is here. Very excited to see what he's going to be able to do, especially alongside former bottom lane duo partner in Delight. T1, though,
no roster changes.
No change. Nothing.
Now, there are some changes, of course, in that Bengi has moved up to the head coaching position, and you've got Sky, Tom, and Roach. So a pretty extensive coaching staff here for the side of T1, much larger than what we've seen in previous seasons, where Faker has kind of been dubbed the interim coach, right? Now you have Bengi, who's worked with the team and the academy team quite extensively. And so we'll see what T1 does with this new coaching staff, because you're basically taking a roster that's already proven its Worlds finalist, probably Worlds Championship level, and trying to make it better somehow, iterate on it further.
Yeah, no, I actually really love that T1 just left it all as it is, because I think everyone on that team deserves to use this roster in order to get a victory, right? Like, to be able to be the summer champions like they wanted to be. They made it to spring, right? But I think that this is a team that's capable of doing all of it, right? So mid-matchup of the OGs on the opening day, Faker versus Chovy. Of course, this one goes back a very long way. 25-36, of course. A lot of that in best of 5s early on in Chovy's career, where he just wasn't able to beat the unbeatable Demon King.
And Paze, LCK's youngest 2005 born reborn rich AD Paze. Paze coming in as Ruler's replacement. Let's see how he does tonight.
Well, we'll have to find out, but first, let's hear from the players.
이번에 개막전을 저희가 하게 됐는데 경기를 한 지 꽤 오래돼가지고 빨리 경기를 하고 싶은 마음이고,
작년 스프링 결승에서도 만나고 서머 결승에서도 만나고 이번에 또 개막전에서도 만나게 되었네요. 마지막으로 만났을 때가 좋은 기억이 남아있을 때에서 또 이길 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
저희 팀만 유일하게 로스터가 안 바뀌었는데 판 맞추는 데 있어서 좀 더 유리할 것 같습니다.
저희 바텀 선수들이 바뀌었는데 어떻게 해나가야 할지 일단 갈피를 잡는 중인데 가장 효율적인 방향을 계속 찾고 있습니다. 페이거 선수를 되게 많이 만났는데 저도 모르는 새 정이 드는 그런 느낌이 있는 것 같아요. 같은 미드 그리고 좀 같은 게임으로서 뭔가 표현하기 힘든 정이 드네요.
앞으로도 좀 정이 많은 사람이 되고 싶습니다.
저희가 서머 우승컵인데 이제 스프링 우승컵이 없잖아요. 그래서 스프링 우승컵을 가질 수 있게 저희가 열심히 해보겠습니다. 새로운 젠지 기대해주세요.
올해 이제 10주년을 맞게 됐는데 그만큼 좀 저에게 있어서 최고의 한 해를 보내고 싶고, 이번에도 작년 스프링 전승 우승만큼 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
And it's now time to welcome T1 to the stage. Of course, a lot of people here at Lowell Park are here to see this team returning once again, and so many of them want them to finally get what almost all of the fans, especially the ones here for T1, feels like they rightfully deserve for this year.
1 game off of a 4th star on the banner, a 4th Worlds title. 1 game off of a summer title to get their Faker's 11th, and 1 game off of an MSI championship as well. So many close but not enough finals for this team. They won Spring, of course, and broke all the records, but winning at the end of the year is the sweeter victory. And T1 looked to start off with the only unchanged roster, a roster that has shown its power all throughout 2022. And moving into 2023, they're most people's expected team to take the Spring title. How can you compete with a roster that's already so strong that doesn't have to change any moving parts?
Exactly right. We'll see whether GenG can do it as we introduce them to the stage. The defending LCK champions. They make their way down. Of course, it's been a very tumultuous last few months, and I feel like a lot of people may have forgotten what it was like when we were sitting there watching them hoist that trophy the first time. This squad has won a domestic trophy since 2014, and they are now going to be able to very, very well-deservedly pin that title onto the flag right now.
So long since Samsung's legacy, has been put on this banner, and finally, so many years later, GenG, who wanted to carry on Samsung's legacy, will pin their 2nd star. It's crazy to imagine how much this team has accomplished. A world championship under their belt, and still just now grabbing their first LCK title as GenG. It's hard to believe that with how much talent is on this roster. And as a result, we will have Peanut put the trophy on the stage here. Defending LCK champions, may not be the defending Worlds champions, but we will honor they were the ones to take the last trophy.
They absolutely were, well-deserved, and this is the LCK, right? They are the reigning kings of this region right now, especially with the fact that DRX is sort of no longer, right? It's only Beryl that's left of that team still wearing their colors. Kyoshik overseas, and everybody else sort of split up. Humble Life now has both Zeker and Kingen, so sort of a thing of the past. GenG still looking quite reminiscent of what they used to look like. However, Lahens is gone and Ruler is gone. Will the power of the top side for this team be enough to help them carry them through the first few hurdles of the season? And I think that is the hugest question, because I mean, out of the fry pan into the fire is exactly what's happened to FaZe as he moves up. He now has to face probably one of the most incredible debuts that we've had in the last, I don't know how many years.
It's crazy how Gumayusi came in as an insanely high-profile player into T1 before he even started. When he played his first Worlds qualifiers game, playing Draven, people were hyped for this guy. And FaZe, I think, has a lot to live up for, because in terms of Challengers 80 carries, he was the most hyped as well. And as an extremely young player born in 2005, he's the new hot rookie. And let's see what he could do tonight. And a lot of the time you get a chance to see a new player like FaZe play against a weaker LCK team or a team that isn't as reputable as T1. Like, no team is reputable as T1. Did you see that banner? And FaZe gets to play against T1 in this opening matchup. It's a tough one, but I think we'll learn so much so quickly about where he's at right now against the best in the world.
Yep, that's exactly right. I'm excited to see how it goes. Of course, looking at those stats, it's a little bit difficult to really compare the two players because, of course, FaZe was playing in Challenger, and also GenG wasn't necessarily the most dominant team there. Yes, he was very, very good in his role, but as you could see, down in gold on average at 14 minutes, but up by 5 CS means that the bottom lane might have been going okay. The rest of the map may have been a little bit on fire. So, of course, FaZe starting off in GenG, sort of born and raised as far as his League of Legends career is concerned. I'll show you my consistent performance, just like Ruler. I just debuted, but I want to perform not only at LCK, but also at international events. We'll see whether he can do so. Of course, what a lot of the coaching staff have been talking about FaZe is that his most valuable asset is how he uses his emotions, and of course how he stays calm, stays controlled, and learns extraordinarily quickly. So even if this debut isn't necessarily what GenG fans want to see out of the guy, I think we could probably just sit back and wait and see whether he can develop at the speed that they're hoping he will.
Yeah. Coach of the Year for LCK. Score back on stage here. We talked about the changes to the coaching staff for T1. Not to be the case here. as Bengi takes the stage for T1. A very different look here. Someone who's obviously an ex-T1 player and someone who has been with the org for a very long time, has a close relationship with them. Yeah, I think that given Hayes' age, one thing I will say is you talk about the focus, keeping yourself calm. That could be one of the biggest strengths and weaknesses of an extremely young player. Some young players don't feel the pressure in their first few matches, right? It feels like, oh, this is exciting, I'm really hyped, and sometimes you'll see an overperformance even early, but some younger players get nervous, choke early. I think we're gonna learn a lot in this super high-profile best of 3. Like you said, out of the frying pan and straight into the fire.
Well and truly, I mean, this bottom lane is just so extraordinarily good, especially if their form is similar to that of the World Championship. Gumyushi and Keria had a difficult summer, but I think that all of those doubts got washed away on international soil. So, let's see how it goes. On to into pick and ban here for game number 1 of our second series of the evening. T1 will be on the blue side, GenG selected red, largely considered to be the most powerful side, although we saw if drafts go wrong, blue side can also be very powerful. The Maokai to be taken away first. Caitlyn removed from Gumyushi, of course. Gumyushi and Deft are the 2 players that are just never allowed to play Caitlyn. That's just sort of how it goes.
We will see a Rise ban on blue side here for T1, showing that they're not interested in giving Faker one of his most iconic picks here first.
Yep, I guess they watched the Rise video from 2018?
2018 after the 17 win.
Yep.
One of those stars on GenG's banner just down below.
Indeed.
And here we go. This is going to be the final ban here. Ashe still open. Var is still open. This looks like Lucian's still open. This could be a very different look in terms of how the bottom 2v2s are going to go with empowering Yuumi gone here. There's the Ashe and Varus bans as I say it. A little bit of a lag on our API, but they do come through. So, you know, if you want to pick something like a Zeri here, you have to be aware the Lucian's on the other side. They'll first pick the Nami.
Ooh. Interesting that it's the Nami, but I guess it doesn't really matter. You don't pick Lucian without Nami, you don't pick Nami without Lucian. So whichever one you pick, not really too much of an issue. Obviously, Gumyushi has something else that he could possibly play with it if there were some shenanigans, but likely that GenG just takes something else instead. Having a look down, though, there aren't a whole lot of great options outside of just handshaking with the Zeri Lulu.
Yeah, I think that might be the best bet for them. Now,
oh yes, Peanut.
This is usually used in a winning blue side lane, not usually on the red side. And we'll swap over the Sejuani for
Certainly
a moment.
A bunch of different options here.
His hand's off the keyboard, so I think he may have already locked it in, but he looks frustrated with whatever the result is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, last second change. Just going to lock the Lulu, keep his jungle choice up in the air for now. I like that. Give him a bit, like if you can't make up your mind, give it a little bit of extra time. Ona, oh, do it. Just do it.
Yeah, well, Lee Sin, Lucian, Nami as a bot 3v3 is insanely powerful. One of the next best things outside of the Elise we have seen D plus Kia find success with. We know the Lucian goes in this slot. They're going to use this time to think about what that jungle pick is going to be here and reset the timer.
Yeah.
You don't know what the jungle matchup is going to be just yet against Peanut, but you know that something that pairs well with your bottom side control against rookie AD carry Pays is absolutely the best bet here. And there's a lot of options, right? It doesn't have to be the Lee Sin, but it's a very owner champion, the owner champion.
Oh yeah. And also, I don't think it, goes that poorly into something like the Elise, but this would be the anti-Zeri option. I really like it. T1 picking for the comp that they see on the other side of the bench.
Point click, take that Zeri out, and I mean, he had a great time on the Lee Sin all year in 2022, but he was a great Vi player as well. So, not a shocker here. Vi definitely fitting the enemy composition a lot better. Peanut, in situations like this last year, would go back to the Poppy, but it looks like they're not going to prioritize it in this case. Rather, would get the Cassante pick.
Yeah, finally, we're going to see some Cassante. I didn't see him all series last time around because it was a bit of an obsession with the Gnar versus Jax matchup. This time around, we will finally get some Cassante there. Doran going to be wielding that one.
See the Fiora ban. We might also see a Gnar ban, which has been one of the lane responses to the Cassante, but as was shown by Kana in the previous series, it doesn't even necessarily need to be used that way. But they picked the Cassante before the second ban phase here, so T1 now have full information about what this Cassante pick is, but they won't, GenG has the opportunity to protect it. And We'll see Wukong, which is another one of those really strong junglers to help peel for Zeri, set up team fights, play around topside with the Cassante taken away.
Yep, another one of those options removed from Peanut's wheelhouse. Of course, Peanut has a decently large champion pool after being a player for so incredibly long. But it was one of them that he was considering, and certainly does do well when you're in these Zeri compositions. Create as much of a ruckus as possible is generally the aim of the game.
Poppy a little bit out of date, but really wouldn't mind seeing a ban on it here because Peanut has shown specifically can punish these aggressive 2v2s so well, but they'd rather take out Chovy's Cassidon, which we did see him pilot in the Faker versus Deft show match series. He looked extremely good on it.
Yeah.
Defensive Elise here, once again teased. Obviously can be used very aggressively in the top lane for Cassante, but we haven't seen Elise used like this just yet in Korea. More on the winning 2v2 lane, and Lulu Zeri can hold their own against the Lucian lane, but it's usually that side of the map, the blue side, where the Elise looks for that level 3 pressure.
Yeah, it's level 2. Level 2, Zeri Lulu are very strong. But as we saw, that can go really badly, Wolf. If you guys were watching Game 2 of our previous series, Game 1, Game 2? Game 2. Game 2? Yes, it was Game 2.
Yeah.
My brain is, I'm sure, in there somewhere. But that was when Barrel overstepped, and they weren't able to actually utilize that added power, and then from that point on, the game was kind of over. Azir and Na to be locked away here. Of course, Zeus' most iconic, his debut champion that he really did make a real mark for himself on, as Talia is locked for Chovy in that mid lane.
T1 have a composition you can trust, that you can believe in, right? You've got Zeus on his iconic Gnar. First champion he ever played in his debut, one of his best, one of his most famous, right? And he's made a name for himself very quickly over his short career. You've got Gumuzi on Lucian, Lami with Keria. Faker's playing as Azir, so you have tons of engage options here between the Azir ult. You've got Vi trying to lock down the Zeri, Gnar. I mean, there's so much you can do here. Besides that, you've got, of course, Keria's ultimate. But I think what GenG are trying to do here is really fishing for mid-game skirmishes, trying to get Zeri kills you wouldn't otherwise normally get in a lane versus Lucian. I think they are going to play a little bit more towards the bottom side here and try to fight fire with fire. If Zeri gets ahead, the mid-game gets easier, your path to that third item gets easier. I think what GenG are doing is really forcing in some ways a square peg into a round hole, but they've got the players to back it up, they've got the skill to back it up, and Pays is the ultimate late-game carry, AD carry player from Challengers. And his first game against Guma, he has to play against the Lucian Nami lane, get to that late game, and then show how good he is at late game team fights.
Yeah.
Best possible scenario if you're a Pays fan.
It's absolutely true. However, I still think that the matchup is really hard if you are on the Zeri Lulu side of it. And I think they'll be asking for a bit of help from Peanut to get down there and really start putting the screws in, because it's going to be a lot of necessary jungle attention there towards that bottom side. As we check it out, T1 tried and true. So many of these champions just fit these players so extraordinarily well. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Peanut back on an old favorite in the Elise here. Doran trying his hand at the Cassante that he has been spamming in solo queue, of course, like every other top laner. Anyway, let's not waste any more time. Let's hop onto the Rift for Game 1. All right, here we go, onto the Rift for the first game of T1 versus GenG. Very excited to see how this one is going to pan out, because of course, last time these two teams met, it was a GenG victory in the summer final. Now, things have changed on one side, not so much on the other.
It's so interesting because in some ways, the reason why GenG was so dominant that season and why they crushed the finals was because Ruler and Lehens knew the meta so extremely well. They were the best Zeri duo, and they were the best Lucian duo. And now we're looking at, okay, yeah, it's Lucian and Zeri again, so many months later, but it's kind of a different iteration, and it's obviously a very different bottom duo. So some GenG flavor to a very new 2023 GenG.
Exactly. Chovy going to scope out the ward here. Grabs himself a bit of cash money, feels good about that one. Now, I do want to step away just for a moment. I think it's time for a little bit of education and story time, because we have introduced these really, really cool new flags to LoL Park. As you can see, it has all of the accolades of the teams, of course. T1's easily the most full at this point in time, having
Yes.
won so many domestic titles, 10 to be exact, as well as
three international
worlds,
or 3 worlds.
Yeah,
Yes.
3 worlds. Also an MSI there as well. Just throw a few different options there.
Throw
on,
some
on the
IEM in
belt.
there, you know.
Yeah, there's a few accolades. But looking at GenG, there's only 2 that are recorded there. One of them is from the Samsung White Flu Days. And the other one is, of course, 2017, the World Championship there. And also being able to pick up their win finally in 2022.
The star Chovy put on the flag.
Yep, but GenG have the ability to choose which one of the accolades from their spot. Because, of course, I mean, that could also include MVP Oza, because the slot was purchased.
Yeah.
By GenG eventually, but did go down the line many, many times. But they've decided that they want to start their own legacy. They're only including a couple of their accolades. Whereas on the other side of the coin, you've got teams like Humble Life Esports that have taken the 2016 victory of Rox Tigers because that was the slot that they took over. They've included that one on their flag. And Breon, a similar thing. Najin E Empire in 2012. They've taken that star as well, just to show a bit of the legacy in choosing to do so. And the teams had the opportunity to either do it or not do it, based on their slot.
Speaking of Rox Tigers, you can see Peanut's win rate on Elise.
Hey, there we go.
Pretty high across his time. And yeah, they wanted to honor that MVP rejoined the league, so didn't steal that one. But in the top lane, Zayas is in trouble.
Yeah, might be having a bit of a bad time here. Turret not going to get tanked just yet. This is being played pretty beautifully by the Nah. However, can be a very difficult time as Doran going to very comfortably just move out of the turret range. Elise, she's just the best divers. Okay, Chovy in a bit of trouble here as he does just flick back the Emperor of Shurima. Faker will assert his dominance though, as Chovy may just go back home.
That was very close there for Chovy, who doesn't have to use Ghost or anything. Barely had enough mana to use that shove to get himself out safely. Yeah, the dive potential of this Elise, we talked about it. You're not going to be using it defensively at that level 3 timing because the Zeri and Lulu should be under pressure in the lane against this Lucian Nami. You're going to be using it on the top side of the map with the Cassante pick against the Gnar. And I think T1 very well aware that this is a possibility, but unfortunately Vi's on Raptors right now. Owner's not here to help you out. Like you mentioned, the hop here is beautiful. Jumps on Doran's head, saves the flash here to the last possible second. But there's just too much damage in the kit here of Cassante this early, and with the repel, there's no way Elise dies to turret. Super easy dive, like you said, for Elise. So strong early on. So already, you know, making us believers a little bit of a different type of Elise, not just bot dive only, and he's back.
It's top dive only, as it turns out, as Zayas doesn't have the flash available. Can hop, and of course has now Ona beside him as well, as a bit of a scuffle on this bottom side. See how things are going to turn out. Of course, both teams aware that junglers are on the top side of the map. As Peanut just wandering all the way through. Okay, lands the Q. But just a bit of harassment here, as you can see, going on this Cassante having a pretty good time. As Bubble going to be avoided really nicely there by FaZe, actually.
I want to point out GenG's vision control. They have 3 wards on the top side of the map, a control ward deep next to Raptors. Peanut knows he can pull this off. He's
the heal going to be used preemptively. That is a great cleanse just after the relentless pursuit. Tomoyoshi may still go down, and there it is. Second blood, sorry, going over to FaZe. But he may just go down. Peanut going to be the first one to fall. Now FaZe looking for even more. This is aggressive. Flash is the last possible second to get out of the way of the Aqua Prison. GenG, they give away 1 kill in the aftermath, but otherwise a dive that does work out until it doesn't.
Like I said, though, fishing for those early Zeri kills here in a lot of ways around these early skirmishes. It was tough to pull off, and they did it at the expense of Peanut. But all of that vision I was talking about made Peanut feel like he was safe to pull this off. But let me draw your attention to the mini-map, where we actually see Owner pathing through lane to make sure he's unseen, knowing this dive is coming. Peanut was spotted top. They know he's pathing bottom to look for this dive, and Owner is here. Unfortunately, seconds too late to save his 80 carry, but it'll at least take Peanut down as a trade of kills. So really calculated on both sides of the junglers here. FaZe loses flash as well, which could be relevant in the coming moments as Owner hits level 6.
No, absolutely. I think actually getting that flash towards the end there is almost even more important than taking down Peanut there with the attempted flash vault breaker from Owner. So not end of the world or anything like that for T1. They're only down a couple of 100 gold. and we've already spoken at length about their composition and its strength, especially as the game continues on. I think mid-game is going to be such a dangerous time for GenG before FaZe has hit that 3-item power spike. Doing a decent job here in this lane, as you can see. Very even on farm. And now with the rest of the map working out quite nicely for him, especially there towards the top side with this K'Sante in the early game doing very, very well. Like we've seen sort of across the world, really. K'Sante's been played a heck of a lot in the LPL, but hasn't been very successful at picking up wins. I think a lot of people really like him for the laning phase, but haven't found a way to really transition towards getting those teamfight wins in the later stages of the game. But we'll see how Doran's going to be able to do here. We saw in Challenger earlier in the week that K'Sante was a bit up or down. We did see those K'Sante moments where it feels like he dashes an infinite number of times and you die. Which has been my experience personally. But often you do see him sort of run out of steam.
And he's a really unique champion in that he's very tanky and annoying to deal with, but then he also becomes a deadly killing force, right, in a team fight. And this is the thin line that Guma and Keria are going to have to walk in these team fights, is how do we chip away at this frontliner while also making sure that he's not in range to kill us, shove us through a wall, and create a disaster in the back line, where then you have a Zeri who's just completely uncontested in DPS. Faker has to do a lot of carrying. I mean, Faker himself could be vulnerable if he decides to shuffle in. Doran pops his all out, and then Faker dies. So very scary top laner to deal with in mid to late game team fights. As Peanut's going back for another pass here. Owner this time with bullets available.
There's a Weaver's Wall up here as well. Peanut does kind of get thrown away, but the Cocoon is still going to land. Gumayushi will be the first to fall. Carrier now down here. Peanut goes up into the sky trying to escape this one. The glitter lands, but the turret, never mind.
Still in range of that one, even
ran
after
out
the
of
repel.
spiderlings, you know, you hate to see it. Oh dear.
Still beautifully played from Peanut here. It's another kill picked up for FaZe. He's 2-0-1, and it sounds crazy what I was mentioning in draft, like fishing for the skirmishes to get Zeri ahead. And we usually see this on a Drake fight, you know, if Zeri gets ahead, the Zeri moment where suddenly she gets 2 kills and you're like, uh-oh, she's accelerated, this is a big problem. They're using the Weaver Wall here to unfortunately lock Peanut out, but the hope is to actually make sure that Owner can't come through here to follow up. The execution is a little bit poor here, and Peanut does, of course, once the Spiderlings fall, get that turret aggro and die. But it's still a win for GenG because Zeri gets another kill. And the faster Zeri gets accelerated in a draft like this, the better your chances of getting through that mid-game and having those late-game team fights for FaZe that you've been looking for are already up at Drake.
The thing that I'm really enjoying here is a lot of the criticism that Peanut got at Worlds was being too subdued throughout the early game, especially sort of being run around the map. We saw this in the GenG versus then Damwon Kia series, now D+ Kia, of course. And a lot of people were like, oh, you know, Peanut's not playing that way, and blah, blah, blah. But now, back on a champion that he used to be so well known for, especially for his aggression, he's been everywhere on this Elise. Right now, they do manage to clear out that ward. Another one going to be picked up here. Value, am I right?
Yeah, big sweeper value. And, you know, so far here, it's not a lost cause or anything like that from T1, but this Lucian pick hasn't gotten the value you normally see when you're willing to give over that red side Zeri Lulu. And I think a lot of this has just been Peanut faster on the draw, which does feel reminiscent, of course, it was a long time ago, of the summer finals where Peanut outplayed Owner in that series quite significantly. Just having a good read on the map nonstop, and he's coming down the long way again.
Yep, Peanut now going to be here for the potential counter gank. We'll see whether Owner's going to go for it, because I believe he is unseen as he lurks in the alcove. Peanut, oh, he gets the information. And there, finds the Cocoon. They dive on top of Owner. The ult comes through from FaZe. Tidal Wave is beautiful for the defense. Owner does manage to get out. Flash, though, did have to be used as Doran has to dash away from these boomerangs.
That was so scary for T1 there for a moment, because Owner made the conscious decision, I'm going to stay here. I think we win this 3v3, but if Zeri gets more kills,
Yeah, Chovy does have Flash available. Elects not to use it as he flashes eventually to get out of the way of the Conquering Sands. Holds on. Oh, the Ghost was actually not off cooldown just yet. Zeus looking for another kill opportunity as Owner's moving on in as well. Volatile Spiderling spots this out. The Cocoon is going to land on the man to the backside of the fight. Not actually connecting onto Owner there, but Chovy's just going to keep his cool and head back home.
Yeah, this does, of course, delay Chovy's back a little bit here, and this means Peanut's going to have to pick up the CS. So this is kind of frustrating, losing a lot of money here. Faker going to get a big win from this. But Doran, meanwhile, on the top side, because of that huge roam for Zayas to try to commit to the kill onto Chovy, will lose some plates.
Delight just having a bit of fun there.
He certainly is.
He's like, I can fight too, guys. You remember when it was Azir versus Lulu every game? You remember that, don't you, Faker?
Yeah, yeah. So reminding him of the good old days, and by good, I mean not good.
Yeah. It was good for Faker. I think his win rate on Lulu is absurdly high.
Good times. It's good to be nostalgic sometimes. For those who don't know Delight, this may surprise you, but he was a Fredit Breon player who got called up here to replace Career in summer 2022. Impressed everyone despite being on a very weak team. Most famous for his Rakan, but he has a very wide champion pool of supports he can play. Very good at the Lulu as well.
I think we've enjoyed him on Enchanter supports kind of the most.
His Renata.
But Rakan really is sort of the standout, which is weird because that's more of the engaged style. But his Renata definitely very, very good. He's just a really great player that I thought was lacking in a bit of accolades.
Yeah.
You could say. So I think you and I especially were very, very keen to see him finally on a team now where he can perform a little bit better, and we'll see whether he does.
Yeah, he's one of those hipster players where you're like, if you're a really hardcore fan of the LCK and you watch everything, you know he deserves a better team.
Yeah.
But if you're not, you're like, who is this guy? Was he on Pro? That's weird.
I mean, if you're just like typing "we knew it" GigaChat in chat, then we know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, and
because
you would be
you're
right.
the true fans, right?
This control ward is getting big value here from Faker as it spots Peanut's approach, so he will be able to easily just kite up to the top of the lane here and not get ganked. Owner comes over to set up potentially for a follow-up here, but it's a big party of GenG players grouping for Dragon.
Yeah. All right, the Dragon going to be started here. Chovy, Weave as well at the ready.
Yeah,
spotted out. As Owner has the opportunity to go in for a little bit of a steal. Oh, the polymorph is beautiful. That is going to mean that Peanut can lock this one down. Of course, very difficult to steal things away from an Elise. Very similar to that of Elise Sin. The execute on the Spider Form Q is just pretty good at getting rid of any issues. As Chovy is going to Ghost. Not often a early Ghoster or an early user of Summoner spells, as we saw in the previous engage. This time around, very intelligently, just going to make sure that that one works out. As Doran dashing, and he gets thrown away.
Chovy's been under so much pressure this game and has just handled it so perfectly. Finds himself significantly behind in CS as a result, and it's a tough matchup into his ear, obviously, to win that, because Faker is going to have that extra prio, he has that extra range, but he survived so many attempts by Owner and crew, and walks away unscathed, essentially using his unsealed spellbook to grab more value out of Ghost. And finally, this Herald will be taken, by the way. Of these two teams, these are the teams that usually are the Herald teams. Taking it very late this time around. Will actually miss the plate gold, but going to be taken now by GenG, who have both objectives, or both Drakes taken now a third in a row here in this Drake, or rather Herald, excuse me, going all to Peanut. Will cost them a turret, but...
Yeah, I mean, what's happening here? The bottom lane is just being forsaken. Pays is going to grab himself a red buff.
Yeah.
And T1 are going to look for an inner turret. I mean, what are GenG going to do about it? They've also got full pressure here in this mid lane as well.
Looks like a bit of a failed, awkward lane swap here where GenG wanted to swap early and send Doran down, but he didn't have teleport. And so they wanted to rotate Pays and Delight over to defend the Herald that T1 didn't contest. So everything was a little bit mistimed and out of whack. And they'll be able to at least save their inner turret. But yeah, that's a lot of free money going over to the Lucian Nami here.
Yeah, really nicely played from T1 macro-wise, but a little bit of a flub, it felt like, for GenG, dropping the ball slightly. However, it's not. It's more of an investment composition, right? You look down the line, you're like, there's a Zeri. Late game, right, guys? I'm not sure whether that's exactly how this composition is going to work in the later stages, because they have a lot of more pick and skirmish mid-game style champions around the Zeri.
Yeah.
But Zeri by herself is late game win condition, right? As Faker, yeah. Not going to get found out. Will get flicked as Owner looking for his opportunity. Cease and desist available, but not going to be used.
Can't hide on bush, the hide on bush.
Exactly. He invented this.
Will use his game sense there and blue trinket to spot out those enemies and then back away. And GenG having a bit of a rougher early mid-game here in terms of finding value. You do have a Herald that's very late that they can't get much value out of. In fact, are going to lose their mid-turret here to the group of a 4. 1-3-1-ing in terms of getting extra experience here, but not threatening that bottom turret is Doran, nor is Chovy in a position where he can actually guarantee that turret gold top himself. Faker's just going to come up here and collect the pieces. It's a cannon wave, so he's not losing much. So T1 really losing nothing, and it's they who actually come and grab mid-turret, even Heraldless.
Yeah. And, I mean, there is a lot about this that is T1 just having better macro, better understanding and better positioning around the map, but also a little bit can be said about how GenG is playing this one out. Tidal Wave is going to come through. Pays now. Kiting quite nicely here as Gumayusi just gives Doran a back massage. Zeus getting thrown back, but the Narbar is going to come through. Still needs to be respected. They're unable to get the outer turret in the mid lane. Shirley does basically nothing there. And meanwhile, Faker's on the top side of the map. Weaver's Wall will come in, and now GenG are trying to force. There it is. Ona should be taken down here as Pays manages to pick up that kill, but Peanut immediately taken out. Doran just running behind the turret, diving forward onto Zeus, and Faker just says, welcome to the LCK, Pays. You're just now some money in my pocket. He's now slightly overextended. Doran will be able to take him down, but the message has been sent.
The message was sent for sure, Atlas, but they actually take the Zeri out this time. A third kill does go over, but at least they prevent Zeri from getting a little bit too crazy in this team fight, because we might have had to certify that one otherwise. Starting this fight off, Faker is on top turret. GenG know he has teleport, but they want to actually attack this angle so quickly that they can instant blow up. It's really Zeus who's the hero of this fight because his Narbar is ready. He gets the knockback, buys enough time for Faker to teleport in, and then Faker gets the huge Emperor's Divide. Without that play from Zeus, they don't have enough time. Faker gets turned on, Zeri survives, and it's a completely different story. Still good here for GenG overall, forcing out that teleport, saving the top turret. But it could have been a lot worse if Zeus hadn't had that heroic play.
Yeah. T1 come out the other end of this feeling very, very good as far as money is concerned. They will now lose their top outer turret. There it goes. But in position to deny Soul Point. Very valuable Soul as well if they're able to stack up
Next tech
more
for
of them.
Zeri.
My goodness, that sounds very, very scary. Yeah, exactly. If GenG can lock it down, it feels great for them also. But teleport going to come towards that mid lane.
Yeah, Cassante for Doran here, like you say, coming around here on the backside a little bit, has to clear this wave. T1 going to try to collapse in. Zeus trying to manage his Narbar really well here so we can set up for the engage. Now it's going to turn on to Doran, though he's so far back and alone.
There it is. Cease and desist is going to come through. Doran tries to ult to get himself out of there. Does make him a little bit less defensive, but now Tidal Wave going to be used beautifully. Keria has to flash to get out of the way of his former teammate's flick. Not going to be seismically shoved this time around, though, but still, Keria with no flash. I mean, that's largely a dead Nami in a lot of scenarios.
Doran has no TP. He has to run all the way back. This is really risky for GenG to contest, but they feel like with a full health Zeri, they've got enough here. Chovy still has ult.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall can be so impactful in this moment. He's going to use it here, seeing whether he can split them off. Relentless pursuit to get over the wall, but now Zeus in the back of the pit. He's going to be the one that locks down the dragon. A disaster for GenG. They were really relying on that to give them that extra control of the game. But instead, they get nothing.
That was so well played by Zeus in the right spot to try to deny this, but still very fortunate that he does lock that one down because the Weaver's Wall did split T1 quite literally in half, and there was no way to directly contest the Dragon otherwise without giving more kills over to Zeri. This all starts off with Doran looking for a long con flank after he pushed the mid wave in. He gets punished, quote unquote. He still escapes because Cassante is crazy. But once he's out of the fight, this is essentially a 5v4 fight that Chovy can dictate with his Weaver's Wall. And when he does come in to do this, like I said, very fortunate that Zeus can actually steal this one away.
And that was forced to repel, I guess, but I think he came down. I think it was just a 50-50 that went awry.
For sure.
50-50 that got picked up by the rest of the percentage, which is Zeus.
It was a bit of a miss-smite.
Yeah, it's like a 49-49-2, and the 2 managed to get it.
Yeah, he was in position to connect onto it, and they were going to be able to get out pretty easily with Vi and Gnar, the 2 champions in the pit there. But I think T1 could thank their lucky stars they got that, because if we're walking away with they escape, but GenG has Soul Point here, you're feeling very bad as a T1 fan. With Zeri now already on 2 items, and GenG being on Soul Point.
Yeah, no, 100%. especially when it is such a powerful Drake for the composition that they're putting together. Could be definitely a get-out-of-jail-free card in theory. Of course, still need to be able to win these team fights in T1. Remember, they didn't change this roster for a reason. It's because they do work so well together. They've got a comp that can perform extraordinarily well when they are on the same page. We've seen it already. Zeus going to move out of the way of that one quite comfortably.
Yeah, here comes Elise, though. It's going to be the
I've
whole
seen
squad.
this movie before. Cocoon is going to connect. That is a very dead Gnar. But does that mean T1 are able to take down this Baron already? They are on top of it. Chovy will be able to get the information, but can the rest of the team actually get there in time?
It's a good question. I mean, he's got Weaver's Wall, but there's no follow-up here. This is going to be super tight. He cuts them in half.
Yeah, does give the information, but I have a feeling they can just rush this one down. Tidal Wave is fantastic at buying time.
Can they get out, though? I think they can.
Yeah, and Zeus is like, well, guys, you managed to get a Baron.
Well,
and the rest of them are like, thanks for your donation.
It's going to be tight.
Let's see how they manage to escape this one. Gumayushi's the one that first gets the information. As now Chovy over from the side. The rest of T1 just cool, calm, and collected, get themselves back, empowered recalls, and they'll go home.
Yeah, with the empowered recalls, there's just no reason for GenG to try to attempt to collapse and chase here.
Oh,
then when they let
take
go,
a turret first, yeah.
When they let him go, and once T1 realizes they're just going to let us recall, they can commit to killing the turret here with those Baron minions. Very easy. So T1 getting a massive win here. Yeah, you lose your Gnar player alone bottom side, but if you don't need his damage, his minimal damage on a Baron, it doesn't matter. And look at how close T1 are to setting up this Baron. It almost feels like this was orchestrated, baited from the beginning. Owner's top side, they know it's just Chovy there, and even with Weaver's Wall, it's not going to buy you that much time.
Absolutely.
This is something we saw T1 do all year last year, and they do it again in 2023.
It's gorgeously done. The early T1 Barons. They'll get them some way, somehow. Wolf, and this time it was sacrifice your Gnar and then take it for free. And I feel like that's a pretty good way of doing it. Seismic Shove is going to connect, but Gumayushi doesn't seem too worried about it as they continue to siege down ever further. The gold has barely changed, but still a lot of time with this Baron. 1.5 minutes to be precise as T1 rotate over towards this inner turret bottom side of the map. Doran desperately wanting to clear out this wave, but he's a tanky boy, not so much a DPS boy when it comes to clearing these waves.
Not so much, but he'll have some help from Pays here. Pays going to pick up some extra money. And actually grabs Last Whisper here.
Tidal Wave. Chovy going to get tagged by that one. The culling comes on in. Seismic Shove is really good at forcing out that relentless pursuit, making sure that you don't get tagged by that too much.
If the Tidal Wave hits at a slightly better angle and Faker has the follow-up Emperor's Divide, you could really pull somebody from a large amount of distance out onto the turret and pick them off, but doesn't end up working out. Now it's a huge tool gone before this Baron, or rather, excuse me, before this Drake, but GenG are just in no position to contest it.
Yeah. Hayes as well, forced to buy himself a Last Whisper as well, but now a potential fight. Seismic Shove is going to pull back Gumayushi. Still, he's able to get outdoor and now finds himself on the flank. They managed to get the kill on the Lucian. That is a lot of DPS now missing. All eyes on Faker now as T1 look to try and escape to light. So extraordinarily low as Owner diving on in already. Gets into that backline. Chovy goes golden to make sure that he mitigates it, but Faker has picked up one already. There's the Gnar. The Emperor's Divide as well. Chovy goes down for the double kill. Owner's going to fall, and Pays is the last hope here for GenG. But it's not going to be enough. He's just going to skate his way out. Does not want to tempt fate this time. Faker is dead. There is not necessarily a lot of DPS left on T1.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, maybe back away from this one. Don't chase too far, as Pays will get out here. Down both summoners now, of course. We did see Faker flash early in the fight, but the Emperor's Divide is amazing. The follow-up from Zeus is great, and technically speaking, T1 do win the team fight because of it. This is the earlier exchange, right? They're up on the turret. Chovy tries to come over here and cut off Faker and Guma. Will force a flash, and then Guma gets caught by Doran. And at this moment in time, you're thinking, there's just no way T1 win this fight. Zeus comes in with no Narbar here on the teleport. Faker dodges this, comes in. There's a follow-up there. Owner's on top of Chovy, forces him to stop watch. So much DPS is missed. And this is just beautiful team fighting. 1-2 punch here. Gnar into Emperor's Divide, and everybody's locked up. Chovy cares if you don't have a Lucian.
And Carrier as well manages to land the Aqua Prison onto the Zeri over the wall, mitigating so much of that damage. Really nicely done. But now another fight. GenG have started off this Drake. T1 in position, all 5 members, all buttons ready to be pressed as Doran dives on forward. That's going to be Soul Point, but now the fight is going to begin. Owner inside the pit. Immediately, Doran's just going to try and bring him out of there. The all-out is going to come through. There's the cease and desist. Can Doran actually win this one as Pace skates over to meet the Vi? Doran dashes into the brush, but GenG should be able to escape with this dragon in hand.
Yeah, they grab the dragon here, and T1, with just a Nami and a Gnar from the previous fight, aren't able to take it. They chase Pace a little bit, then GenG are able to reset just in time, and the chase was on there. And this is one of the things that Cassante could do so well is, yeah, he can't actually win that exchange, but he could put so much pressure on the T1, have to focus him down, and the rest of GenG get positional advantage and take down the Drake. So not a bloody take of the Drake, but still GenG walk away with that massive advantage now on Soul Point. Zeri,
yep.
LDR is done. 3 items Zeri, so terrifying.
Doesn't have the Infinity Edge, so not maximum damage just yet, but will be once that IE comes through. An absolutely gigantic threat. LDR at this point, definitely a good idea, given the fact that those resistances have started to come through.
You've pulled Owner out of this fight, and Zeus, he's like, I don't have a Gnar bar yet. Do I try to turn here and go for the fight on the right side, or do I try to punish this Cassante? And it's a tough call you have to make because your team is also kind of getting cut by that Chovy ultimate, right? The Weaver's Wall, and there's just so much being thrown at T1. It's so difficult to navigate these team fights when GenG has the good setup.
It's true. However, I think T1 are in a much better position if they're not fighting 4v5. So every time you see that Gumayusi actually exists in the team fight, just take into account that they managed to win a fight without him.
Yeah.
So definitely still a scary time to be GenG as Owner possibly caught out here. Doran dives on in. There's the exhaust. He's still very, very tanky. Delight has to run the heck out of there as he's taken down almost to nothing. Gumayusi finds his moment and just tags the Lulu. And now it is T1's turn to have 5 versus 4.
Yeah, and this means no wild growth for this fight. If Pace is going to carry it, he's going to do so without that critical ultimate here. Chovy's ult coming up online. Here we go.
Well, Faker has said that he wants to start this one off first. Doesn't exactly find too much joy there with the Emperor's Divide, but the rest of the team, they're there to clean up, and there is nothing that GenG can do. Doran, yeah, he dashes a million times, but it doesn't matter. Eventually, he will head to the Death Chamber, and the second Baron to be picked up here for T1.
Who needs dragons? T1's just taken the purple one up here on the top side of the map, 2 for 2, and now you have the ability to push and really threaten these inhibitor turrets and actually start taking GenG out of the map here. The timing was so beautiful of the engage from Faker. Pulls out the stopwatch of Paze so instantly that it's easy to follow up with the Aqua Prison. And turning on to Owner here to try to pick them off is so difficult because of this tidal wave. Look at Chovy and Paze completely zoned out, and by the time they come in here after this Gale Force, they're down a Lulu. There is no wild growth, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, Peanut will be able to slink his way out. Spiderlings give him away, but that's not what T1 are interested in. They want to be able to take down this inner turret on the bottom side and get to work.
I was scared when we cut replays like that. Sometimes it means somebody's dying.
Well, I mean, it was almost Peanut, so I think it was a good idea to kind of get out of it and get on with the action.
Speaking of, it's slow action, but it's, like I said, inhibitor turrets under threat now.
Yep. Chovy just going to try and help throw some rocks around, clear out these waves as best he can, but not exactly the greatest at taking down these super creeps. They're standing so far away. Does have seismic show. When that does land, things work out quite nicely. Pretty tanky here with the Baron buff now available as Doran diving forward, doesn't find Zeus. GenG well and truly on the ropes.
Have such a good angle for Faker here. If anyone overextends, level 16, GenG just has to respect it and let that turret go. Faker going to keep this ranged minion alive here. This cannon just chipping away at the inhibitor.
Well, GenG, do they have one last team fight in them? Carrier says maybe they do, as he throws a wave towards them. But it is looking really, really difficult. And the amount of pressure that T1 have had this entire game long, no matter what has actually happened, when it comes to these two teams facing off against each other and trading blows, none of that really matters, because T1 have been in better positions on the map for the whole game.
And the more critical objective has been not solo elemental drakes, but the Baron and what T1 does with it. And their map reads have been so good. Every time GenG wins a fight or gets a kill, T1 gets something greater cross-map on the other side. And this is just the veteran shot calling from Faker once again showing through. He's been so good at it throughout these last few years of play where he's led these young players to so many successful seasons.
Yeah, not to mention the well-oiled machine that is this T1 squad. However, Owner is going to take a lot of damage. We almost cast a Cursed him, but he got out. Absolutely fine, doesn't count. Loses his flash, that's fine. They are going to get to work now on this Hextech Drake. Only their second dragon of the game is now Peanut. Could be in trouble. Has to repel, but has absolutely nowhere to go. Oh, the timing was amazing on that tidal wave. And now Zeus trying to fight too. Chovy is here to teleport to come through. They want to try and even out the scoreline while this dragon goes down. And I think, once again, Sacrificial Na is going to come through. Zeus is like, I'm done, I'm getting out of here. Tries to get into the Hexgate, it does not work. And that is a 7th kill for Pays. In the meantime, Doran does have to use that extended dash towards an ally there with his E in order to survive the attempted gank in that mid lane.
Pretty aggressive attempt there this time from Guma with the Gale Force there. Will not be able to take out, unfortunately, the Cassante, but does look for it. And T1, they grab a second Hextech Drake. That's not the most important thing, like what the Drake does for them. It's just denying it here from GenG. That's so important because if a steal here is massive for GenG because it allows them to defend their base better because it gives them an Elder fight. Peanuts picked here first. The tidal wave timings, the bubble timings, Aqua Prisons from Keria have been immaculate this game. Like, you probably my front runner for QG.
I mean, he's 100% kill contribution at 33 minutes into the game.
I gotta say, like, whenever we think Keria has done it all, you know, he can't impress you anymore. He's literally the first support player to pick up an MVP in the LCK. He just comes back and he's like, it's a new year, same me, it's not gonna mess it up.
Yeah, exactly. He just doesn't. He's just extraordinarily good. As another flick will connect here, as Owner is like, a bit annoyed. And he's just going to call for a cease and desist onto Doran. Nice unstoppable there, but I don't think it's really going to work out. Gets himself a big old shield. Does have the Gargoyle Stoneplate in order to help him survive. That means cooldown is now wasted, but does still have his Ghost intact. So not exactly end of the world or anything like that. And Gargoyle Stoneplate, not exactly the largest cooldown. So
yeah,
should be fine.
He'll be okay. Will GenG be okay is the question we don't have the answer to.
It's happened though, Wolf.
What's happened?
The Infinity Edge hasn't been completed.
It's now the full, you know,
we have the certification authority on speed dial. As once again, Zeus in a little bit of a troubling situation. Pays fair bit of damage as we mentioned before, but Crush gets Zeus out of there and not going to overextend as T1 do collapse.
He does have teleport as well, and Baron's still a full minute away, so not going to be too impactful at the end of the day. At least he survives this time. Doesn't need to flash either. Yeah, now Zeri is truly at her normal 3-item power spike, of course, at 4 items in this case.
It's a bit sad, isn't it, Wolf?
It's
that,
weird.
This game, this first game for Pays in the LCK, he is now the last hope for the LCK champions. As Cocoon connects.
Is it sad, or is it an opportunity to prove yourself?
It is definitely an opportunity, but it is so much pressure as now he, takes a lot of damage there from Gumayushi, who says, no, it's not your time. I'm sorry.
His team will have
not in your first game, buddy.
Yeah, his team will have to give him an opportunity to prove himself, because Zeri's not a one-man team.
Well, nah, he's going to pull Doran back, and he is just dead. Very nicely picked up there. Gumayushi, the one to grab that last hit, but Zeus setting up for it, finally getting his revenge there.
These picks, you know, the timing of Baron, it's perfect for T1. You poke out Pays, he has to back away. You can't look for a punish as GenG, you can't look for that fight. Suddenly T1 get a kill. That's all they need for a Baron.
Exactly, and okay, that's a really nice flick there onto Faker. He does go golden, trying to keep himself alive as Pays going to get engaged on Cease and Desist comes in. The chain of CC is gorgeous. Gumayushi's able to lock down that kill. Faker does eventually go down, but there's just no damage left. It's just cleanup here for T1 as Chovy, he's like, I'm walling it. I'm getting out of here. I'm done.
Save my KDA.
As, Owner is going to say, nah. It is going to be, you know, a bit of a fight for it, but I think that Owner is going to be tanky enough. Walks out of the way the threaded volley, and there he goes.
Chovy's like, let him kill the Nexus.
Well, here we go. T1 are going to be able to take game number 1 here. GenG had a few moments here and there, but ultimately T1 owned this map and looked so good doing it. Really good stuff, and this is what we expected, right? From the team that didn't change anything, but still working like a well-oiled machine.
I mean, GenG looked good too. There were a lot of great early control. There was a lot of great early control with the Elise pick, right? They got the pick top side, they controlled bottom side. Peanut was a lot more present on the map earlier than Owner was. But T1's cross maps just made it so those small victories GenG got, an Elemental Drake here, an Elemental Drake there, a pick top side. T1's getting turrets. You know, Lucian's down there. I'm getting a whole turret by myself. We're getting mid-turret without a hero. Doesn't matter. T1 just kept getting better objectives, more relevant objectives on the map. And that turned into map control, which meant that Pays couldn't really play the game. We saw him, I guess, some shades of his skill, you know, what he's capable of in team fights. As a Zarya was actually quite accelerated by Peanut in the early game. But the ult combos, Keria was on fire, and Faker just could not be stopped. He would not be punished. His stopwatch timing into his Zonia timings, his ultimates really turned all those fights. Gnar, Azir, we talked about the draft. We're like, this is a composition you can trust, especially with these players, and T1 did not disappoint.
No, absolutely correct. And even though Zeus died a whole bunch of times in side lanes, what did GenG get when he died? Like, basically nothing?
Yeah, nothing really.
From what we saw.
They got gold for individual players.
Yeah. And so they were always ready to counter the fact that Zeus was getting picked on. And meanwhile, as soon as anyone gets picked on GenG, it's like Baron's gone, Dragon's gone, 3 turrets are gone.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's just... must have been very, very difficult. Chovy still did do a heck of a lot of damage. I'm not entirely sure how that managed to happen. Peanut as well did a fair bit of work.
So many times he's just pressing his Q and trying to put that poke in. T1, they'll kill your champions. They'll kill your structures. They are so good at cross-mapping you, taking your turrets away and getting massive gold leads.
Yeah, they did extraordinarily well, but it's best of 3. We'll see whether they can do extremely well in game number 2 right after the break and the no carpet space.
제리 살려볼게. 위로 가자 위로.
살려 높여 얘.
미드 가자. 바이가 끊어줘. 내가 끊을게. 미드. 페나티 17초.
계속 끊겠다 이거. 얘 텔 있어 근데.
오케이. 이거 형 바텀 라인 있다.
안 탔어 아직 안 탔어.
바텀.
안 탔어.
끝나긴 하겠다. 끝날 것 같아. 끝났어. 페나티 공 있어. 잡았어 심지어. 괜찮을 듯? 사람한테 좀 펠래?
걔 노플이야.
딜량 올리던가. 오케이. 그럴 얘기 할 때 아니다 형님들. 알겠다. 야야야. 나가자 판단 어땠어? 탑다이브 안 봐줘. 일단 이거 잡아야 될 듯? 이거 콜 아니냐. 탑다이브만 봐줘. 딜량 조작 좀. 탑다이브. 내가 물어봤는데 안 나왔다며. 다이브.
통화는 신화가 됩니다. DRX.
별거 아니란 말은 그딴 게 뭐냐는 너의 말은 시간 낭비하지 말라는 말은 stop it 보여줘 너의
중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 마음. 이제 너도 너만의 전설을 써봐. 준비됐어?
잠시 떠나왔지만 yeah we on the fire 머리를 치여 계속해 이어져 전설의 기억 내가 왔지 언제 넘어왔지 마야 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season 새로 태어나 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨줘 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 적성 시작해 전쟁 다시 돌아가도 선택은 똑같아 word of dog
패배.
Yeah, 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season 새로 태어나 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season 새로 태어나 싸우봐 너만의 전설 왜 무너져 좀 하지마 걱정 챙겨줘 조금씩 점점 불태우는 것이 나만의 보여줘 너의 carry 준비하니 rising road 지금 있는 season
이해되지 않아? 첫 곡에 무슨 일이 벌어질지? 이제 다시 너만의 전설을 써봐.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the No Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was an insane game. What a way to start off this series. It was really actually back and forth. I feel like even GenG had some moments to take that one, but T1 just a little bit too solid all the way through the end.
We're not going to spend too much time on the draft here because I actually like the draft from both teams. I think you can give an edge to either. I do think Lucianami in the hands of specifically Gumayusha and Carrier is even more deadly than it usually is. Outside of that, I think it's comfort all around. Wolf mentioned it as well during the cast, and I think it was a great shout out. Not only is it just a comp that does what it needs to, but it's also in the hands of T1. some of which it's their most iconic champions, right? But for GenG, I actually liked their answer and their draft on paper, and we're going to go a little bit into why it worked and at what point it started to falter, and it really is a testament to the macro skill, and you really see the synergy that T1 has built up with this roster over the last year, and it's paying dividends. So over a larger sequence of events, they pull out ahead and ahead and ahead.
Yeah, I think that both teams came in with a great kind of plan, both of them kind of knowing what styles to play for. Funnily enough, for GenG, it feels like not much has changed, even though the roster has a little bit. As we're taking a look here at highlight number 1, this is what Pino was able to get done for GenG in the early game.
And I want to do the Elise highlight reel because I think it's important for how the game shapes out, because this is also the type of game where if T1 can get an early lead, they just win. I wasn't the biggest fan of Peanut's Elise game overall. I do think that there were a couple of moments, there were a couple of cocoons missed, crucial times, that could have completely changed the game. But what is interesting is that regardless of all of this, they were playing like they still had Ruler. They were setting up everything for Pace. They had the Talia in mid as well. But 2 crucial points. One, as much as I like Pace, and I think this was a decent game, although it's really hard to judge because, again, don't think he got to show a lot because of the T1 composition and how well they played around that Fed Zeri. It's important that most Zeris that we've seen at this point in the game would be substantially behind. And I think that you can argue that either team has an edge at this point in time. But it's important to highlight that I think in the early game, GenG showed that at least in terms of game plan and in terms of mechanics, they can match up. Getting 2 Drakes also means that you really have the time for your Zeri to skill into the later stage of the game. So early, very head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was great to see Zeri actually have a chance, it felt like, in this one. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which is this fight around mid. That, man, Toby had such an insane game on this Talia, by the way. Huge shout out to him. Wasn't quite able to pull it over the edge for his team, though.
So, to me, the team fights were the stories of Zeus on one hand and Chovy on the other. But I do think Chovy's build left him lacking damage at crucial points. And I really want to highlight that going for a Crown Zhonya's build meant that he often wasn't able to reliably output enough damage, but he was still doing a great job of controlling the fights. The problem is you have both Faker and Zeus on their most on some of their most iconic champions. Faker, it's a little hard because there are so many. But specifically the Gnar for Zeus, to me, was the most impressive thing about this game. I think his control in the fights was amazing. And as much as we joke about it, he was amazing bait. Like every single time that he got taken down, T1 got either a Baron, which I think is really what started to accelerate T1's lead. In every single team fight, either him or Faker went extremely deep for Pace. I think Pace didn't have an amazing debut. I think it was decent, but it's also rough because you're playing against, again, like it's T1, right? And, and everyone gunned for it.
Yeah, and it's like they didn't even take a break. Like, they looked just as good as they did at the end of last year.
They really did. It's
Everybody's firing
impressive
on all cylinders. It looked really good. I made jokes with you. It's like Hayes has got the training wheels on. He's also got an umbrella to shield himself
Everyone's
from the
trying
sun.
to
Also, his grandma's,
keep him
like
ready.
holding his shoulders, making sure like he's kind of going along the way. It's kind of cute, but as you mentioned, it's very GenG. It's like the same team, just with a younger AD carry.
And you see, obviously, Pace can't really expect it to have the same impact as Ruler. Ruler is one of the best AD carries in the world for a reason, for a really long time. So wondering if in game 2 maybe there'll be a draft that gives him a little more space, because even though he got a lot of resources, I do think into playing a really short range AD carry like Zeri into the T1 comp was a toughie.
It was rough. He did his best, and we'll see what happens in the next game. But for game number 1, the POG's owner, who was a part of a lot of, I suppose, these early ganks, you could say, and did that for his team. I was kind of with you. I thought that Zeus did very well. I thought that Faker also had a pretty good game, even though GenG did a great job of dodging a lot of the Emperor's divides, but Owner also played his part.
Key thing for Owner, to me, was the target selection that he provided, right? Owner, to me, has often been, as you get with a team as talented as T1, is the player that most often gets left out. There's storylines like him being the guy that, as the only one didn't get wasn't in the first place All-Pro team in spring in 2022. And it's moments like that it's really easy to forget really how well-rounded of a jungler he is. And that's something that I really love highlighting is this guy does everything. as we have. I love it. I actually think this is appropriate. Again,
we're all over
votes for everyone. Yeah, but this is
Yeah.
very similar to what D plus Kia did, where every member on the team you can make an argument for.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Great performance across the board from T1. Let's see what they can do in game number 2 against GenG. But first, back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, on your carpet space that no longer has any carpet. Great breakdown of game number 1. Looking forward to more of that. Looking forward to GenG maybe tidying up some of the macro. But I want to see more of the early plays that they tried to throw down as well. Because seeing Peanut on an aggressive jungler, I hope that the result of the first game doesn't deter him from trying to do more. And I want to see just more of whatever T1 are doing. Because it's working, man. It just feels good.
It's really hard to just beat T1 straight up in terms of a macro game, right? Because they're just so good at cross-mapping. They're very smart at how they're going to punish your plays, and they will just go utilitarian. They will just be like, sorry, Zeus, buy as much time as you can, but we're not going to try to save you. We're just going to try to hard push somewhere else. And League of Legends is a game of give and take, and sometimes you give something but get something more in return, and that has always been the T1 way, is just maximize value on the map in every single exchange. And sometimes, yeah, Peanut outpaces owner, and sometimes Peanut gets the jump on him a little bit, but we saw in that early game too, his pathing was good. He punished Peanut in that first really big bottom dive because he was able to avoid all vision, take the long path through the lane. He's a very smart jungler. He's learned so much so quickly. And I like that Chronicler points out, you know, the only T1 player not on All-Pro, but picks up MVP in the spring finals. The guy has grown so much in such a short period of time. It's just the story of all these young T1 players, right? And
yeah.
You love to cheer for him.
You really do. Let's see whether they can continue to go from strength to strength and what is going to change in the draft here. I have a feeling that maybe there'll be no more of this Lucian Nami gamble that GenG did go for in game number 1. See what actually does have to slip through in order for that to happen, though, is the Maokai once again going to be the first ban. And GenG still making sure they get rid of the Caitlyn.
Yeah, so far, so similar. So we'll be the Elise taken away. That's not going to be allowed this time for Peanut. That was one of the big things that could have opened this game up big time for GenG, is that the dives were a little bit cleaner, or if FaZe had utilized the gold lead he had so early a little bit better, GenG could have run away with this, but they just fell apart in the macro a little bit. And I saw a bunch of people tweeting about this, you know, including LS, like, man, FaZe had so much of a lead, but it didn't work out.
Yeah.
And I think T1 also kind of saying, yeah, we outplayed them in terms of the macro, but I don't want to deal with this again, because it could have gone off the rails.
Well, once again, T1 are going to be armed with the Lucian Nami bottom lane, unless GenG want to run Lucian something else, but I doubt that's going to happen. Zeri locked in. Vi, the answer. And Owner picks up POG on this Vi, and Peanut says, no, you're not doing it again. My boy FaZe is going to have the ability to play the game.
And so it might be Lee Sin this time for Owner.
Oh, that would be fun. Just do it, Owner. Don't be scared. All right, Wukong's going to come through instead. Not exactly targeted CC, but if you get the double Cyclone, then you basically cover like most of the screen, so you'll be fine.
Yeah, not as powerful at setting up for early ganks, obviously, as Lee Sin can engage from such a long range away with his Sonic Wave, but still, Wukong does a lot of damage early, has power across the map, and his ultimate is so good for peeling and engaging. Lulu, we knew, was going to be the obvious support pick here, so no shocker that that's locked in before the second ban phase. And now things can change quite substantially here for GenG in terms of their backs. They take away the Gnar that we've seen have success now 3 games in a row in the LCK. Also Faker's Azir, a lot of respect shown here. These are the 2 picks, I think, that really shaped a lot of those mid-game team fights for T1 and saved them. You know, outside of the macro choices T1 made, it was Faker and Zeus who made sure those fights where Zeri was fed didn't go GenG's way.
No, I agree. I actually wouldn't mind it on the GenG side whether they just got rid of Gnar and Azir, just to ask Zeus and Faker to play something else. We know that they are more than capable of playing other things, but I think changing up the composition largely enough can very much help them. Kassadin, once again, going to be taken away from Chovy. Saw that Ewan Valdez commentated some pretty nice
Chovy's Kassadin was gross.
Kassadin?
Yeah, it was the most fun part of that show match outside of Cuz randomly winning 1v1s.
And also, like, having the best smite in the universe.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really understand that. Where was that? Okay, the LeBlanc ban going to come in. We're going all in on eliminating the Faker options. I wonder what this means for what Chovy is going to be heading towards.
Well, with no Rise here, I mean, there's a lot of options because, you know, we could see a Camille Galio comp with this Wukong that sounds pretty crazy at locking Zeri down. We could also see Twisted Fate coming through with obviously no Rise to match. Having that global mid could be really powerful for T1 here with their Lucian Nami lane. This draft is going to be, I think, the most unique one we've seen today because of these kind of unusual targeted bans towards Faker. A lot left open as a result.
I wouldn't mind a Gnar pick here for GenG if they wanted to go for it. Of course, Cassante not going to be there, so maybe not as much requirement for that one, but Chovy's going to lock away the Ahri instead.
Chovy's been one of the best blind Ahri players we've had in the LCK.
Just to let you guys know, Chovy can see.
Yes.
It's fine. But yes, he cannot see what Faker is going to play just yet. Lissandra, the classic.
The classic. Oh man, this game is about to get really fun. If Faker locks it in, and he does.
There it is.
So now it's T1's chance to put Zeus on something here that could side lane really well. Fiora's going to be the option.
I like how you're like, side lane really well. He picks the quintessential split push champion.
Well, that's what you want in this comp right now as T1 is you need to be able to long range force fights with this Lissandra, but also be able to pull GenG around the map. And Doran on Jace. Jace has been banned a lot today, a lot in challengers, been slightly buffed, but just really strong in this meta right now. And you have this great amount of burst damage, this front-loaded damage from Jace to set up and chip away at those health bars so that then Ahri can come in and either get a pick or so that Zeri can clean up a team fight with a big ultimate.
Yeah, I really like the Jace for being able to soften up the members of a T1 exactly like you're illustrating. Certainly will be really, really fun. I hope that Pays switches to Cleanse because Frozen Tomb, like, you might think Cease and Desist is annoying. Frozen Tomb, you just kind of die when you get hit by that one instead of just being lifted up into the sky and put back down again. So,
you know, Atlas, it's a sign of the times. Yeah, the bottom meta looks mostly the same, but the top meta is so different. Neither of these teams have really a traditional tank in them at all. We've got Jason Fiora. The top meta has really, truly come full circle. And as a result, I really like what both of these top laners bring to this composition. When there's not a whole lot of tankiness on the side of T1, they're kind of cooldown based in their tankiness because Lissandra can just self-ult and then becomes impossible to kill, for example. Fiora can obviously ult, she can repose, so she can become tanky based on her cooldown. She could be difficult to kill. But if you get hit with too many shock blasts and Zeri just runs at you, there isn't a great front line outside of those champions. There's an amazing lockdown. And if Faker has to ult the Zeri, he's not ulting himself, which makes him a vulnerable target for these Jace accelerated shock blasts. I like T1's composition, though, overall better because I think these veteran players and this roster that we're going to harp on it a lot this season. They've played together for a whole year.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be able to pilot this one a lot better than I think GenG is still figuring out their synergy with this one, which is a lot more nuanced and complex.
I agree. I also think that T1 have a lot of different ways they can play their composition. The 4-1, obviously, fantastic. But let's get into it once we get onto the Rift. Here we go, guys. Sounds like GenG fans have found their voice here at this stage. And of course, backs up against the wall. They're going to win this to stay in this series. We're going to bring us to 3 whole games in this best of 3. That is precisely what we want.
Yeah. That's what I want. We didn't get 3 in the first one.
Yeah.
So at least give me 1 extra. Give me 1 bonus.
Anyway, we were talking about the T1 composition and what it's capable of. I really like, you know, team fighting. You look at Wukong, you look at Nami and the Lissandra, and you're like, oh man, absolutely fantastic. I think that Fiora as well, if she can get into a decent enough position, can also offer a fair bit if you have backline access and can allow that Grand Challenge to provide so much snowball potential in a fight. But also, I just think side laning is so powerful for this composition, and it's something that GenG don't necessarily have in their wheelhouse as much. It's only really Chovy that has that opportunity as he's taken Foxfire first. Faker is going to spot him out there, had that ward up and available. That's a face check that Delight didn't really want to go for. They do manage to trade a bit of damage back there, get some money as well.
FaZe used his Q to just try to check the brush, but the positionings there for Guma and Keria on the far right side meant that they kind of falsely assumed they were not in there, and ended up being a fairly even trade regardless, though. Level 1s here, but these two squads in a trade like that is good. Nice shield here on the FaZe. Yep, playing it well.
Ebb and flow value, not exactly the most massive. It's all right. We will reserve judgment for the moment, just fighting for level 2. Are these two bottom lanes?
It's been a while since we've got to see Doran's Jace, a champion that he's not up there in our top 3 Jaces in the LCK, I wouldn't say, but a champ he's very good at. And it hasn't been meta for so long that I'm excited to see what he's able to do with it. You know, I was hoping maybe we get some Kana Jace earlier just because it's one of his iconic champions. And
or
he is
Zeus Jace, for example.
Zeus, yes. Zeus also. He didn't play it as many games as Kana has, but still just picked up right where Kana left off in a lot of ways. So we'll see how he does on this matchup.
Yeah, Delight taking a heck of a lot of damage there. FaZe trying to trade back, but it's just not working. As you can see, T1 in a great position. They did have to invest the heal. Delight did as well. So good position here for T1.
Just a little bit of,
side.
And you talked about it earlier, there's a little bit of all-in potential at level 2 with this, but it's not with the health bars the way they were in the trade that Delight took previously. So we'll just back away. A heal down, but traded, as you mentioned, and gonna back off here with the wave pushing. Shouldn't lose too much.
Yep. Be able to go back, grab a bit of a longsword, something like that, and head back towards this lane. Delight waiting for a little bit more. Wanted to guarantee that he can make it as well. Waited for that last little potion so that he can be a little bit more healthy. Ona starting off this Rift Scuttler. Peanut doesn't spot him out there, and in fact, Ona just very sneaky monkey. Level 4 for both of these junglers. Chovy rotating over. Faker relatively low there as the flash has to come out. Really nice bait there from Faker. Didn't want to overcommit because he was relatively low. Still manages to get the flash out from Peanut. Couldn't afford to risk it.
Raindrops keep falling on Peanut's head in this one, man. He doesn't actually scry Owner and then is caught by the potential all-in from Faker there. Has to flash, loses flash early, loses both scuttles.
Yeah.
And this is a matchup in the top side of the map where Jace needs help early. Isn't going to be able to all-in on his own, and that's why both junglers path top side, and Peanut just kind of loses that war by default, and loses bottom scuttle too. There's nothing going his way this early game. And yeah, 16-1.
Chovy's pretty good at Ahri. Yeah, he was undefeated for quite some time last year. Took a while before that first loss did come through.
I want to say it was against Damwon or something too. Like it was against a high-profile team that he did take that first loss. It's crazy.
And it probably wasn't his fault as well, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, definitely one of his signature picks from 2022, and he's already having a great time in the lane against Faker. As okay, be a little bit careful, guys.
That's a lot of minions there. FaZe does have his barrier up.
Yushi, bit of a trade, but really nice shielding there, and the barrier coming through as well. Ona coming round. FaZe going to avoid the bubble, uses it to get a little bit more damage there as well. Good positioning from Peanut to make sure that this is still a 2 versus 2. Delight still at full health. FaZe the one tanking up the majority of the damage. With both junglers here, neither of these bottom lanes really wanting to overcommit.
FaZe with that refillable potion actually has such a nice edge here as they win the war of attrition with the health, and Delight's just going to help push this through. Peanut's over here at a really nice timing, and with Chovy having mid-prio, this is actually going to be, looks like maybe a setup for a 6-minute Drake take. The back timing here. Not going to get too greedy, however, here, and we'll actually just take the free back instead. Still early days here, low damage.
Yeah.
So not going to rush that one down.
Still really good for GenG. They make sure that Gumushi has to go back at an inopportune time.
Very
As you can see, Keria needing to stick around just so that they can get the experience so it's not getting wasted. But they really did want that to be on their Lucian. Still, of course, Keria getting towards an ultimate a little bit earlier could certainly be good news, but suboptimal, you could say.
Yeah, when these two bot players are not united, it means that FaZe gets a lot more freedom to just farm carefully, and even when the wave is this far up without the Nami here, you can kind of be annoying. Faker looks for the root here.
Yeah, see whether Chovy can find the charm. He does not. Now Faker can continue the onslaught. just out of range of the Q, as you can see, but still wanting to play this one out. Orbit Deception looking for minions. Chovy known to do that from time to time.
Very scary there for Chovy, as Faker has unsealed the Ignite. So there's actually some real kill pressure there. You do lose, of course, the Electrocute with this, but if you can get the Ignite damage, it's the next best thing, and an all-in potential like that. Chovy does respect it and backs away. Teleportless at the moment. Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of CS.
He is. You can see he didn't actually wait any time at all in base. Made sure that he was running even though he was down to half health. Misses the cannon, but won't miss anything else. Probably best case scenario for that one. So we were talking about inopportune back timings once again. It is going to strike, this time on the side of GenG. Plate, very close to going down. There it goes. T1 collect their first of the game. Gumushi and Kerry are very happy about it. And with that serrated Dirk power spike that Gumushi now has under his belt, this lane is going to get a little bit more difficult here for GenG.
It's pretty wild how active both junglers have been, but how still they've come up with no kills here. And what looked like the focal point for the early game, the top side, is just actually kind of neutralized, where you have this plated steel caps for Zeus kind of shutting down some of that serrated Dirk value here early for Doran. The wave push is starting to come through for the Fiora because Doran hasn't had really any help here after Peanut was pushed away. And T1 will take the first break of the game here. Just no help, no assistance across the map, and without lane control, just not much GenG can do about this solo Ocean Drake that will go over to T1. But a very calm and slow-paced game here.
Yeah, Doran now getting challenged here. Zeus wanting to try and get that last weak point, but can't get there. Really nice movement from Doran to make sure that he denies the right-hand one. So Zeus not able to get all of those weak points, and Doran will survive. Still, you can feel it. This, when the all-in is called, Zeus is very, very scary.
He really is. Doran's got 3 cookies and a pot to chew through, so he's going to now take this trade into his advantage as Chovy rotates over. Peanut saying, all right, you've got topside controlled for long enough here. Let's look for this Herald. Faker, unseen for the moment, for just a moment, that is to say.
Yep, Doran now trying to turn this one around. Faker does have the inside track, as we can see. The claw is going to come through. Acceleration gate comes down. Cease and assist is going to be there. Great flash from Doran. He's going to save his life, but the self-ult from Faker keeps him alive as well. Chovy now going to have to dash his way out, and still there's no first blood.
No first blood. We're reaching 9:30 now. That flash from Doran was immaculate to save him there. He survives. Faker self-ults. And we have an exchange of summoners here, and nobody dies, but GenG walk away with the Eye of the Herald here. Faker trying to take this really long, careful approach here. Doran acceleration gate speeds him up here, grabs Faker, then flashes as Faker actually goes in, and then has to self-ult. Chovy doesn't want to push too far once he sees Owner is here, and that's the end of the fight. You get caught with that Wukong ultimate, you will be punished. So he gets away. What a great set of plays from both sides.
And just a lack of result. There was a lot of action, and just looking at the top of the screen, it's like, oh, grats, GenG. You've got, you know, a few hundred more gold. We don't really see any sort of advantage being taken from either side outside of the Ocean Drake that T1 have got now under their belt.
It's like what the LPL casters called us, the Shakespeare region or whatever. We're just back to like, yes, very interesting, very nice flash there from Doran. Nobody dies.
Things happened, but nothing also happened. What does it mean? I wonder who called us the Shakespeare region, because I want to call him and let him know that I really like that take. Big fan. Anyway, we're going to continue trying to divulge what is in the great mind that the LCK has bestowed to us here today.
Quite.
I don't even know whether that sentence made any sense at all. Pretty sure it didn't.
Pays and Delight are just trying to hold this wave here as Owner rotates over.
All right.
They want to dive.
Skating out as Delight. Still going to have to flash. Very weird movement. Still going to live. But I think he thought that he was going to be able to avoid the tidal wave there.
Yeah, he didn't heal either. You could say, I guess he was just being really patient, knowing he was going to be safe, but I press that heal every time I'm scared. I don't know where Owner is. But he doesn't heal at least, so he's got a little bit of a speed up. Hayes holds both summoners, and despite Owner's gank opportunity, he doesn't actually get the kill.
Almost picks up a turret shot there to Zeus, but instead holds on to everything. In fact, oh, no, never mind. He presses the Grand Challenge, but still, I believe, had the riposte available. Okay. In goes Shelly, looking to try and give Chovy a little bit of extra money. I feel like Chovy's amount of agency this game is going to be a lot higher. Even though he did get a lot of CC down, I think something that stood out to me of what Chronicler was talking about was the build giving him not enough damage made it look like Chovy wasn't actually able to really do anything to change the outcome on a lot of the team fights. I think in this game, he will have a little bit more of that added back. So that is certainly something to look out for.
He can look for picks, obviously, on the Guma Keria, but he also can punish an aggressive move from Faker. If Faker ease in, he can charm him and then ruin his day. Force him to self-ult instead of ulting Pays. He can charm Owner when Owner's trying to engage. He can charm Zeus, you know, if he doesn't riposte it perfectly. And even if he does, he's riposting early, and then he'll probably just get focused down in the moments that pass afterwards. So Chovy has a lot of agency in team fights here. We'll just see what he decides to build, because we've seen a lot of changes, obviously, to how Ahri has been built. We've seen Ludens. We have seen still people building the Everfrost that Chovy has loved so much. Will be that in this case. They just locked in. And then we'll see what he buys second. You know, Horizon Focus was meta for a little while. We've seen Shadow Flame. Dark Seal, good for cost, but hasn't gotten him anything just yet in a zero-kill game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Horizon Focus we actually saw in Challenger picked up a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of it on the Ahri. I just don't feel like you get enough value for it. Something like second item Shadow Flame doesn't seem too bad, especially with Boots of Lucidity built up.
That's what I'm thinking.
We'll see where Chovy does decide to go as the charm goes wide. Oh, and misses the cannon. Oh, no.
How unlike Chovy.
I was half expecting the game to pause. Like, there was a bug. The cannon, the money didn't come up.
Sometimes when you watch Chovy CS under turret as RE2, you're like, did he just look at the minions and make them disappear and get the money? Like, what did he actually do? How did he hit that? That's impossible.
You know,
not in this case, I suppose, but
he's normally the IRS of minions, but he's not so much in this particular game.
There's nothing he's gonna miss.
Yeah, he just audits the lane. That's what he does.
I like how we've had our first day was pretty high paced, and now we're at the LCK lull state forever in our second game of the second series.
Yeah, I like it. I'm into it. I feel like we haven't had enough of this. You know, we were commentating Challenger, of course. Now we have a global broadcast of that, which is been a whole lot of fun. But there's so much action, man. They keep fighting each other and stuff. I'm not used to it. I'm not a huge fan. Look at that. That's what I'm used to seeing. A charm going down on a Warrior Trickster. That's what I like. Not a lot of outcome.
T1 want to actually set up for this, and they are in good position. Guma does have his Gale Force, so this is a really nice spike to fight for before Pays actually has his Immortal Shield over. They're going to TP commit.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Just GenG picking it up. T1 were in position, but they've decided that, no, we're going to respect you.
And this is another, another T1. Okay, let's try to cross-map with Fiora topside. This time, GenG may actually be able to punish, and obviously plates, you know, have faded away, and Zeus only has a cannon wave, so it's not like they're going to say, aha, we'll grab some plates or a whole turret. Just going to try to delete some minions here, but it's a cannon wave, so Doran loses very little. And Plate Gold, with that Herald going through, pretty massively favoring GenG.
In fact, it is the only reason GenG have a gold lead. The gold lead is almost exactly the plate lead. So otherwise, all of the CS basically even. If you sort of weigh it out with the slight advantage for Guma and slight advantage for Doran, GenG are going to be able to take their second Herald. So for all things being equal, we would have liked it if T1 had have picked up that second one. Not going to be the case. Control of the neutrals starting to come through here for GenG. And it feels like the macro has improved a little bit. However, this is the stage of the game where GenG started to fall apart on that front. It was when T1 started to make more plays. We haven't seen that happen just yet, but we're not going to rush them. This is the LCK.
No,
you know?
It was Shakespeare's region.
No, exactly. It's slow and steady. Rome wasn't built in a day, Wolf.
No. Shakespeare was an LCK fan, by the way. It's in the tablets.
It was written.
Yeah.
It was written. I think Plato wrote about it at some point. It was in the lost texts of Atlantis, which I have at home, but my mum doesn't want to show anyone. It's really weird.
It's really strange.
Know, it's like really important for history and stuff, Ma, but like, I don't know. She seems protective of it. It's fine.
I mean, look, family heirlooms are important.
Yeah, I guess so. But, you know, so is human history.
Well, at least you were able to tell everyone about it now, so the secret's out.
Yeah,
the truth has been told.
Yeah, we're going to have someone pay a visit to my mom's house, I think.
Let's see where they drop the second Herald, because topside is kind of the easy angle, but it's also arguably the least impactful right now. If you could drop it in mid, you open up a lot of the map and open up a lot more opportunities for Chovy to look for picks as we're setting up for Drakes and future Barons and stuff like that, but it's a pretty healthy mid turret. So they get the Herald and they get the gold from the Herald, but utilization of it right now in such an even game state is going to be difficult. And I think based on the movement we see on the map right now and the ping we see there on the Tribrush top, they are going to drop it top. But it's, again, not going to be the most impactful Herald, just a little bit of extra gold in the pockets of GenG here.
Yeah.
Doran's, you know, he's right on his way to his Muramana. You know, he's at 250, does have his Eclipse online. Like, he's in a great spot CS-wise, and if he can pick up that turret gold, it'll feel good too.
Oh, Faker just going to go straight in with the ultimate. Now they're going to try and chain the CC. Doran will go down, but now Peanut, can he actually get the tidy up? Goes for the easier target there, does manage to lock down the kill in the end as Faker gets himself out. Grand challenge issued here onto Peanut. Zeus was thinking about a dive against two people, decides against it in the end. First blood did go over to T1. GenG immediately answer, but the extra gold will be in T1's hands.
Demolish here for Zeus, just going to put a little bit of extra turret damage down. Keria roamed up here to try to defend Zeus' push. He wants this turret so badly.
Great riposte is going to come through. Acroprism to augment it as well. Tidal Wave comes down and does manage to make sure that Peanut isn't getting out of there, but they still have a turret, guys. So it's a bit dangerous.
Yeah, Ring of Frost looked like it missed there too, so not going to have any extra damage on the Peanut. They still will force the turret down, but it's a free turret bottom side without a whole lot of resources committed. So Chovy is going to take this one down. So cross map here pretty even in this case. As I may have caster cursed Doran moments ago saying he's like right on track. They want to drop that Herald down. But T1 gets
No, they did want to do that though,
yeah,
you're right.
They did. Unfortunately, T1 was just ahead of the game. And by the time Lulu gets here, Doran is just... he's just dead. Faker's stopwatch, perfect. And then they split up here. Delight's like, all right, I'm going to polymorph Faker so that he can't E, but he does get to E afterwards anyways. Roots Peanut for the TP that Zeus puts in, and Zeus is like, all right, now we're committing top. We're going to force this down. I have Demolish. And it's traded turret for turret, top and bottom. And finally, Rowan will get the stop one. The Rift Herald is timing out, so they'll probably just try to force it to crash mid.
Yeah,
you have
actually,
to expect.
This in the end actually works out well for GenG, right? Because they traded the bottom out of turret. Chovy was just down there taking that the whole while, so kind of works out all right.
Yeah, Doran gets it without Herald. Now they can use this Herald to try to set up for Drake. Yep. It's a little bit early, but still going to give them a lot of power for setup here. And if Chovy is unseen, if they don't know the angle he's taking, look at him sweeping here to try to clear vision, identify what T1 can see. You can try to threaten Faker here.
Eyes on Faker is so important, right? Make sure that that Claw of Doom flank cannot come through. Warrior Tricks that they're used by Ona. We'll keep him alive as now we're going for a bit of a battle. Chovy still looking for it. Faker goes Golden Tidal Wave. Forces him out entirely. Keria has been so good at these defensive waves. As soon as he presses that button, it feels like GenG are always forced to just back away.
But this time they're backing away to a critical objective. Second Drake for them of the game. Faker does not have Zonias. Everfrost is coming back online. He should have his E here very soon, if not already. But I think GenG pretty much have this one unlocked.
Well, there we go. Cease and desist does come down. Orb of Deception, massive damage. Ona trying to get himself out. Does have another Cyclone. As in the meantime, we've got the Fiora locking down the kills. Pace now flashing forward, looking for some more. Gomushi's going to run away. Has he overextended? The answer's no. He dashes over the wall, but still unable to get these clean-up kills. Chovy and Peanut both traded for just Ona. T1 will take that.
Keria gets another amazing Aqua Prison. Again. He just stops the follow-up here. Chovy gets punished instantly. And Pays, even with the low health bars, he just doesn't have a front line. And
no! Faker just flashes in. The Everfrost is extraordinary! And neither of them can play the game. That was beautiful.
I mean, Faker just snapped GenG over his knee. Like a twig. He took them. Goes in hard, gets the double root. That's the end of that. And yeah, Doran's doing a little bit of damage to bot turret over here. But suddenly, at the snap of Faker's fingers, T1 have taken a lot of control.
That was a welcome to the
map.
LCK, or a welcome to GenG, I guess, in Delight's case. You're going to check this one out one more time.
Look at the knock-up here onto Chovy. He just gets burst down by Guma, so that's a lot of damage gone. Pays ults here, but Peanut is in no man's land. Doran, not tanky, doesn't have any survivability, so Pays just can't keep chasing. There's no frontline for him. There's no traditional tank here. It's a Jace. The comp is very awkward. And this one, Faker just goes, snap, bam.
Yep. Oh my goodness, that slight movement to get the gorgeous angle of the Everfrost. Just amazing. Chovy now trying to escape this one. Not going to be able to do so. The Frozen Tomb does come through. Doran wants to try and take down Zeus to at least trade one back. They will be able to get that one. Wild Growth onto the Jace, but he just gets culled. And GenG unable to rotate down in time. Still, the gold is even.
Yeah.
Like, even though all these incredible plays are happening and everything like that, it's no one's really been able to take a huge gold lead.
Yeah, the
but
gold,
T1 seem in control of this game.
A lot of the gold, you know, you mentioned was on the plates. You could see a lot of that in Doran's, you know, ability to control side lane against a Fiora, by the way. Pretty impressive stuff here, what he's been able to accomplish. He's been given a lot of extra time. He's got a 40 CS advantage. I think that's part of why GenG still holds technically a gold lead very slightly here. Hayes, this is not where you want to be.
Yeah, that is absolutely not it. That is the chain of CC, Lissandra, and as well paired with the Aqua Prison that is then so easy to land. A little bit of a rookie mistake there from Pays to stand underneath that turret against the list.
I mean, against a lot of other champs, a lot of other compositions, you feel pretty good about, oh yeah, I'm under turret here, but you've got to respect it.
I like that we just get it again, yeah.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the follow-up Aqua Prison, the Everfrost, everything is perfect.
So good.
This is Zeus getting caught moments later, of course.
This was the beginning of the last fight, so that's what it was. They thought they caught Zeus, but it was kind of the other way around.
Yeah, and then I don't know if we'll get the replay of Pays staying under turret here. Really unfortunate. Yeah, ends up being a trade here. This is the Pays one where it's like, I want those minions. I need to get fed. I need to get farmed. Well, you got farmed.
Yeah.
But just not in the way you wanted to in this case. But yeah, like you say, rookie mistake. And we don't see this level of coordination on all of our LCK teams. Like, I think all are capable of it, but T1 will do it every time. You definitely don't see it in Challengers just yet. So, welcome to the LCK. Welcome to coordinated punishes of Azeri.
Exactly. Well, GenG gonna get spotted here in the Faker Brush. Sorry, the Fnatic Brush. I say Faker Brush because he's hard on bush, you know. So, he kind of took over the legacy. But now, going to get spotted, so GenG now going to go for it once again. Doran and Chovy lying in wait. That is the charm onto the Warrior Trickster. Good fingers.
Yeah, Owner's reaction time to these attempted charms is really good, and he has not really been punished very much for his positioning and his ward clears here on the Wukong. As GenG trying to set up for a potential Baron fake and turn, but Doran isn't here. It doesn't have a crossfire angle to actually get accelerated shock blast damage off, so he's just going to kind of have to hover back towards this wave. And GenG have to back away because Doran can't TP in and flank. He's a Jace. They will just turn and kill him. He has no defense. He's not tanky. He's very squishy. Glass cannon here, and even though he has teleport wards, quote-unquote, he can't use them. And now that they're pushed back, T1 are like, I'm taking this Baron, thank you very much.
Well, they're going to go for it. They are spotted. Chovy right in the area. Let's see whether he can actually stop them here as Faker's Claw now on cooldown. Doran Shock Blast. First one going to miss. Extendo Beams coming on in there as well as they dive forward. Cyclone is fantastic. Doran's the one that's Wild Growth, and you can see Chovy just evaporates. He was there, and then immediately he was not. As now T1 just back off towards the Baron once again. Faker still has an exhaust. So if there's going to be a Zeri moment, she's going to be tired halfway through.
Yeah.
That Shock Blast is dangerous, though. Still, Faker's going to come on forward. Peeling off. They do not want to go for any sort of 50-50 as Peanut off towards the side. Has to Vault Breaker, but there is the Zeri ultimate, and there goes the Zeri entirely. T1, they just find these little moments after moment. And once again, they're able to win out the team fight. Zeus now chasing down the last couple of members. Delight forced to try and get underneath this turret, but I think Zeus is going to lock him down. There it goes, the weak point. Most certainly exactly that. 12-3 now in kills. This game has ballooned out of control for GenG.
It was so close for so long. 0 kills, a trade of Drakes. You know, Doran getting some advantages in the side lane. And then all of a sudden, Faker gets his stopwatch. Perfect play topside. Gets Zhonya's. Great play around Drake. And every single claw he extends, whether he takes it or not, gets a reaction.
Well, we're going to see whether Faker can survive this. The chaining of CC was almost great until it wasn't. Faker may not even die. He does eventually go down, but they trade immediately. Peanut has to try and get out of there. The Baron is being ignored because a double kill is required for Gumayusi. He's now 6-0-5.
absolutely massive on this Lucian right now.
And Faker's ult was probably not 8-10 seconds away. If this comes a little bit later, he actually can self-ult and buy so much time, but he just sacrifices himself in order to win the fight. Look at these claws here from Faker. Gets on top of Chovy. He's dead. He's done. It's over. Does it again on the Pays moments later with the Everfrost. And every single time Faker puts the claw out, the rest of GenG has to part like the Red Sea.
Yeah.
And Pays is trying so hard to get in there, do some poke damage with the Extendo Beam. Faker comes in, team's now kind of caught in this awkward half and half situation. Peanut's on the wrong side of the fight. There's the ult coming through, Everfrost, Pays is dead. This is just clean team fighting out of T1, straight up.
Yeah, it's just really nicely done. Pays a little bit of an overstep there. I think you can feel a bit of frustration in the guy. 0-3 and 0 on this Zeri. And this time, like last game, in a great position, had a lot of kills. We are going to go for a little bit of a fight here as Peanut does manage to find Zeus. Riposte now on cooldown, he's dead. Can T1 get anything off the back end of it? There is a Drake alive, soul point available for T1 if they do want to go there. But if GenG can just get all 5 members down here, this is their opportunity. And even though Zeus isn't necessarily a huge teamfight threat for this composition, he still certainly is a big thing missing now from T1's composition. Oh, the charm connects onto Gumayusi. Tidal Wave once again getting triple value here as GenG are just going down so low pace. Gets Wild Growth. It's the only reason why he survives is now Peanut is just fighting against Faker, trying to get him off this flank. As Dora now just going to get taken down. Ona doing so much damage alongside Gumayusi on this Lucian. Chovy now will find Faker. They'll get at least one. No, they won't. Never mind. I tell a lie. He's just going to make sure that he survives. Self-ults, get a bunch of health back.
Still has Zonia's, by the way.
Yeah. So I don't know why I was... sometimes, you know, it's been a few months.
Hey, look, it looked like he was going to die to GenG, that's for sure. Yeah, they committed everything, and he's like, nah, I didn't even Zonia's, man. That's a longer cooldown than my ult. Oh, Chovy.
Oh, that's a really nice riposte. Zeus sees Chovy just briefly.
His ghost is coming up.
Yeah, Everfrost going to be dashed out of, so...
This game, man, it just went from 100 to 0 to 100 rather for T1 so quickly. I mean, 0-0 for the longest time. We went 1-1, and now it's 17 kills to 5, and T1 are just punishing over and over and over again. This all starts off with Zeus getting dove on. He riposts really well, buys a ton of time. Look at how quick the reaction is here from T1. They almost get over there and turn this. This fight is a mess, unfortunately, for GenG. The tidal wave placement is so beautiful because you either have to walk into the open arms of T1 or get stunned. Pays gets taken out basically instantly, has to get Wild Growth, but can't come back into the fight. The damage from the Gale Force nearly finishes him off, and now he's just completely out of the fight, and they're cut into 2 halves here. T1 are like, okay, we'll fight a 4v2 over there and a 4v2 over here. Faker has self-ult and Zonies he doesn't need. There's just no winning for GenG in this game.
It's just not happening. They're going to need some sort of miracle. There is no Infinity Edge on Pays. However, Gumayusi has one. He's also got a BF sword as well, just hanging out next to it. Shock Blast is going to reveal that this Baron is not long for the world. GenG might have some sort of opportunity for a steal, but you can see that Peanut is pretty far away, and there it goes. Ona gets over the wall. Peanut just going to press the button. The flash forward from Faker to try and dedicate himself to the fight. Now it might be an opportunity for Pays. He picks up the first one, but Zeus has found the backline. Riposte is fantastic against the stun as Peanut gets himself out, and Zeus says, nah, that's my double kill, and that is no Zeri certification for you, GenG. They're going to have to run away from this one as well. The Baron now in their hands, and a Baron in the hands of a Fiora is a very dangerous prospect if you're up against it.
And GenG's composition is just so complex. We talked about the nuances of how you have to play this one out, and there's just too many threats on the side of T1 and this far ahead. No matter how perfectly you play, you're not going to have a winning team fight at this stage, and they're not playing it out perfectly. There's still some holes in terms of the synergy and the communication here. Doran played it well, dodged the initial tidal wave with his Ghost Blade, but dies instantly anyways. Pays can't do much alone. And everybody is both so dangerous, but also so unkillable on the side of T1 right now. It's hard to win in any respect as GenG here. And yeah, T1 have Soul Point. They've got a Baron buff. The map belongs to them. As watch Doran, he Ghost Blades away from this. Shock Blast Owner, and then he's like, I don't know, I want to do something. I've got the ult here. Faker flashes in, and then Doran just instantly dead. Peanut has to stop watch.
And they split him up. Bubble onto Pays as well.
Pays can't kite back. He's not able to do big damage in this fight. He just instantly gets followed up on.
That is so unfair. He's hit by back-to-back Circle of Frost from Faker, an Aqua Prison from Carrier as well, and I don't think that was chained CC either. The Grand Challenge was issued immediately as soon as they had an opportunity to, and as you can see, FaZe just hasn't had the ability to play the game.
And that's, of course, as Doran is getting killed on the top side of the fight. You know, Peanut has to stopwatch, can't heal. And, I mean, Delight tries to set up a Shirelius here, but can't catch anybody.
Gumayushi's taking matters into his own hands here as Chovy has to dash, get himself out of this fight. But FaZe left out on his own. Another Cyclone's just gorgeous. That's going to be the end of Peanut. And these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. Another kill comes in as Doran, he goes back to base and watches it explode. Chovy goes golden on the fountain. Faker's gonna join him there right as the Nexus goes down. T1, 2-0 revenge against the defending LCK champions.
It's another spring season. It's another opening day with a T1 victory. It just feels like the script for T1 for spring after not winning Worlds, but coming back as one of the strongest teams, a team that stays together. This story has been told so many times, and we're going to tell it one more time tonight. 2-0. And for GenG, I hope these players, especially FaZe, don't get discouraged with the result because they had what was two great game plans, right? You know, we like T1's draft better. It was safer, easier to execute. This is the team that has pre-existing synergy, but GenG's game plan was good, and the early game of both games was pretty solid, especially game one, where they got this area ahead. Some of Peanut's dives were a little messy, but they still got the gold onto FaZe. It's the mid to late game where T1 is one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world, with DRX breaking up at making these types of plays, and GenG is still finding their footing. So I don't want anyone to overreact to the T1 versus GenG day one of LCK Spring, but one thing for sure is T1, they look strong. GenG, there's still work to do.
There definitely is. And of course, like, sometimes you bring up a player that has shown a lot of behind-the-scenes promise and things like that, and it doesn't quite work out. Of course, we watched FaZe throughout the entirety of Challenger last year, but Challenger is a very different league, doesn't quite have the level of pressure on you, and this is his debut game, and he's up against T1. And that's a tough ask in anyone's book.
Remember, Gumayusi, you know, his beginning of his debut for T1 wasn't the easiest road either, trading places with Teddy constantly when Danny was running that roster,
true,
you know?
True.
Now he's one of the top 80 carries in the world, gets to flex on the camera here, 2-0's FaZe. But now he's the veteran, and FaZe is the new apprentice, the new replacement for Ruler. And big shoes to fill, but yeah, just a reminder that even Gumayusi had a rocky start at the beginning. It wasn't an easy road for him.
No, not everyone gets to be Zeus.
Yeah, no.
Who just does really well straight away. Straight out of the box. It's like, you know, you buy a really nice pair of shoes. You have to wear them in oftentimes, right? Not Zeus. No. He's just the most comfortable straight out of the box. As we're going to have a look at some of these highlights here. And this was GenG thinking that they can start something and T1 saying no, which is kind of the way you sum up this whole game.
Faker's Lissandra was absolutely immaculate.
Extraordinary.
Easiest POG vote of the day for me.
Oh, yeah.
He played every moment, I want to say literally perfectly. There wasn't much you could criticize. The one time he died, he single-handedly kept the entire team away from Baron. It was actually incredibly smart and good and successful despite his death.
We're in fact not going to put that death on the score sheet. I think it's just not allowed to be there because that was another button that he pressed.
Yeah.
You know, he pressed the I'm going to strategically die button in order to win the game.
Carrier might get a stray vote or two because he had another amazing Nami game here. His Aqua Prisons were great. His tidal waves were amazing.
But all of it was follow-up, like you're saying. Like, I think it is the easiest Faker vote, but the rest of the team worked around Faker playing amazingly this game as well.
Just, Zeri is very strong and obviously got nerfed a lot, but still very relevant as an AD carry, but your positioning has to be perfect, and in a comp like this that needs poke damage from the Jace to work out and doesn't have a strong front line, when there's this many threats, Lissandra, Wukong, Fiora, like, as FaZe as a rookie player, you're taking a big risk running this composition that just doesn't pan out.
Yep. I would like to see it in a different kind of matchup. We saw this Lucian Nami versus the Zeri Lulu twice in a row. Not a huge fan, but still, I think that the T1 play is undeniable.
I really want him.
Like how Gumayushi is just making noises.
Nice. As they both kill the Nexus and Chovy, not sure which one they were more excited about. As Faker and Chovy, almost exactly the same damage here, but I think we know one player had an undeniably larger impact on this game.
Yeah, there is a certain there's a gap that we're observing on this particular screen. It's also, you could say stuff about compositions, but I think this game it was Gumayusi really putting the young man in his place this time around. And T1 fans, I would just say, hold your heads high. This is the exact same T1 that we saw as world champion caliber last year, and could definitely make a run for it again.
Great first day of LCK. We got a whole week of this, so it has been a good start. I'm really excited for what the rest of the week has in store.
We need more 3 game days, though.
Yeah.
3 game days, that's what we need. No carpet space time, though. Let's throw it over to the boys to break down the series.
Hello, thank you guys for the wonderful cast on the day. It was a very awesome day of games. A little bit short, we could have had a couple more, but a couple 2-0s from the better teams today. I think that T1 absolutely deserved the win in this one. Faker's Lysandro's pretty insane, but as a team, they just, they looked a little bit more prepared, maybe a lot of bit more prepared, to be honest, than GenG were able to scrounge up today.
I am going to repeat what I said earlier today. I personally feel like we've learned a lot about how good D+ and T1 are, right? Like those two teams are clearly very, very, very strong. And here for GenG, in game 1, I think that pace was definitely a weak point. They didn't have a lot of space, and the space that was given to him, he didn't use very well. In this game, though, I feel like it was just a collapse from everyone on GenG. I think Doran didn't look nearly as good. I think Chovy looked uncharacteristically weak. And most of that, I think, is just because T1 is just an insane team, right? And draft priority on this Zeri again. After today, I think at least against a team that's as good as T1 can be abandoned, because Guma and Keria on Lucian and Ami are good enough to win a Worlds Trophy. And like, if you want to really put your bot laner through that, then good luck. Because I think that was the reason why Pace went for the barrier, which I think in the context of the lane actually worked. His laning phase was quite good, but then Faker's Lysandra saw, hey, there's no cleanse.
Yeah,
so
no McKills.
And no McKills. So every single fight, you see the cohesion on T1. Like they know, okay, if it doesn't really matter. Often it was Zeri, sometimes it was Ahri. We kill one person, and what are they going to do? Nothing. They have no counterplay.
It helps when Faker's ready to go like this.
Oh yeah,
immediately.
Oh yeah.
He's like, hey,
he was
let me
ready.
snap and break the necks of multiple members on the team. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, because we had some crazy fights in this one. Didn't have a lot of action early, but then all of a sudden, the game was opened wide open. I feel like just a little bit too much value out of Owner's knockups here. Took a little bit of time to kill him, and then GenG didn't have enough of the tank. And once again, Pace, kind of just zoned away, not able to do anything on the Zeri.
It's really an overforce here from GenG as well. I think the comp is harder to play out as is. And then this, to me, is what kind of solidifies the game. Up until this point, it's been very close. After this, I think the game is just done. To me, this is one of the most impactful moments. And it's very fun because it's a moment that it feels like we saw like 4 times in the series, right? Where like, Faker goes forward and kills someone. Rosé in the first game, very much Faker, and this one, of course, with his Lysandra. And GenG, you see there as well, Peanut and Chovy go in really hard, but like they get Owner after he stalls for like 3 seconds, and Chovy immediately dies, and they're out of position, and they're scattered, and Pace has to flash just try and get a kill. So I think, to me, GenG's biggest weakness was not just individual performance, but how cohesive they looked. Unsurprisingly, T1's cohesiveness.
Yeah, it wasn't really close. We can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which is really just, T1 Barons, but their turn is insane with this composition. I mean, you've got Lysandra alone and Faker playing it and piloting it, but you've got Wukong, you have Tidal Wave. And what are you going to do as Zeri short range with no cleanse at all in the comp? And he was kind of he had to take like the brunt of the responsibility essentially, because nobody else could do anything.
Because Chovy died in the exact same way that he's about to, right? And that is just the story to me of this game.
Trying, please.
And I want to reiterate, I think that everyone on GenG looked pretty off, but I also don't want to cast too harsh judgments, because this is T1. This is the same roster. right? They took a break and then they're back. This team has made every single final. They have the largest unbroken streak in LCK history. So, unsurprisingly, I think you're going to look a little bit troll when you play against players of that caliber.
GenG is probably going to be top 3 in this league.
It's a pretty top 4 at the very least.
They probably were, they were made to look like this because it's Team 1, right? So let's take a look at the POG after that game number 2. I think we all know who it's going to be. Faker picks up his first one. And not only was it an incredibly flashy performance, but it was just kind of insane. He was everywhere, right? It was super flashy in this POG. I think that makes it more obvious, but he just had a wonderful game across the board, even outside of his flashy plays.
I can only imagine this is Faker, who of course has played Lissandra for an incredible amount of time. I always, in my nightmares, go back to last year's MSI, where Xiao Hu locked in the Lissandra multiple times, and exactly what is happening here, right? Just an impeccable performance from Faker. But to me, the most impressive thing is not just Faker making those plays, but like the rest of the team commits 100%. Like everyone is like, okay, Faker says go, we all go. And that's why I think so many of these fights felt so incredibly one-sided.
11 out of 11. The observers lost 2 votes this year, by the way, you guys might have noticed. But yes, 11 out of 11, and no stray votes for Keria. His bubbles were insane,
could have earned
but
it. He
doesn't
did.
matter.
He worked hard.
Faker just did way too much more. It's kind of hard for Keria to get any recognition in that situation. But we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Owner and Faker after getting the first win of the season on the opening day. Owner, in the match teaser VCR, you said you really, really want to take down GenG. And it was a clean 2-0 win. How do you feel? It's good to be back. I was pretty nervous to play after a long while, and we were going up against a very strong team, GenG, so I thought it was going to be a rough series. However, we got really lucky and got a 2-0 win in the end. I'm so happy. Faker, what about you? Yeah, this was our first match of the season, so building up the momentum was so important. So I think we were able to get this win. I'm so happy that we pulled it off. Were you expecting this kind of a 2-0 clean win? No, I had no idea, I was not expecting a 2-0 win. I was not predicting this, but I think we kind of adapted, to the new environment pretty fast. Let's get back to game number 1. Peanut locked in Elise, and his early game was actually pretty aggressive. He was getting a lot of kills, and we saw a lot of successful early actions. Were you not worried about that? Well, we could have actually banned Elise in the second phase of the ban, but we missed out on that. So I tried my best to shut the Elise down, but Peanut, his Elise is on point, so it was really hard to deal with it. So what was your plan in mind after seeing that Elise getting so fed? My early game is not good against that Elise, so we just wanted to counter some of his dive attempts, and some kind of worked, so it was a bit of a relief for us. And T1 is the only team that kept the same roster from last year, and we were able to see the power of the teamwork and synergy. Let's take a look at this replay. It was 4v5 team fight. Were you sure that you're going to be able to win this fight? I mean, just look how much damage Azir puts, He was doing so much damage, so we were pretty confident that even without Lucian, we will be able to win out this fight. I mean, Azir, not only his damage, but also his moves were so on point. Faker, how did you pull that off? For example, like Talia W, you just have to dodge it. That was what was in my mind. And then I just focused on, doing as much as damage I could. And Gumayusi is not the leader of our team. I am the leader, so I was still confident that we will be able to win out the fight even without him. So both two games, we were able to witness a very, very, high teamwork and synergy between all 5 T1 players. And I heard all of the 5 players actually went to Faker's house during the off season, for some team bonding activities. Yeah, we've been there once or twice, and I was so jealous of him, And we had a lot of conversation there, and we had some sauna together, and we were able to, get better chemistry and better performance as well. So how did you decide to invite all of your teammates over to your house? I got invaded, I would say so. But as long as my teammates are happy, I would always invite them over to my house. I just wanted to, make sure we can do something together. Because we've been a team for 2 years, so keeping this teamwork and this synergy would be the key to this year. What was the most fun activities or fun thing that happened during, that happened in your place? Doing sauna, going to sauna together is not an easy thing, but one of us was very reluctant to, get in there together. But I'll keep it on the low. Looking forward to finding out who did not want to go to the Faker sauna. And Paze is the youngest player of the LCK right now. He's born in 2005, but Faker, you are now entering your 10th year anniversary of your LCK debut. Yeah, I mean, like, time flies. And then, there are so many young players, like, they're born after, like, 2000, Like, looking at their birth year, like, it gets, like, I don't know what to say. It's, like, crazy. Then Faker, is there any advice you want to give over to all the young players and rookies? You guys have a lot of time, so it all comes down to how much effort you put in. So I just wanted to make sure to always work hard in order to become a great player. And Owner, today was the opening day of the LCK Spring Split. So what is your goal for the Spring Split? As a team, winning all the tournaments ahead of us. My personal goal is I'm working out really hard. So I want to do some body profile photo shooting this year. Are you going to upload that on your Instagram? Probably, yeah. And lastly, Faker. Any last message over to all the T1 fans? I'm so relieved that we won our first match of the season. And thank you for your support, and we will play as best as we can in the upcoming matches as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Faker, Owner, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome interview as always. And we are going to take a look at the standings, I believe, after the first day, but might as well just to see where we stand.
Yeah, clearly. GenG, DRX.
I guess T1
tough draw.
Win. They're on top.
Tough draw. Well, I agree with your statement, but not your argumentation. Okay. Definitely seems likely. A really cool first day, even though it was 2-0s. I think we learned a lot about both T1 and D+. And then on the other hand, GenG and DRX. Definitely learned what not to do against some of these stronger teams. And I do think that like meta adjustments, especially in the light of a patch that's going to drop in a few weeks, that might completely shake everything up again, is going to be super exciting.
Speaking of exciting, we have more LCK on the way. The second day of 5 will be tomorrow, and that will start off with Kwangdong Freaks up against Hama Life. Definitely could be a huge tumultuous matchup. I think it could be back and forth. And then, of course, Nongshin versus Bro to follow it up.
Yeah, I was really excited about Paze's debut, and that didn't go very well. Although, again, it's against T1, so I can tell that to myself as I'm sad. Zayas at least did really well, so I'll be happy. So my Nongshin, my Nongshin stocks though might be dropping a little bit, but I'm gonna keep believing in them. I think they got what it takes. We'll see tomorrow.
They have the player that it takes potentially as well. But either way, guys, we are done here on the No Carpets carpet space. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you then. This was Friendo Brendo. Have a good night.